I started. The Black Couleuvre I started, late Zorigin Lodge, Spain. Introduction. The teachings and practices described in this esoteric voodoo manual are the product of a syncretism made from various esoteric elements from the end of the last century that had their origin in Europe and Haiti. In French occult circles of that time, the figure of Dr. Gerald Encausse, Papoose, who gathered around him a series of traditions esoteric and occult from previous times, Martinism, Rosicrucianism, Gnosticism, and other Enlightenment trends that Encausse received from different European initiates. Within Papoose's circle was an occultist Haitian, Lucien-François Jean-Maine, who had been consecrated Gnostic bishop in 1899 by Tausenicia. Lucien-François was born in 1869 in Léogâne, Haiti, and received in France first and then in Spain important initiatory and Gnostic successions, although previously in Haiti, there were received the initiations of the 4 degrees of voodoo in the temple of his own father in Léogâne. This esoteric voodoo rite had already worked in Haiti since the years of independence from France, having been created by Théoa Louverture and derived from Illuminist and Kabbalistic traditions French intermingled with African esoteric currents brought by black slaves to Haiti. Papoose authorized Lucien-François Jean-Maine to form his own order esoteric in Haiti and the French-speaking Antilles. However, Jean-Maine was not able to travel to Haiti until 1921. In that year he created the Ordo Templi Orientis Antiqua, O.T.O.A, as the Haitian branch of the O.T.O.A already existing in Europe, whose headship was held at that time by the famous magician and occultist Aleister Crowley. Unlike the European O.T.O.A, which had 10 grades, the Jean-Maine O.T.O.A was structured in 16 grades. Even though the O.T.O.A was a Templar order, it had elements of magic and voodoo incorporated. The following year Jean-Maine created the magical order Couleuvre Noire, the Black Snake, with purely voodoo elements and comprising 4 grades with a previous grade of probationary member and another administrative grade. The Couleuvre Noire progressively developed in Haiti and came to absorb the O.T.O.A, which continued only in Spain. In 1949 he was replaced as head of the order by his son Hector Francois, who led it from Haiti until year 1. The American theosophist and occultist Paul Bertiaux, of French descent and living in Chicago, he traveled to Haiti in 1963, after several years of studying voodoo. On this trip Bertiaux received voodoo initiations from Jean-Maine and made direct contact with the Loa or Haitian god Grand Lema. After these initiations Bertiaux began to work on creating a magical syncretism from the teachings and practices of voodoo and esoteric traditions Westerners of Martinism and Gnosticism. In 1970 Bertiaux was appointed by Hector Francois Sovereign Grand Master of the O.T.O.A and in 1975 he succeeded him as head of LCN and began to write all the material that makes up his esoteric, magical, and Gnostic teaching of esoteric voodoo, which was finally published in the United States in 1988 and is presented here in Spanish for the first time and in clear and open language. The teachings of esoteric voodoo teach how to speak to spirits and receive from them knowledge and teachings on how to advance on the path of initiation. This is a Gnostic teaching. Gnosis is an ancient Greek word that means spiritual knowledge, because it teaches how to make contact with spirits. Paul Bertiaux also later contacted in Japan with the spirits that there they are called kami. All these spirits are universal and there in Japan Bertiaux, under the direction of Master Kamimari, learned about the laws of the kami or spirits of the Shinto religion. This experience together with the previous one in the voodoo, produced in him a complete knowledge of spiritual energy, which is the final goal of Gnostic teaching. These teachings teach how to enter into communication with God and be able to see the things as He sees them. Through it we can live in constant conversation or dialogue with divinity, because we can work daily with the gods or spiritual emanations of God, and every day we can restart a conversation with Him through the gnosis of the spirits. These esoteric teachings are authentic powers and experiences that nourish the soul. They provide a series of magical operations that make it possible for the spiritual power be directed towards the operator, not only so that he can solve a given problem, but even to grant him the power of spiritual light, the illumination pursued by all. Esoteric movements and spiritual. The LCN degrees. The LCN degrees are 4. 1 Washtet or start. 2 Kanzo or server. 3 Houn Gan or priest. 4 Baal Ge or hierophant. These degrees reflect the structure of Atlantean initiatory science and correspond to the 4 initiations in the 4 elements and the 4 symbolic directions of spatial consciousness, as well as the 4 planes of manifestation. Voodoo temples act as magical instruments of occult power. We are not referring here to the temples of the Haitian Voodoo religion, but to those of Voodoo esoteric. During the initiation into this magical system, a force is created that follows certain very precise geometric lines of movement. Since the initiation occurs within the Voodoo temple, it takes on a very important significance, and that is why it has to have a geometric structure so that the energies flow following the lines of an exact scheme. At every point in space a force arises, hides that it depends on the location where said point is located. He power, during initiation, derives its strength from the location of each point. We therefore have forces and a structure in the space of the temple. In the Voodoo Puri style, there are hidden influences that act as force fields, invisibles that are under the control of the masters. The special energy is structured according to these force fields of an exact geometric shape, and this geometric structure derives from order and balance that produce the thought forms and symbolic images that the masters have projected into the ritual scheme. The thought forms of the masters become the spatial forces and energy fields that form an exact model that is in accordance with the hidden laws of the universe. In the Voodoo temple, the structure of the spatial force obeys a quadruple division represented by the 4 crosses of the Creole Kabbalah. That is to say, that the magical structure that has been projected in the temple is the Kabbalistic structure of the 4 crosses, in which the space is distributed according to a hidden plane that is divided into 4 sections: north, west, south, and east. Each of these 4 sections of space has a certain value, so that a certain type of hidden operation belongs to each region. This allocation is exclusive for each region, since only the energies that arise in it as spatial forces. Every structure and every function are exclusive to their own region, although there is some relationship with the rest. Regardless of the qualification of the energies in each region of the temple scheme, there is also a movement of spatial forces from the lower to the higher, that is, from the north to the east, through the west and the south. This movement is called evolution, because the lower seeks the protection of the higher. There is a transfer of energy here from the north to the east. Then a center of hidden energy develops, through which the thought forms are imposed on the spatial forces, and the entire temple functions as a unit, as a perfect magical instrument, as a mandala of hidden energy. The LCN grades correspond to the 4 temple regions as follows. Te, Lord of the Northern Cross, represents the Loaguinus Sixo, and corresponds to the subdiaconate of the Ecclesia Gnostica Spiritualis. Kanzo, Lord of the Western Cross, represents the Loa Agafer, and corresponds to the diaconate of the Ecclesia Gnostica Spiritualis. Hamgan or Mambo, Lord of the Southern Cross, represents the Loasimbi, and corresponds to the priesthood of the Ecclesia Gnostica Spiritualis. Baal Ge, Lord of the Eastern Cross, represents the Loa Dambalawedo, and corresponds to the episcopate of the Ecclesia Gnostica Spiritualis. The HUDU spirits. The system operated by La Couleuvre Negra is an esoteric voodoo system. It is, that is to say, it differs from the religious voodoo practiced in Haiti because it preserves within itself the ancestral initiatory traditions of Atlantean origin that were passed on to certain regions of the western coast of Africa, and that secretly survived until the arrival of the whites. With their subsequent reinsertion in the Caribbean, these esoteric traditions were enriched with others brought from the old European continent, also of Atlantean origin, but filtered through the sieve of the Judeo-Christian civilization: celts, witchcraft, Freemasonry, Martinism, Kabbalah, etc. This is how the Atlantean tradition resurfaced again in Haitian intellectual circles among initiates of the most secret and powerful voodoo cults, giving rise to esoteric voodoo, which had never before emerged from the dark veils of the secret Haitian sects. The first thing that the student of esoteric voodoo must work on is the system of Voodoo spirits. In general, voodoo is a system that is entirely related to the world of spirits. It can be said that it has great parallels with the most recent spiritualist systems, to such an extent that today there is a certain symbiosis of spiritualist elements within many practices. Voodooists in relation to spirits, we must first of all make a reference to the conception that voodoo has of them in its system. The gods of the supernatural world of voodoo are called Loas, Mystiers, Vodouns, or Saints. Some of these Loas are African divinities originating from the Arara, Yoruba, Congos, etc. tribes. Others come from other sources such as those of the Gui family, of probable Indian origin. Those of African origin are the highest in holiness and purity, being archetypes of higher spiritual levels and therefore the most revered in voodoo temples. Others, however, are of Creole origin, especially those of the Petro rites, which often correspond to spirits of dead initiates who have acquired the status of Loa. In this regard, it can be said that the voodoo pantheon continues to enrich itself constantly with the spirits of the adepts who have achieved their enlightenment and thereby moved to the state of Loa. There are also Loas who are unknown to voodooists but who exist on the astral plane, very close to mortals and who reveal themselves in dreams and meditations of the initiated, also gradually entering the voodoo pantheon. There are divisions of the Loas according to their African or American origin, although there are also other divisions that correspond to their functionality or the level or plane in which they live. In general, there are two large groups of Loas, those who are more ethical or generally speaking better or whiter, called Rada, with their own cults and rhythms, and those who are less ethical, more evil, obscene, and dangerous, which correspond to the so-called Petro, among whom we include the Gui family. In this second group there are strong elements of Congo origin, while in the Rada group there are many elements of Arara and Yoruba origin. The lowest groups they are generally called Nachan, nation, to remember their tribal origins Africans. The term Nankan is synonymous with Fanmai, family, although many times the Fanmai indicates a functional subdivision within a Nankan. There are differences in voodoo between what the Haitians call the good God, the Almighty God, and the Loas. The good God has no name, or his name has been forgotten by men. He is superior to the Loas and has an impersonal and at a vibration level above them. Although the term Loa is sometimes translated as God by the uninitiated, it should actually be translated as spirit or law, which is its most appropriate meaning. Haitians find that the Loas are at an intermediate level between God and men, the same as the Orishas of the Yoruba tradition. The Haitians affirm that the Loas live in Africa, in Guinea, or on an island buried under the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Some live permanently in certain sacred stones called Pierre Loa that are the heritage of the initiates and that are passed after their death to other initiates and so on from generation to generation. Some Loas also live in certain sacred places in Haiti. The Loas coexist with the spirits of the dead, especially those of voodoo initiates. These spirits ride on worshippers at meetings rituals in which some fall into a trance, being possessed by the Loas, who they use them as if they were horses. During these possessions people change their way of expression and become they move, dance and speak with the characteristics of the Loa that has possessed them. The Loas descend by the Potomac, central post, of the Hamfor temple. This pole has at its base a kind of altar stone next to which the sacred diagrams of the Loas, painted with white flour or chalk on the ground. That is where the propitiatory sacrifices are offered for the descent of the spirits, all accompanied by singing and beating of sacred drums. Voodoo states that each child is born with a Métet or spirit who is a teacher of his head, which acts as personal Loa and which must be developed to a conscious level to achieve complete initiation, otherwise, the individual will only possess the family Loa. Once the nature of his personal Loa is known, the initiate can integrate himself as a Loa into the celestial archetypal sacred city, where the spirits dwell. These initiates, once they die, have the Loa Métet removed from their heads, to be preserved in a special container, gobi, where it matures and finishes its preparation as Loa and then is released and thrown into the waters and from there integrates into the world of spirits. But here we are going to deal with esoteric voodoo, as it is practiced within of the most secret sects of Haitian voodoo, La Société des Obops, the Couleuvre Noire, the Black Snake. As another branch of esotericism, it is an initiatory system that operates on the individual from the lower planes to the highest spheres of spiritual levels. You do not have to be black or Haitian to access this system because it has been prepared for modern mentalities of any cultural origin. What is important is to keep in mind that it is a spiritualist system, that is, it works with spirits, even if they are the spirits of voodoo. In this system you learn to communicate with these spirits and receive their powers in order to advance on the material and spiritual path. Voodoo spirits work with any type of individual who has been initiated into the system, whether Haitian or not, whether black or any other race. The important thing is to become familiar with them and begin to make the contact that will produce the exchange of subtle substances between the initiate and the spirits with the consequent benefit for both. The spirits of the level closest to mortals are the so-called spirits Voodoo. They are very close to men because they need for their own superior evolution a series of vital energies of human origin to perform said work on the astral planes. In exchange for these donations offerings that the initiate provides them, they offer him knowledge and power from his plane of existence. The Voodoo spirits, like the other spirits, are not visible to the ordinary vision and can only be perceived with second vision or clairvoyance. They can also be heard clairaudiently or contacted directly on the astral plane or in dreams. Among the Voodoo spirits are the souls of the ancient Atlantean magicians who sank with their island in the final cataclysm that made the said disappear continent. Their magic was very powerful and still is after death, in the astral plane. They are currently on said island submerged under the Sea of the Sargasso, in the Bermuda Triangle. Their bodies are down there and their magic retains them there, and yet their spirits are free in the astral to communicate with mortals and continue with their help your own spiritual evolution. Under that seaweed forest of said sea there is an island where an ancient magician king of great power. This is the master of the great forest of the islands under the sea, Maitre Grand Bois d'Île, which are generally called simply Maitre. These spirits of the dead that lie under the ocean they call Hu spirits. The remaining Voodoo spirits are the souls of other magicians who have died and whose bodies lie in cemeteries in Haiti. They are the spirits Du, whose king is the Loa of the dead Papa Guinebo. These two groups of spirits are the first in the ascending levels, which the esoteric voodoo practitioner has to contact and work. With its help and its magic you will be able to launch yourself into higher enterprises on the path of initiation. There are other spirits that will be treated and studied in other sections later, but for now we must dedicate ourselves exclusively to the Voodoo as the basis of study and practice for the beginner of the esoteric voodoo of La Couleuvre Black. It must be taken into account that in order for an individual to adequately follow the initiatory path, his or her needs must be met, either by having them satisfied, path of the magician, or for having restricted them, path of the ascetic. In the first case, the magician can make use of the help that the spirits give him to obtain what they need to feel happy and in good health. Physical conditions to begin their spiritual development. The renunciation of material well-being can lead to repressions that obsess the individual and harass him during his work on the trail. To feel happy, the magician may need good health, material goods, enough to not feel uncomfortable in his work of magical dedication, a suitable partner to complete and fill his life, and finally a stream of knowledge that constantly illuminates your path. All of this can be corrected with the will of the individual and the help of the spirits. The Voodoo are there precisely to help man in these undertakings. They are like the angels and demons of the Judeo-Christian religions. They need human contact for their own mission and in turn help man in his own development. The approach to these spirits is done through certain ritual ceremonies of magical type. Although some people with natural capacity or acquired through esoteric development can directly contact these spirits by simply directing their mind towards them, the reality is that the majority of people, even the initiated, need certain magical ritual operations to invoke them. The methods to attract spirits are more effective if they contain mental and physical elements at the same time, because the appropriate environment, the symbols, and the rites that are carried out, condition the magician's mind to place himself in a special state conducive to such contact. The physical elements enhance the mind of the magician, who emits certain radiations in his invocations that are perceived by the spirits on the astral plane, and they go to said focus, taking contact with the caller. But we should not think that Hoodoo spirits can only provide material benefits to those who invoke them. These spirits also have the power to develop the magician's mind. They come from the astral plane, which is the one that makes up the lower layers of the mind, where ideas take shape. From there that these spirits provide a greater wealth of mental images in the magician who invokes them, favoring his mental power and paranormal faculties in your psyche. This increase in mental power will generally translate into greater control of the minds of others, which can be beneficial for the magician in cases where he has to exercise his authority over other people of spiritual level lower. Many times, for reasons of self-defense or other reasons, we need to control other people and direct them for their good or ours. So it is very useful to be able to have mental control over others, and one way to achieve this is with the help of the Hoodoo spirits. The spirits are not actually evil, they do not act negatively. What happens in relation to the presence of evil on this planet, it is that for millennia, humanity has been generating negative influences, poisoned mental forces that act on the collective psyche, affecting people who do not know how to defend themselves against them. They are not spirits of any kind but only astral larvae generated by man. To avoid its effects, man must turn to the spirits to help you with their kindness to avoid these bad influences. But there are people who have bad luck, who are always frustrated, who everything goes wrong for them, and others who are happy and do not fail in their companies. We can say that the former are under the negative influence of these astral larvae that are attracted by themselves, and on the other hand the latter have attracted the spirits, who help them in their enterprises. The Hoodoo spirits also help in economic matters, both in search or improvement of work, as even in games of chance. There have been cases of people who have gotten a good job or hit the lottery or pools. But there are people who have bad luck, who are always frustrated, who everything goes wrong for them, and others who are happy and do not fail in their companies. We can say that the former are under the negative influence of these astral larvae that are attracted by themselves, and on the other hand the latter have attracted the spirits, who help them in their enterprises. The Hoodoo spirits also help in economic matters, both in search or improvement of work, as even in games of chance. There have been cases of people who have gotten a good job or hit the lottery or pools, etc., through the help of spirits. They help choose the numbers that will be rewarded if they are invoked sincerely and without desire to greed for this purpose. The same thing happens in relation to the search for a partner with whom to share life and love. The spirits help to carry out the necessary attraction for the suitable person comes to contact and relate to the one who has invoked them, thus creating the foundations for love to arise between them. The Hoodoo can set in motion the meeting with said person. The Hoodoo spirits also enhance the sexuality of the magician who invokes them. The sexuality in Voodoo is not seen as something negative, but quite the opposite. Individuals with bad or low sexuality are rather considered negative, because sexuality is something necessary in life. The sexual attraction that is felt towards another person is due to the search for the goes wrong for them and others who are happy and do not fail in their companies. We can say that the former are under the negative influence of these astral larvae that are attracted by themselves, and on the other hand the latter have attracted the spirits, who help them in their enterprises. The Hoodoo spirits also help in economic matters, both in search or improvement of work, as even in games of chance. There have been cases of people who have gotten a good job or hit the lottery or pools, etc., through the help of spirits. They help choose the numbers that will be rewarded if they are invoked sincerely and without desire to greed for this purpose. The same thing happens in relation to the search for a partner with whom to share life and love. The spirits help to carry out the necessary attraction for the suitable person comes to contact and relate to the one who has invoked them, thus creating the foundations for love to arise between them. The Huda can set in motion the meeting with said person. The Huda spirits also enhance the sexuality of the magician who invokes them. The sexuality in voodoo is not seen as something negative, but quite the opposite. Individuals with bad or low sexuality are rather considered negative, because sexuality is something necessary in life. The sexual attraction that is felt towards another person is due to the search for the sexual fluid that the person in question gives off. It is an electromagnetic fluid that emanates from the physical body. This is what makes men attracted to women and vice versa. It is about the need to absorb physical, etheric, astral and mental bodies of the other person, this fluid. Attraction is spontaneous and normal, and is so necessary for the mental and physical health of the people how to eat and breathe. Sexual contact is primarily an act of ingesting polarized energy, provided by the couple as a real form of food. Even the masturbation also provides that fluid. Electrical and magnetic fluids exist in our physical, etheric, astral, and mental bodies. Men have an abundance of electrical fluid, fire element, while women have an abundance of magnetic fluid, water element. In the process of sexual contact with a member of the opposite sex, each provides the energy opposite that is needed to maintain health in the three bodies of the other. When one is not accessible to the sexual partner, and chooses to perform an autoerotic act, the process is similar although it is not complete. In this case, a temporary form full of polarized fluid that provides, although in smaller quantity and more undifferentiated, the fluid that emanates from this astro-mental form. It's about a sexual contact in which there is no physical fluid but only astro-mental fluid. But we must keep in mind that masturbation has a side effect, and that is that the person temporarily created by the operator remains for some time on the astral plane, unless it is consciously dissolved. The astral entities will try to take possession of that astro-mental body without life of its own, being able to remain in the vicinity of the habitual masturbator to inspire him in his frequent masturbations. It is interesting to note that masturbation is never experienced as a complete absorption of the fluid, and this is the reason that one cannot be completely satisfied with autoerotic practices alone, because physical absorption of the fluid does not occur. As for oral sex, it must also be noted that it is the most nutritive of sexual contact, since both the vagina and the penis are both points of maximum storage of electromagnetic fluid. Therefore, at applying the male mouth on the vagina or the female mouth on the penis, the person can quickly and effectively load themselves with the fluid. It is not necessary to reach orgasm for this to happen, since the mere fact that the mouth comes into contact with these very powerful areas will produce an immediate sensation of energy. In the sexual act, at the moment of male ejaculation inside the vagina, a special fluid of a very powerful type of energy is created. Therefore, so that both members of the couple can absorb most of this elixir, it is necessary for the male to keep his penis inside his female partner so at least 10 minutes after orgasm. Esoteric voodoo states that in the sexual zone of each person lies asleep Papa Gui, who is the one who brought us to life and the one who leads us to death. It governs physical and sexual vitality, and its center is at the base of the spine, vertebral and in the external sexual organs, penis and clitoris. Sexual excitement it awakens Gui, and this in turn stimulates and increases sexual power, which translates into a healthy and active sexual life until a fairly advanced age. Here lies the source of the individual's physical and mental youth, because Dad Gui gives us the strength and energy to maintain this youth. All this is so because in reality the preferred food of the Huda spirits, that which helps them most in their development in the astral world, is the energy released from the sexual fluid and sexual secretions during the sexual act. This energy is transformed by them into magical power that they revert to the magicians who invoke them in this way. With this the spirits benefit, and in turn they also benefit those who give them the sacred food. They are all good. Known are the blood offerings, sacrifices, that are offered to the spirits and gods in popular voodoo and other African religions, all of them of origin Atlantean. However, these contributions of blood, even if it is human blood, have no so much value for the spirits of sexual secretions when they are dedicated to them, because the latter have a greater power or fluid that the Hindus call ojas. These energies are what serve as the basis for the production of powers in the magician on the part of the spirits. It is just an exchange of energies, a kind of spiritual alchemy. In the ancient magical religions of Atlantis, the sun of our planetary system and the divine spirit or logos that inhabits it were worshipped. This stellar sun is represented within the man by the testicles and the phallus with its product the semen, in the man, and by the ovaries, the clitoris, and the menstrual blood in the women. The first is symbolically designated as the white sun and the second as the red sun, and both cults passed to Egypt as the cults of the twin brothers, Horus and Set, and are found in all the magical systems inherited from Atlantis. If humanity offered to the gods, as it did in very ancient times, its essence or vital fluid, it would be able to see the world as the world sees it. Spirits and life on this planet would change. But since the fall of Atlantis, man replaced the vital fluid or essence with blood, first of the captives, and then animals, and since then a bloodbath continually runs through the face of this planet. In practice with the Hoodoo spirits, it is not necessary to build temples or churches. You simply need to have a certain place in the house for this, whether it is a room especially dedicated to them or, if that is not possible, an area, the room with a piece of furniture or table dedicated to the invocation works of the Hoodoo. These spirits will permanently live in said room, so it is very important that it is not a place visited by strangers to the magician. A good place for the Hoodoo to have their home when there is no possibility of having a room dedicated to them, is to use a bedroom area or a quiet study room and removed from the noise of the house. But still, the spirits require a special box or container, usually a wooden box, that can be closed completely, where they will dwell, or at least the less they will have their focus of power stored. This box is called Atua and is where the magician keeps all the magical ritual objects, incense, perfumes, and oils, etc. This Atua should be of good wood and painted inside and out with the symbols of the spirits in their proper colors. Once finished and once the work with the spirits has begun, the Atua is charged with power and should not open up in the presence of strangers. Any ritual object, talisman or amulet that is placed inside the Atua once charged with power, is in turn filled with said power. Only people who are dedicated to working with spirits have an Atua, which differentiates them from those who, out of curiosity, simply test this magical terrain that is esoteric voodoo. Ritual of dedication to the hoodoo spirits. When starting to work with the hoodoo spirits, hoodoo, it is necessary to make a first contact in which we must express our desire to dedicate ourselves to service and work with them. Once established, you can move on to the rest of the work. Investigation. 1. Sit facing east in front of a table that acts as an altar. In it there is place 4 candles, red for the east, green for the south, right, blue for the west and yellow for the north, left. A glass of pure water is placed in the center of the altar. 2. Light the candles, and say out loud, "There is no darkness in the spirit world. I want to be a child of light. Spirits from the bottom of the waters, spirits of the dead, am here to serve you." 3. Touch the water with the fingers of your right hand and wet the center of your forehead, saying, "I dedicate my being to the service of the hoodoo spirits. I request your help and call upon you to be present on this altar and in the element that is most related to you, water. I'll ask you to help me, and in return I offer to serve you. Offer myself at the service of the great king of the spirits under the sea, Maitre Grand Bois d'Itlet." 4. Close your eyes and feel how the spirits come. Remain silent for a few moments and then drink the glass of water, because the power of the spirits will be already in it. Meditate for a few minutes and then blow out the candles and clear the altar. Ritual of evocation of the spirits who do 1. Place the 4 candles on the altar as in the previous practice. Then put a black candle in the center. Before performing the ritual, it is necessary to write on paper what one wishes from the spirits. Said paper is placed between the red and black candles, while now the glass of water is placed between the black and blue. 2. Sit in front of the altar facing east, and light the candles in order, saying, Yellow candle, Spirit of the Cross of Northern Light, manifest yourself. Blue candle, Spirit of the Cross of Light of the West, manifest yourself. Green candle, Spirit of the Cross of Southern Light, manifest yourself. Red candle, Spirit of the Cross of Light of the West, manifest yourself. Black candle, I am the magician priest of the Holy Spirits of the bottom of the ocean and of death. I am here to serve you. 3. Make the request to the spirits, who do spirits want to receive what I have written on the paper. Help me get what I want. Here is my offering of vital energy. 4. Rub your hands for a few minutes and then spread them with your palms and fingers upward, towards the spirits. This is the energy they will use in exchange for your help. 5. Close your eyes and visualize the spirits in the form of light descending towards the altar and returning the energy taken from the hands in the form of magical power that is concentrated in the water in the glass. Open your eyes and observe the movement of the candle flames. When they move, it is the moment when the spirits have descended. Wait the time that is necessary. Then drink the glass of water with the magical power deposited in it. Then blow out the candles in the sequence black, red, green, blue and yellow. Pick up the paper with the petition and put it between the pages of any book from the library and forget about it completely. Remove the altar. Note. You can make small modifications to this last ritual for work-specific ones incorporating vevs or sigils. Ritual to ask for help from Lay Voodoo 1. Burn incense and light a blue candle, while invoking Legba, asking him to come to our aid. It should be done at dawn, watching the rising sun, after taking a cold shower. 2. Ask Legba to come and help me in my research work. Want to investigate the secrets of the spiritual powers that are your family. Amuag, your twin brother here on earth. Beg you, Lord of Knowledge, to give me your help. 3. Meditate in a receptive attitude to the powers of Legba, so that they flow into consciousness. Ritual to learn to lead the energies of Lay Voodoo 1. Burn incense and light a red candle, to feel the power of Lay Voodoo in the body. Sitting at a table, direct your thoughts to the spirit world, and in its way of acting in us. 2. I am full of joy to be able to serve, for the energy may come into the world, O Legba. I send my efforts towards all powers of power and all directions, so that you can spread this power through me. 3. Meditate next and see that all the energies that move in countless directions come towards the earth. Everyone will be able to benefit from the rays of Legba. 20. Ritual to be a source of radiation from Lay Voodoo 1. In a calm state, and with burning incense, focus the mind in an attitude of help towards those who need it. Summon the powers of Lay Voodoo to come down and pass through 1. The energies will be sent by the radiation process to those around us. 2. Want to be useful, O great Legba. Use me as an emitter. Focus, give your energy to help and see those who need it. 3. Visualize the people who need help, repeating their names. Relax for a few moments and let drowsiness invade us, so that the energies can flow through us, without ego interposition. Ritual to invoke the powers of Lay Voodoo within 1. Burn incense and light a red candle. State of relaxation. 2. Unlimited power is within me and is being directed towards my mind. I am now joined with the great Voodoo spirits. I beg you, O spirits, to arise and come into my imagination and fill me with your presence. Beg you to send me the light of your energy, allowing me to see you in the image of my esoteric master. Love you and I greet you. 3. The energy will be felt gradually. It is a request to obtain mental images. After the invocation, it is necessary to relax and sleep, letting the forces operate without disturbance. Mental power practices ritual prayer. It serves to obtain mental energy from the spirits by putting oneself in harmony with them. For this, it is enough to isolate yourself from external conditions and concentrate your mind on the O.T.O.A spirits, eliminating any foreign thoughts. Then, once in tune in with them, beg their help in developing the power of the mind. This practice can be done anytime, anywhere. Sacred Temple. It is about using the creative mental imagination and the visualization to travel to the astral temple where the spirits live. Once the temple has been visualized according to the initiate's intuition, he must penetrate there with his mind and consciousness, and receive the mental energy he needs. This practice can be done at any time throughout the day and in any place where there is stillness and silence. Projection in dream. It is about before falling asleep, concentrating on the O.T.O.A spirits and ask them to elevate us during the hours of sleep to know the mysteries of the astral plane, either directly or symbolically. Once inside the dreams of the night, the spirits will come and take us to regions or times that will be revealing to us or will give us teachings and symbols that will open our minds to the knowledge of ourselves and the universe. When you wake up, you should write down your dreams and meditate on their possible meanings. It is advisable before going to sleep to do the practice called shadow bath. Shadow bath. This is a very ancient method of esoteric voodoo and uses the powers of the shadows, which are of great magical power, to prepare the physical, etheric and astral body of the initiate for work during sleep. It is done at night before going to sleep, placing a black candle in the previously darkened room. Next, the initiate takes a bath or shower to cleanse himself of impurities, then rubs his body with an oil. Scented. Once this purifying cleansing is finished, you enter the dark room, light the black candle by placing it between the candle and the wall, to cast a shadow. Then he will move his hands a few centimeters from bare skin, first in front and then behind, looking towards the candle. This shadow bath will provide you with great mental energy conducive to your dream projection work and other lower vibration energies that they serve to heal and keep the body strong and energetic. Practice for mental control of the rest in order to influence or control the minds of other people for the benefit of the magician or the community in general. O.T.O.A spirits can be invoked. This is the attempted use by a higher, more developed mind. Magically, the magician, from other uninitiated minds and always for the benefit of himself and especially of the person who is going to be influenced or controlled. This is not a restriction of the individual freedom of the controlled person, because this is less free in itself than the magician and therefore when entering his sphere of influence, acquires more freedom, well-being, and balance. On the other hand, no one can use this method to harm a person since the one who does it successfully must be more spiritually evolved than the person subject to it. Control, otherwise this magic does not work. That is why no magician can control another magician unless he is more powerful and evolved than him. To carry out this control you have to make a magic square with the name of the person one wants to influence, while visualizing their physical appearance in the most perfect way possible. The magic square is constructed in the following way. The peripheral lines are constructed as follows: 1 UAONAUJ, leaving the name written in front of the 4 directions of space, east, south, west, and north. 2 Fill the inside by crossing the square diagonally from the bottom left to the top right with the letter from both ends, 1 AONAUJ. 3 Fill in the remaining gaps with the letter at both ends of the inclined line that is formed, 1 UANAANAUNAUJ. Once the magic square is finished, it must be impregnated with the magical intention that you want to induce in the person, and to do so you must do it one by one for each letter that makes up the magic square, after saying, I permeate this magic square with the power of my mind. Once the square has been impregnated, it is placed on the altar arranged as usual with the candles, and instead of a glass of water, a glass of liquor is placed. Rum, cognac, pacharan, aromatic wine, etc., between the blue and the black candle, and the magic square between the black and red candle. Light them in the usual order and then read each of the words that form in the square from top to bottom and from left to right. These words are offered to the spirits when spoken. Say next, powerful hoodoo spirits. I, your priest and servant, must control the mind of, for your own good and mine. Accept the magic square as an offering of my service. I take into my being the magical powers of the powerful and invisible hoodoo spirits, which are present here and now. Drink the liquor and feel the strength of the spirits within, then return the cup to the altar and extinguish the candles in the reverse order of their lighting and say, Hoodoo spirits, collect in your bosom this magic square and the intention of my will. When you need a partner of the opposite sex to share life and work magically, the initiate uses these practices to attract said person to his or her sphere. For you must be patient and choose your future partner well, not only for their physical appearance, but also for other much more important factors such as their personality qualities and mentality. First of all, you must see if the chosen person has astrological consonances with your own sign. To do this, you must take into account that the most important aspects are the sign in which the sun is and the sign in which the moon is. But above all, you should observe your future partner for a long time, talk to her and try to see if she has possibilities for esoteric development and if she is not dominated by negative obsessive ideas that will prevent her future magical development. Still, it is not an irremediable tragedy that one does not find himself with a partner who does not fully satisfy his esoteric perspectives, since above all we must keep in mind that the spiritual path is individual and even if two people do it travel, what unites them is the goal and not the evolutionary level at which they are. Find each one of them. To carry out the work of mental control on the future partner chosen for love, the magician will do the method described above but visualizing the person and then the following diagram placed next to the glass of liquor. Before drinking the cup he will add, Hoodoo spirits, give me the powers of attraction necessary for to join me. Practice to overcome negativity when you feel that you are surrounded by negative forces that induce you to failure, and you want to get rid of them, and induce positive influences in yourself and in the environment that surrounds you. You can use this technique of the hoodoo spirits to achieve it. A moment of retreat and stillness will be taken. You will visualize the energies of the spirits, with which he is already familiar and will then exclaim out loud or mentally, I wish that the hoodoo spirits induce a good influence in me that keeps negativity away from my environment. He will then exclaim, negative and evil forces, stay away from me. Positive and beneficial forces, enter me. It is advisable to make a voodoo, vev, drawing after this work. Protection in a paper or felt like the one pictured below and carry it with you for a while to help the work of the spirits. So ZBZOSW2, Z-2AE. Practice for healing and rejuvenation. In this practice, sexual energy is used in its physical manifestations, male and/or female sexual secretions, that is, semen and vaginal lubrications or menstrual blood. The altar will have to be erected as usual, with the usual 5 candles in their proper positions. Between the black candle and the blue candle, a glass of liquor. Once the candles are lit in the usual order, the hoodoo spirits are invoked, and then once their presence is felt in the temple, a sexual act will begin with the couple or alone, which in the latter case will be accompanied by the images erotic that the imagination chooses. These images will be vivified by the spirits, who will even astrally incorporate these forms to manifest themselves to the magician. Once the act is finished, the initiate will wet his fingers in the sexual secretions. And he will put them in the cup of liquor to offer them to the spirits as an offering. They will feed on the subtle effluvia that make possible their advancement in the spiritual development towards the higher planes, and in exchange they will grant the magician a series of energies that will strengthen you physically, etherically, astrally, and mentally. Once the offering has been made, the initiate will drink the cup with the sacrament of the spiritual transmutation that the spirits have carried out. To ensure that this work is correct and no other negative influence enters the temple, the initiate must paint the sacred voodoo, vev, drawing of protection shown below and place it between the black candle and the red candle before the ritual operation. LVUDUG. The Voodoo grimoire. The Voodoo grimoire is not a magic book that has been made for the occult public, since they are nothing more than symbolic tables that the initiate must make himself in order to apply them to his own works. Each voodoo magician must have his own grimoire and use it as a reference to the preparation of their rituals and magical practices. There is a connection between symbols of the grimoire and the realities of the inner planes. In this way, the Loas or voodoo spirits interconnect with the magician to help him with his spiritual force in the magical operations he performs. Each Loa has a name and a magical diagram, Vev, a kind of magical sigil or mandala that is used for its invocation and evocation. The Loas belong to different levels of the subtle planes. There are spirits that belong to the astral plane, which correspond to the idea of psychology Freudian, like the hoodoo. There are others that belong to other planes, whose classification in voodoo is quite similar to that of the occult system in general. The ego or center of the incarnated individual, where its external activity is centralized and exchanges between different psychic functions occur, is the one that dominates the scene of the waking life of any person. Many times it hides from others behind a mask, the personality, which is an artificial image of how the ego believes others should see it. During the entire life, the ego strives to manifest itself in that form. Above and below, from the point of view of their function, are the superconscious and transcendental ego and the subconscious or ID. Both are parts of the psyche that act on the ego, conditioning its functionality and action. The transcendental ego or superconscious aspect of the psyche is where ideas, archetypal or abstract symbols of reality act as an imprint leading the ego along the paths of what is considered superior, spiritual, ethical and heavenly. Below the ego is the subconscious, with its tendencies and instincts, acting from levels generally suppressed by the human cultural environment, which strives to cover up its animal nature so manifestly. Active. It is the ID, where the forces of the hoodoo spirits act and function in the collective subconscious. Above and below, that is, outside this transcendental idea ego sphere, which makes up the human auric egg, there is something that unites us with pure abstraction, with the absolute, and that despite the unknown of his existence and function, it is there and in contact with man. This is what we will call simply unconscious or transcendental ID and is always found in relation direct with the two spheres of the psyche, ID and transcendental ego. It is the transcendence, which is composed of essences that cannot be easily apprehended by man and that require access through the ID and the transcendental ego at the same time. This reality cannot be accessed directly from the ego, but through these two levels of the psyche mentioned above. It is about reaching the darkest levels of the ID and the most luminous of the transcendental ego, because only in these infinite depths of light and darkness can pure transcendence be accessed. The Loas that La Couleuvre Noire works with, who form their voodoo system esoteric, they are in the darkest limits of the ID and in the most luminous of the transcendental ego, that is, in the limits of the subconsciousness and the superconsciousness. They are simply laws that act as pushing forces on the universe manifested both macrocosmically, the universe, and microcosmically, man. These Loas are essential for the Gnostic work of esoteric voodoo. In the Gnosis are called daemons, those who belong to the ID, and eons, those who belong to the transcendental ego. We must give a warning here. The light has always been considered by man as something eminently good, spiritual, and ethical moral, a unique way of self-realization, to the detriment of darkness, which is always associated with evil, hell, the devil and other negative myths of human culture. This is because the ego naturally tends to flow towards the transcendental ego and flee from the ID, which means that as a general cultural phenomenon, the search for the darkness of the ID has always been seen as something demonic, negative, and abhorrent. This has happened especially since man forgot his stellar origin, the darkness of the sky full of stars, to take refuge in its luminous sun whose ego masks its ultimate and transcendent reality, the absolute, which has neither light nor darkness because it understands both at the same time. The Voodoo grimoire therefore comprises a series of symbolic attributions that correspond to the division of space into 16 parts, just as consciousness defines it. Can capture and conceive on the different levels of manifestation. This division into 16 portions is important in esoteric voodoo, as well as in other systems of Afro-Atlantean origin. The loas are classified according to these 16 spaces or levels and have their functions, special rituals, and other magical operations, in accordance with these 16 spaces. The sum of the 16 make up a global and harmonious whole that operates like a real mandala. It must be taken into account that each loa, for being occupying a particular area of the whole, is related to those who are on the adjacent levels and also with the one located in the opposite area of the mandala. The Voodoo grimoire functions as a personal magical instrument that acts by the activity of its various components through the consciousness of the magician. Because it is an instrument, the magicians of the system call its representation diagrammatic mandalum instrumentum. The purpose of the grimoire is to create a system of magical work capable of erecting a temple around the magician's consciousness that can connect his own individual reality with the all, with the totality of the cosmos. In this way the divine essences underlie and shape the universe, and the magician makes them penetrate into their personal experience and close the complete circuit that is the ultimate reason for universal creation, a reunion between the origin and its end, the head of the alchemical snake that comes to bite its own tail, thus closing the cosmic circle. By penetrating these essential transcendent energies into the magician, he transforms himself into a temple where the divine dwells. The Voodoo initiates, when they have worked on this grimoire, come to constitute a true ecclesia, a meeting of enlightened adepts that make up the Voodoo Gnosis, which is why the esoteric voodoo is so closely linked to the spiritual Gnostic ecclesia, whose headquarters are not in any physical place or temple, but in the ideal archetypal world that voodoo adepts erect with their spiritual consciousness. We must differentiate the concept ecclesia as it is conceived here and that of church as conceived by the generality of the uninitiated. Later, when the Gnostic aspects related to this voodoo system are studied esoteric, the concepts related to this topic will be expanded. Below we are going to present a series of symbolic attribution tables corresponding to the 16 spaces or levels of this system, which will make possible the making of the grimoire. Exoteric centers. They correspond to parts of the body of the archetypal man, which in Gnosticism is called abraxos. This scheme of man as a model of the universe is common to most esoteric systems. They connect man as a microcosm with the universe or macrocosm, of which he is nothing more than a tiny replica. The exoteric or external centers have a certain relationship with the Hindu chakras and energy points of Chinese Taoist science. They have a micro-macrocosmic relationship, that is, each exoteric center of the body is related to an astrological alchemical aspect. The centers are the following: right foot Earth Moon in Scorpio, Cancer, and Pisces. IL left foot Earth Water Sun in Taurus. IL right knee and thigh Earth Air Sun in Virgo. For left knee and thigh Earth Fire Sun in Capricorn. B base of the spine Earth of Water Sun in Scorpio. So, palm of the right hand Water Moon in Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. 7. Palm of the left hand Air of Water Sun in Pisces. 8 sexual organs Water Fire Sun in Cancer. 9 solar plexus Earth of Air Sun in Libra. X lungs Air Water Sun in Aquarius. 11 right arm Air of Air Moon in Leo, Aries, and Sagittarius. 12 left arm Fire of Air Sun in Gemini. 13 Heartland of Fire Sun in Sagittarius. 14 Throat Water of Fire Sun in Aries. 15 Between the Brows Air of Fire Sun in Leo. 16 Crown Fire of Fire Moon in Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. Brain centers. These are certain hidden and esoteric centers of the body. Human being that are the gateways to the spiritual forces that come from the bordering areas of the transcendental ego or superconsciousness. Is about luminous forces that affect the magician when they are invoked, opening these points or doors to burst into his consciousness to provide him with the magical power necessary for transmutation and spiritual development that will lead him to the lightning. These centers are, I heart, IL slightly above the right nipple. IL slightly above the left nipple. 4 center of the clavicle. V thyroid area in the throat. SAW. Right parathyroid area. VIL left parathyroid area. 8 root of the tongue. 9 frontal sinuses. X central point between the right eye and ear. 11. Frown. 12 central point between the left eye and ear. 13 center of the cerebral cortex. 14 center of the right brain. 15 left brain center. 16 upper area of the skull. Sexual centers, these are certain points in the lower area of the body that are in themselves points of power and gateways for spiritual forces. Dark images that come from the bordering areas of the ID, which when breaking into the magician's consciousness provides him with the magical powers necessary for his internal transformation and total spiritual self-anal base. IL left anal base. 4. Straight. B center in parent between the anus and the middle point between the testicles. SAW. In front of the base of the right thigh and equidistant from the middle point between the testicles and the scrotum. VIL base of the right thigh between the scrotum and the anal opening. 8 right testicle. 9 left testicle. X between the testicles and the middle point between these and the anus. 11 in front of the base of the left thigh and equidistant from the scrotum and the middle point between testicles. 12 base of the left thigh between the anus and the scrotum. 12 middle point between the testicles and the anus. 14 prostatic center. 15 base of the penis. 16 gland of the penis. For women. L base of the column. IL right anal base. IL left anal base. 4 straight. V between anus and the middle point between vagina and anus. SAW. Right side of the vagina. VIL between base of the right thigh and vagina. 8 right ovary. 9 left ovary. X between ovaries and middle point between vagina and anus. 11 left side of the vagina. 12 base of the left thigh on the vulva. 13 point between the vagina and the anus. 14 cervix. 15. Base of the clitoris. 16 gland of the clitoris. Colors, this is a scale of colors that, when they complement each other, symbolically give the diagrams or bevs a symbolic reality in accordance with the reality they represent. The symbolic colors are related here to the 4 elements. There are 2 scales, a Esoterian one that is used with spirits luminous and another Voodooist proper that is used with the spirits dark Esoterian scale. Brown/dark red. Dark red on brown, IL. Brown/magenta. Ale brown/orange. 4 brown/purple. V blue-green/dark red. SAW. Blue-green/magenta. 7 blue-green/orange. 8 blue-green/purple. 9 blue/dark red. X blue/magenta. 11 orange-blue. 12 blue/purple. 13 gray/dark red. 14 gray/magenta. 15 gray/orange. 16 gray/purple. Voodooist scale I yellow/black. IL yellow-blue. IL yellow-green. 4 yellow-red. V blue/yellow. SAW. Blue/black. 7 blue-green. 8 blue-red. 9 green-yellow. X green/blue. 11 green/black. 12 green-red. 13 red-yellow. 14 red-blue. 15 red-green. 16 red/black. Directions. This is the division of space in the form of a circle into 16 points or directions, just as we can do it from any point on the surface of the earth if we accept the poles. Between the east and northeast. IL northeast. IL between northeast and north. 4 north. V between north and northwest. SAW. Northwest. 7 between northwest and west. 8 west. 9 between west and southwest. X southwest. 11 between southwest and south. 12 south. 13 between south and southeast, 14 southeast, 15 between southeast and east, 16 this. Expression numbers. This is the number of essential spirits that are expressed in each of 16 levels. There are in total 144 essential spirits in the system, which come from the absolute or transcendence, and which are expressed through of the 16 laws or laws in the magical field of consciousness of the voodoo initiate. Thanks to its ritual operations, these 144 spirits or essences do not have names in themselves, but must be investigated by each magician in particular. The numbers that these 144 spirits divine essentials, also called les voodoo, are important for the preparation of the grimoire, because they are a reference to the essential origin from which all energies are channeled through the transcendental ego or superconsciousness and the ID or subconsciousness, towards the ego or magician's mind. These numbers are the following: 1.5 IL, 9 IL, 12 4.5 V.26, 37, 38, 11 9, 9x 4 11, 4 12, 10 13, 6 14, 7 15, 8 16, 6 luminous loas. They are aspects of the great Logolampa or great path or logos of the voodoo system. These are the laws that govern the universe and that, based on the divine essence, penetrates the sphere of the magician through the superconsciousness. They are luminous, not because they are good or bad or more or less spiritual than other loas, but because they penetrate into consciousness through the sphere of the ego and it considers everything that enters its sphere of mental vision luminous. These loas they are related to brain centers. They are the following: I Maitre Grand Bois Dealet IL, Cousin Azaka 3, Simbi 4, Guhinip Hovi, Agui Maitre Grand Bois Dealet 6, Agui Azaka 7, Simbi Agui 8, Agu for Agui 9, Simbi Gui X Maitre Grand Bois Dealet 11, Agui Chango XIL, Simbi Azaka 13 Dambal and Ho 14, Agu for Chango 15, Dambal Asimbi 16, Grand Dambalas del Air Dark Loas. They are aspects of the great Loaguhi, the dark spirit of sex and death. It is a series of forces or laws that, emanating from the divine essence of the Absolute, penetrate into consciousness from the outermost limits of the ID or subconscious. They are dark, not because they are evil, although for the uninitiated they can represent negative and evil forces due to their ignorance of their own reality and that of the cosmos. They are dark because for the ego, they proceed from the most unknown and socially and culturally repressed area of the psyche, the subconscious. They are related to sexual centers, and are Baron Lacroix IL, Mystère Toile d'Irini 3, Baron Cimetière 4, Mystère de Bladis v Baron Samedi Saw, Mystère Irini 7, Baron Piquant 8, Ti Malfed 9, Baron Scorpion X Ti's Origin 11, Eugene Zombie 12, Ti Pied Milfois 13, Zombie Baron 14, Baron's Origin 15, Guhinip Ho 16, Gui Brav. Practices and rituals. Contact with Pope Voodoo. The priests of esoteric voodoo have their Pope as their highest hierarchy black, just like the Roman Catholic Church has its own Pope. Pope Negro lives in Léogâne, Haiti, and is black. His name is Hector Francois Jean-Maine. He is the representative of Afro-Atlantean magical rites today. Any student or initiate of esoteric voodoo, once they have finished their grimoire, you can contact him, especially if you are black. For this you must do the following exercise: in the temple or usual workroom, in darkness, with a lit candle in front of you, place the palm of your right hand in front of your eyes. We must then look at the fingers of the hand as tubes of light energy that project into the surrounding space. In the places of flexion of the fingers, folds appear that divide them in 3 spaces for each finger, which makes a total of 15 spaces. In the center of the palm of the hand, in the folds of it, there is another more space, which makes with the previous ones, a total of 16 spaces or centers of Ken. You have to look carefully, concentrating your mind on each of these 16 spaces, one by one slowly, to activate these power centers and so that they begin to emit hidden energy. With a little patience you can begin to see yourself outlined in the palm of your hand. Hand, the figure of Master Hector Francois Jean-Maine, with the face of an old black man, with white hair and a goatee and mustache of the same color, with dark eyes with bluish sparkles. It can be seen better by moving your eyes from one area of the palm to another. The persistence in concentration on the secret centers of the palm of the hand will increase contact with the Black Pope. It is not forced labor, so you have to let the voodoo energies flow that from Leogane emerge on the palm of the hand, which will function as a television screen. This contact can be made as many times as you want, well to ask advice from the Black Pope of Voodoo, or to strengthen the faculties of visualization and inner vision. To test the power of the grimoire, to see in what disposition one is to use the voodoo grimoire, you can do the following exercise, sitting in the temple with no other illumination than a candle placed in front of one. Feel the power of the flame as an igneous energy that enables contact with the internal plans. You have to concentrate your mind on the flame so that it responds with movements to the operator's requirements. Fire will be the elemental contact for dialogue between the conscious mind and the hidden powers that are contained within the operator's own magical potentialities. The movements of the flame from front to back correspond to responses. Affirmative and lateral movements will be the negative answers. The questions asked of the flame are, Am concentrating my mind correctly? Am ready to make contacts with the inner planes? Can be directed in my spiritual development by occult powers? Am ready to begin my magical work with the voodoo grimoire? Am sensitive to spiritual influences? Am able to perceive the magical emanations of the 16 power centers? The temple of Gui in esoteric voodoo. It is necessary to work within a symbolic temple that has a logical schematic layout, with adequate attributions so that the will of the magician can function magically. If these attributions were not correct, the symbols would have no magical power under the will of the operator, since they are nothing more than symbols of relationship that evoke power and magical energy, so that they materialize in the sphere of influence around the magician. In esoteric voodoo, it is not the mind of the magician that does all the magical work, but also the symbols have power in themselves, since they act like magical instruments. The spirits or loas act through them on the physical world, producing the effects desired by the magician. For the proper placement of these symbols, the magician must erect his temple, orienting it in a suitable way for the magic to work. Without it, the spirits will not manifest. To establish the orientation of any voodoo temple, it is necessary to do so in accordance with the 8 directions of space: northeast, north, northwest, west, southwest, south, southeast, and east. These 8 main directions and the intermediate ones that form between them, they constitute 16 points in space, which correspond to the 16 magical levels of consciousness and their corresponding loas. Each of these points is a door through which the forces that represent the symbols attributed to them enter, thus forming a kind of spider web mandala. This is because this temple is mathematical and the loas who inhabit it have a perfect magical geography. The magician places himself mentally and astrally in the center of this mandala, and from there he operates with the magical forces he receives. When you use the temple, you must have a magic mirror in front of you on it to project his consciousness once the temple scheme is formed, to attract magical forces to the center, where your consciousness resides. Before projecting consciousness into the magic mirror, you can use invocation and sexual magic such as those used in working with the hoodoo, with the purpose of strengthening the bond with the spirits. Before undertaking any voodoo magical work, the magician must know and become familiar with the loas, both the dark ones, Hui, and the luminous ones, Legba, and be able to easily visualize their associated diagrams, Vevs. The loas or Hui spirits are spirits that inhabit the most dark of the unconscious and have strongly sexual and macabre aspects, because they possess the most basic energies of the human race, those that operate on the generative function and on the biological functions of growth, maturation, and cell death of the physical body. They are divided into 10 families, each with a function within the great nation, Couleuvre. Of these 10 families, La Couleuvre Noire uses only 3, Famille Transaction, Famille Baron, and Familles Originating. Family Transaction. It is one of the most unpleasant looking Couleuvre families, and its loas have animal representation. It is made up of the following loas: T.I. Pied Millefois, T.I. Malfet, and Mystère de Bladis. T.I. Pied Millefois is 100-foot in its animal form. Its vev is. This loa is traditionally associated with voodoo black magic of Congo origin, in which its symbology is used to produce damage or death at a distance on a person. In esoteric voodoo, it represents death and therefore has a very powerful energy that comes from the most unconscious part of our own biological nature. He represents, like all the loas of his family, the darkest and most atavistic forces that lie in our transcendental ID. Its direction is the south in space, which corresponds to level 12, fire of air, represents the future of the earth. This under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Metamathematic Hieroglyphic Church of the Magical Gnostic and Futuristic Logics of the Ancient and Primitive Rite of Memphis Misraim. T.I. Malfet is in its symbolic form a small skunk, an American animal unpleasant due to its characteristic bad odor. Your Vev is. This loa also represents the unpleasant aspects of the transcendental ID as they appear before the center of the ego when it has not been properly worked up. These forces correspond in the diagram of the Temple of Couleuvre to the west, which corresponds to level 8, fire of water, which represents on the sphere from time to the present that has just passed. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Mathematical Hieroglyphic Church of Magical Gnostic and Futuristic Logics of the Ancient and Primitive Rite of Memphis Misraim. Mystère de Bladis is in its symbolic form a cockroach, and its vev is. The cockroach is both unpleasant and dangerous, which is why it was used in the voodoo black magic. Esoterically, it represents the dark forces that govern enzymatic processes. Cell phones responsible for life and death. That is why this loa represents the dark and powerful energies that lie in the transcendental ID, operating from the north of the Temple of Couleuvre. Its level is 4, corresponding to earth fire, which represents the pure past. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Mathematical Hieroglyphic Church previously mentioned in the 2 previous loas. Family Baron. It is the most representative of the Couleuvre families. His praises have aspects strongly sexual and phallic, as well as spiritual allusion to the dead and the cemetery, its symbolic representation being anthropomorphic and masculine. His praises are, Baron L.A. Croix, corresponds to the forces of the transcendental ID represented by level, earth of earth, corresponding to the point between the east and the northeast in the Temple of Couleuvre. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Idealistic Hieroglyphic Church of the Labyrinthine Gnostic Logics and Transcendentals of the Ancient and Primitive Rite of Memphis Misraim. Baron Cimetière corresponds to the forces represented by level ill, air of earth, corresponding to the point between the northeast and the north of the Temple of Couleuvre. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Algorithmic Hieroglyphic Church of the Algorithmic Gnostic and Esoteric Logics of the Ancient and Primitive Rite of Memphis Misraim. Baron Samedi corresponds to the forces represented in level V, land of water, corresponding to the point between north and northwest in the Temple of Couleuvre. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Idealistic Hieroglyphic Church mentioned above for Baron Lacroix. Baron Piquant corresponds to level 7, air of water and the point between northwest and west in the Temple of Couleuvre. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the aforementioned Algorithmic Hieroglyphic Church. Baron Scorpion corresponds to level 9, land of air and the point between the west and the southwest of the Temple of Couleuvre. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Idealistic Hieroglyphic Church of the Rite of Memphis Misraim. T.I. Jean Zombie corresponds to level 11, air of air and the point between the southwest and the south in the Temple of Couleuvre. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Algorithmic Hieroglyphic Church of the Rite of Memphis Misraim. Zombie Baron corresponds to level 13. Tierra de Fuego and to the point between the south and the southeast in the Temple of Guahi. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Idealistic Hieroglyphic Church of the Rite of Memphis Misraim. Guinit-Ho corresponds to level 15. Air of Fire and to the point between the southeast and the east in the Temple of Guahi. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Algorithmic Hieroglyphic Church of the Rite of Memphis Misraim. Guibi corresponds to level 16. Fire of Fire and east of the Temple of Guahi. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the Church Metamathematical Hieroglyphic of the Rite of Memphis Misraim. Their veps are the following. Washtet. TT Baron Samedi Oris Ado Baron Pecan XKX asterisk Y asterisk Baron Scorpion TI Gene Zombie. Baron. Zombie Guibi. Families origin. Its representation is zoomorphic, of spiders. Its symbolism is very similar to that of the Tranavection family, but they possess a strongly divinatory function in their operational magic. His praises are Mystere Twaldiarini, Mystere Arini, T.I.'s Orguin, and Maitre Barons Origin or Gui's Origin. Mystere Twaldiarini, its symbolic form is a spider in the center of your fabric. She is the daughter of the Zorigin family and belongs to the northeast in the Temple of Guahi. It is earth water and corresponds to level IL. It is under the address of the Patriarchate of the O.T.O.A Hieroglyphic Church of the Logics Arithmositic Gnostic and Fantastic of the Ancient and Primitive Rite of Memphis Misraim and is related to the region of Absolute History in the scheme weather. Mystere Arini is a large black spider. It is the mother of the Zorigin family and the northwest corresponds to it in the Temple of Guahi. It is Aqua de Agma and corresponds to level 6. It is under the direction of the Patriarchate of the O.T.O.A Hieroglyphic Church of the Rite of Memphis Misraim. In the scheme of time it corresponds to the Earth's past. T.I.'s Origin is a small male spider. He is the son of the Zorigin family and it corresponds to the southwest in the scheme of the Temple of Guahi. It's air water and corresponds to level X. It is under the direction of the same Patriarchate as its two aforementioned lowest relatives. In the scheme of time it corresponds to the near future of the Earth. Maitre Baron Zorigin is a kind of Spider-Man, very phallic and terrible. He is the father of the Zorigin family and corresponds to the southeast in the scheme of the Temple of Guahi. It is fire water and corresponds to level 14. It is under the direction of the same Patriarchate of the Gnostic Church of the Memphis Misraim Rite as the other members of its family, the O.T.O.A Hieroglyphic Church. In the scheme of time it corresponds to the pure future with few elements of the earth. The veps of this family are the following. Mystere, Twal Dsra Toni Toifoy. Mystere Arini Ti Zorigin Baron Zorigin. Like the temple we have already dealt with the Temple Guahi and the scheme of its spiritual forces, as represented by the Loas of the Tranavection, Baron, and Zorigin families. Now we must draw the outline of the Lagoha Temple, which is nothing more than the luminous aspect of the same scheme, which corresponds to the energies and forces spiritual that are found in the transcendental ego or superconsciousness. The scheme of the Temple of Legba is superimposable to that of the Temple of Guahi and it unique. What changes are the Loas that are attributed to its 16 directions and levels. The luminous Loas, Lagoha aspects, are analogous to the gods of other pantheons and archangels of the Kabbalah. They are archetypes of the laws that govern both the macro and microcosm and that operate here on the transcendent levels of the psyche above the ego. To draw the outline of the Lagoha Temple, we must first draw the 8 lines that correspond to the main directions: northeast, north, northwest, west, southwest, south, southeast, and east. In the intermediate spaces between these 8 directions there are 8 other points that correspond to as many Loas and schema levels. The Loas that make up this luminous temple are the following: Maitre Grand Bois Dilet. This is a Loa that in Haitian Voodoo is represented by an old man or woman who lives in the Sargasso jungles that exist on the seabed of the Bermuda Triangle. There is also an aspect of Grand Bois, which corresponds to the forests of the earth, but we will generally refer to it in our works rather to its first aspect. Cousin Ezekiah. Representation is sometimes through the furrows of the land of tillage. Its anthropomorphic form is that of a peasant carrying a braided straw bag called hafford, inside of which there is a bottle of tafia, a species of brandy. In his mouth he carries a pipe called canoe, and on his head a large straw hat called guan. Simbi is a loa with a mercurial aspect, a great healer, and whose symbolic aspect is the snake coiled around a tree at the foot of which there is a fountain. He is associated with Agu in matters concerning war, because he is also a warrior spirit. Simbi marks a point in space where four paths intersect, and in this is closely related to Lepa and Carrefour, another aspect of Lepa. Guhinib-Ho, despite being a member of the Baron family of the Guis, also has its place in the luminous aspects, because we must remember that death and sex also have their transcendent side. Guhinib-He is here the mystery of death, of the cemetery. Its anthropomorphic form it is that of a black man with a black bowler or top hat. There his clothes are violet, and he is a great dancer, but he has very obscene language and attitudes. Its emblem is the grave digger's shovel and pickaxe. Its symbols are the cross and the coffin. He has powers over the dead and is usually pompous in their manifestations of possession. Agwe personifies the waters, the sea. It is generally represented by the ship Imamua. He is the husband of Urzuli, the Venus of the Voodoo pantheon, and is sometimes represents like a fisherman. The offerings are made at sea by throwing a small boat full of cakes and drinks into the water. Your place of residence is under the sea waters, and its color is blue. Ogou fur represents fire and Mars. Its attributes are the ritual saber or machete. He is also represented by the forge. He is covered in iron armor and is immune to bullets and fire. He usually wears a red shirt and pants and a scarf around his neck of the same color. He likes cane liquor and white rum. Sometimes it is offered by burning it in an iron container. In Haiti, Agu frequently summarizes two African deities of Yoruba origin, Nigeria Ogun and Shango, who, although each of them has a different individuality in that region, in Haitian Voodoo, both have been syncretized into a single Loa. Dambalat is the father god of Voodoo, whose color is white. He is represented anthropomorphically as a venerable old man with white hair, without, however, its most common form of representation is the snake. Dambalat is the great cosmic serpent, the great Nego fish of the Voodoo cult. His wife is Aida Wedo. This Loa is sometimes represented by an egg placed on sand or flour. A wrought iron snake is usually placed on its altar. Its favorite food is a white egg, although it also likes flower pollen. Your residence is in Africa, in the archetypal land Guinea, which is not found in the African continent as we know it, but in an archetypal Africa. Hiasin, Maraka, of the Haungan or Voodoo priest, is adorned with vertebrae of snake representing Dambalat. It is the expression of perfection geometric, because it represents the highest point of the archetypal within the manifestation, the absolute of the Kabbalists. The Da particle in his name means origin and essence of life. These 7 Loas are those attributed to the 16 directions and levels of the Temple of Lepa. For this purpose, combinations are sometimes made that reflect the symbology of the forces represented in these 16 levels. Next we will give the Vev along with the patriarchates that govern each level. Washtet level I, Tierra de Tierra, Loa, Maitre Grand Bois Dilet. Patriarchate of the Church Idealistic Hieroglyphic. Level IL, Earth Water, Loa, Cousin Ezekiah. Patriarchate of the O.T.O.A Hieroglyphic Church. Level IL, Earth Air, Loa, Simbi. Patriarchate of the Algorithmic Hieroglyphic Church. Level 4, Earth Fire, Loa, Guhinib-Ho. Patriarchate of the Mathematical Hieroglyphic Church. Level V, Land of Water, Loa, AGWE Maitre Grand Bois Dilet. Patriarchate of the Idealistic Hieroglyphic Church. Level 6, Agua de Agua, Loa, AGWE Ezica. Patriarchate of the O.T.O.A Hieroglyphic Church. Level 7, Water Air, Loa, Symbi AGWE. Patriarchate of the Algorithmic Hieroglyphic Church. Level 8, Water Fire, Loa, OGOU for AGWE. Patriarchate of the Metamathematical Hieroglyphic Church. Level 9, Land of Air, Loa, Symbi Gui. Patriarchate of the Idealistic Hieroglyphic Church. Level X, Air Water, Loa, Maitre Grand Bois Dilet. Patriarchate of the O.T.O.A Hieroglyphic Church. Level 11, Air to Air, Loa, AGWE Chango. Patriarchate of the Algorithmic Hieroglyphic Church. Level 12, Air Fire, Loa, Symbi Ezica. Patriarchate of the Metamathematical Hieroglyphic Church. Level 13, Land of Fire, Loa, Dambalanib Ho. Patriarchate of the Idealistic Hieroglyphic Church. Level 14, Fire Water, Loa, OGOU for Chango. Patriarchate of the O.T.O.A Hieroglyphic Church. Level 15, Air of Fire, Loa, Dambalasimbi. Patriarchate of the Algorithmic Hieroglyphic Church. Level 16, Fire of Fire, Loa, Grand Dambalas del Air. Patriarchate of the Metamathematical Hieroglyphic Church. Wash Tetman F all OENSVUP Sun EEE 0 and OEELA 11 SE said. Translated by Google. ENNDFA. Patriarchates of the Gnostic Church. The esoteric order of the Black Snake, Couleuvre Noire, is currently associated with other esoteric orders and groups of Haitian origin, such as the Ordo Templi Orientis Antiqua, the Ecclesia Gnostica Spiritualis, and the Haitian branch of the ancient and primitive Masonic Rite of Memphis Misraim. This is the reason that in the works of La Couleuvre Negra, they seem elements originating from these other related groups, such as the Patriarchates of the Gnostic Church, previously mentioned in the 16 magical levels of the Voodoo system. We must therefore clarify the concept and symbolism contained in these Patriarchates, in order to use them in our magical work of esoteric voodoo. First of all, the spiritual Gnostic Church of the ancient and primitive Rite of Memphis Misraim is governed by a supreme council of sublime masters of light, each of whom has a specific task. In the external world, the Church only has one patriarch, the Master Mercury Aquarius, but from the internal point of view it has 4 patriarchs, each of them in charge of a branch of the Church, with their own denomination, according to their esoteric function and the governing vibratory level. The first patriarchate receives the following name in French: Le Patriarche Grand Conservateur de l'Église Idealistico Hieroglyphique de Logiques Labyrinthico Gnostics et Transcendentales, Ecclesia Gnostic Spiritualis, du Rite Ancien et Primitif de Memphis Misraim. It governs the experiences of the present time, in such a way that feeding from them, affordable structures can be created in the future through magical work. This patriarchate is related to what in the Kabbalah would correspond to the Sephirah Makath on the 4 planes. Governs levels B, 9 and 13. Its use in LC and voodoo magic consists of mantric vocalization in French at the beginning of the magical operations of each level. With this act, the initiate makes internal contact with the patriarchate and receives help and advice of the Gnostic patriarch through the inner voice. The second patriarchate receives the following name in French: Le Patriarche Grand Conservateur de l'Église O.T.O.A Hieroglyphique de Logiques Arithmosophico Gnostics et Fantastiques, Ecclesia Gnostica Spiritualis, du Rite Ancien et Primitif of Memphis Misraim. It governs the exploration of the immediate future, based on our life present. It is a projection into the future to anticipate or predict our future magical experiences. It is related to the Sephirah Yesod of the Tree of Life of the Kabbalists, in the 4 planes, and corresponds to the 4 magical levels, IL, 6, X and 14. The third patriarchate receives the following name in French: Le Patriarche Grand Conservateur de l'Église Algorithmico Hieroglyphique de Logiques Algorithmico Gnostics et Esoterics, Ecclesia Gnostica Spiritualis, du Rite Ancien et Primitif of Memphis Misraim. It governs the experiences of the finite future, that is, of a relative future or condition to the restrictions of space and its conditions. It's related with the Separatiferet of the Kabbalists and corresponds to levels, Il, 7, 11 and 15. The fourth patriarchate receives the following name, Ali Patriarchi Grand Conservateur de l'Église Mathematico-Hieroglyphic de Logics Magico-Gnostics et Futuristics, Ecclesia Gnostica Spiritualis, du Rite Ancien et Primitif de Memphis Misraim. It rules over the infinite future, that is, the pure future, without limits. When invoked this patriarchy, one tunes into the most ideal strait of the universe. He relates to the Sephirah Kether of the Tree of Life and corresponds to the levels 4, 8, 12, and 16. The temple of the Hautus in esoteric voodoo. We must have a properly oriented temple so that our will acts through the mind and imagination. Esoteric voodoo is a method that teaches us how to organize our inner magical experience, using the most appropriate symbols because they are the ones with the most power. When we use these symbols, they evoke power and bring it from other regions or dimensions of the universe. The symbol operates as a machine or instrument that generates magical power on its own, independently of the magician's mind. Voodoo is a science with identity independent of mental attitude because it is a science that uses powers as they are in themselves and therefore does not is psychological but at the same time metaphysical and physical, because the powers take physical existence through it. The orientation of consciousness is done due to the ways in which the power of voodoo directs the mind, and this is done through powerful symbols that act like magical instruments. With these symbols, the spirits of voodoo, the Loa, they act on our physical world and make it possible for the things they want to happen. By acting like this, they send their power to do what we ask them to do. The symbols become alive during voodoo operations and therefore produce precise effects, even more precise than the actions of the mind during the operation, since the latter is usually too vague. For the magical operation to be effective, the magician must be outside the physical body during it, because the physical body has a to and fro activity and the mind is very rarely be precise. This is the reason we use magical instruments and the real justification for voodoo. There are many sects in voodoo and La Couleuvre Noire is one of them, and the name of the operative magicians who work with the first practices are called Les Haudus. That is why when we erect and work for the first time at the temple of esoteric voodoo to take the path of initiation, we are Les Haudus. The most important thing in this first stage is the orientation of the temple of internal power or placement of the instrument symbols in the space that consciousness will occupy. It is important to understand that we must do the temple plan or ideal cosmic map appropriate for magic. Without this we cannot unite our magical energies with the spirits and be able to become their initiates and later their servants. Here we must first know the symbolic instruments of hidden energy that operate in this working system to operate through the spheres of magical consciousness. There are 4 levels or ways of working the temple in different regions or worlds, and they are Les Haudus, where the temple is erected and which corresponds to the physical plane, Makut of Asaya. 2 Les Lingsu, or region of the shrouds of the dead, which corresponds to the astral plane, Yezid of Yezerah. 3 Les Cadavres Piquants, or region of the embalmed dead, which corresponds to the mental plane, Tiferet de Braya. 4 Les Faiseurs des Zombies, or region of the magicians who bring the dead back to life, corresponds to the spiritual plane, Kether of Atziluth. To establish the orientation of the temple, which is really the way in which symbols operate in esoteric voodoo, it is necessary to indicate that in each of in the 4 levels mentioned there are 8 magical directions or paths of power. These they are north, west, southeast, northeast, northwest, southwest, and southeast. Each of them acts as a door of consciousness, through which the vibration or own lowest spirit acts, in the corresponding initiations, and through which consciousness is projected towards other dimensions where consciousness is manifests in time and space. In our LCN Mother Lodge in Spain, Zorigan Lodge, we work with the family of the Loa Spider or Zorigan family, Maitre Baron Zorigan, his wife Miss Diarani, his son T.T.S. and his daughter Mr. Twaldi. Normally they occupy other directions of consciousness, but when they are used in our temple of the Haudus, just as we do, they act as complementary to the four powers of the four directions N, O, S and E, taking those of N-E, No, So and S-E. The lowest spirits have many different personalities once we find them after erecting the temple. In our temple scheme we assign to the east Mr. Royal, also called Disapterum, father of all the mysteries of the dead and who is associated with the moon in Gemini, to the south to Mr. De Cranes, his son, who is attributed to the moon in Leo, to the west to Mr. De Sans, who is attributed to the moon in Taurus and who is the mother of this family, and finally to the north to Mr. De Haudus, the daughter attributed to the moon in Scorpio. In the complementary directions the Zorigan family is placed as follows: Mr. Twaldi to the N-E, who is the spider goddess daughter of Capricorn, Mr. Rani to the NW, spider mother goddess of Scorpio, T.I.'s regent to the SW, spider god son of Aquarius, and Baron Matra's regent to the SE, spider godfather of Leo. Once the temple is erected, the initiate will have before him a system of magical powers to induce archetypal forces to enter your imagination. When we stand in the center of this mandala we can see the lines of power crossing in the 8 different directions. This is the beginning of voodoo magical instrument that is used to travel in time, because whatever place we want to go in time the powers will come to us and reach us. To do this we must ask one of the spirits to be our guide. Each one will be assigned a specific function, thus the past to N and NE, the past present to W and NW, the present future to S and SW, and the future to E and SE. In this way we will be able to move to another region of time under the direction of a particular spirit. The other spirits act as a control, either by making them go back. For example, those from the NE will make those from the N go back in time because they are the ancient ones, or forward, as for example N will advance to the No. So, when we want to travel forward in time we will invoke power through the symbolic instruments of those who go forward. In this way the SE will move us forward, except if it is in position E, and as we move more and more towards the E and S we gain more speed, and the more we move towards the W and N, we will go slower and we will go back in time. With this method of time travel we enter the basic science of voodoo to travel through the different dimensions and spaces, since each time has a different dimensional objectivity. To explore the past and future of planet Earth, the voodoo initiate does not go out to another world or universe, but remains on Earth, because it explores the past using the O under the control of the No and the future with the O under the control of the So. It can thus go at any time, adjusting the influx of energies that are the fuel for its projections. This fuel is something similar to the ojas or sexual radioactivities that give power to our instruments symbolic. These ojas or sexual radioactivity are seen by the lowest spirits, but also by vampiric entities, and therefore the magician must take care of the nature of the magical images he uses when he gives the symbols the power with his own magical force field. These excessively terrifying vampires negatives need the ojas of the mandala instrument to feed themselves. Must be distinguished from the positive or negative loa that we use in the temple of the Haudus. Because these help the magician to move to other regions of time and guard the temple of voodoo sciences and provide him with certain energies that at the same time pairing with theirs produce vortices through which the aforementioned contacts are made. This is why it is necessary to know the nature of the energies behind the symbols of the mechanics of the voodoo system. Once the temple is erected we will realize that it is the field of magical power that can be built in the simplest way. Each symbolic point is a door that admits special forces represented by the location of the symbols and their intention. Immediately the forces will begin to arrive from the other side of the veil of demonstration. We will make contact with them through will, mind and imagination, and in this way the forces reach the mandala, forming a system like an 8-armed spider web. This is an ideal instrument to travel in time with consciousness, and in reality all other systems seem to be taken from it. The Voodoo initiate when seen by clairvoyance is like a magical spider, a Spider-Man sitting in the middle of the web, and will appear like this in the astral. because from now on he will be a spider wizard or spider sorcerer, Zoba. Once the fabric is woven, you must find the appropriate magical force in each of the 8 sources of cosmic energy, and once the instrument is started, see what images they appear when meditation is performed. A mirror must be used for this. Magic or polished stone or any other support method. First of all, the mind, will and imagination can be used to erect timely energy control, seeing that there is a cycle in this movement. Hidden, a kind of ebb and flow. The initiate can stop as long as he wants at this stage of the exploration. Below we give an explanatory diagram of the time zones as they manifest in our Orthodox temple. This, pure future, northeast-southeast, absolute history, future with only few earth elements, north-south, pure past, northwest, earth's past, future of the earth, southwest, near earth future, west, present becomes past. Wash-Tet ritual for time travel accessories, magic wand Loavev in colors Mystere Toile d'Irani, Annie, Mystere de Haldeus, and Mystere Irani, no, Mystere de Sangs, O.T.O's origin, so, Mystere de Cranes, S, Baron's origin, S.E, Mystere Royal, E, Tunic, non-incense, optional 1. Opening ritual. 2 standing facing Annie, point the stick in that direction and say, invoke Mystere Toile d'Irani, Spider Daughter, Goddess of Capricorn. 3 turn to the end pointing the stick in that direction and say, invoke Mystere de Haldeus, Spirits of Houdou Science. 4 turn NW, point the stick in that direction and say, invoke Mystere Irani, Spider Mother of Scorpio. 5 turn to the W and point the stick in that direction saying, invoke Mystere de Sangas, Black Goddess of Time and Space. 6 turn to the SW and point the stick in that direction saying, invoke to Uzarigan, Loa Inventor of Aquarius. 7 turn S and point the stick in that direction saying, invoke Mystere de Cranes, who welcomes those who serve the dead. 8 turn SE and point the stick in that direction saying, invoke Baron Zarigan, Spider Father of Leo. 9 turn to the E and point the stick in that direction saying, invoke Mystere Royal, God of all transformations. 10 sit in the middle of the temple facing east. Through imagination creatively form 8 arms from 1 towards the 8 directions. Always start with the NE and end with the east. Meditation can be done first with eyes closed and later with eyes open when you have acquired quite a bit of practice. The arms should be seen and the energy felt in the 8 directions. 11 turn in the direction of the time you want to explore. Any region of absolute history. And pure past or absolute region of history. Not past of earth. Or present that has just passed. SW Earth's near future. S on future of the earth. SE future with elements of the earth. E pure future. 12 ask the appropriate Loa for help traveling to where you want to go and say, Taste, Loa. Help me explore the time. 13. Constantly contemplate the Vev of the Loa and using the technique of the O.T.O.A, or the 11 degree, reach a satisfactory union with the Loa. Wash-Tet 14. Close your eyes and concentrate on the resulting image of the Vev, visualizing the astral body, entering said image as if it were a door. Observe the image or images that surround you. 15 Then head towards the direction of time that you are trying to explore, stopping to observe any object or entity that one can find. When one feels tired of walking through that dimension of time, return to the door and then to the physical body. 16 Standing, facing east, and pointing the staff in that direction say, Fade away Mystere Royal, God of transformations. 17 Turn SE and point the stick in that direction and say, Fade back Baron Zarigan, Leo's Spider Father. 18 Turn S and pointing there say, Fade away Mystere de Cranes, who welcomes those who serve the dead. 19 Turn to the SW and pointing the stick there say, Fade away Uzarigan, Loa Inventor of Aquarius. 20 Turn to O and pointing the stick there say, Fade away Mystere de Sangas, Black Goddess of Time. 21 Turn to the no and pointing the stick there say, fade away Mysteriorine, Scorpio Spider Mother. 22 Turn to the S and pointing the stick there say, fade Mystere de Hautus, Spirits of Hautu Science. Watch TED 23. Turn towards the NE and point the stick there and say, fade off Mystere Toile d'Irine, Spider Goddess Daughter of Capricorn. 24 Closing Ritual. Mystere Royal Pre Baron Zeraguno Ost Mystere Toile d'Irine Se del E5 Mystere de Hautus Mystere de Cranes OM No Mystere Arani So Axa Ti Zarigan, 0, DS Mystere de Sangs. Consecration Ceremony. Wash tea preparation. Before proceeding with the ritual, the candidate must choose what will be his personal loa, which will be his guide and direction during his journey through the remaining LC and degrees. Said personal loa can be one of those already known or simply the choice of a magical voodoo motto that summarizes the aspirations of your will. Spiritual. This personal loa will replace your maitre tehu until the initiation is only a projection of the ego in an idealized form with components of each of the subtle parts that make up the totality of man. The candidate will prepare the following utensils, the 4 magical instruments, censer and charcoal for the fire element, machete for the air element, container with water for the water element, dried pumpkin full of seeds, asin, for the earth element, yellow candle, magic diagram with the circle and veves of the loa, glass with sweet wine or liquor, piece of bread, cake, or cookie, yellow tunic for the investiture. Until then the candidate will remain naked in his temple, for. The tunic can be replaced by ribbon yellow, to be placed on the waist or around the head. Perfumed and blessed vegetable oil, for anointing. Ceremony 1. Orientation of the peristyle, altar diagram. The diagram is placed on the floor of the hamfor so that Dambalat is at the east, Sibi to the south, Agafur to the west and Huhinabho to the north. The yellow candle should be placed in the center of the Legba cross, in the middle of the magic circle. The candidate sits on the ground to the south of the diagram facing north. Magical instruments are outside the circle, censer to the east, machete to the south, water to the west and asin to the north. 2. Invocation of the Master. Raise your arms extended high and say, Master Mercury Aquarius, invoke your presence in the ceremony of my consecration as a wash tet, so that your power be my guide and help and the forces of the Spirit can be present. Teacher, accept me as the initiative of the internal order of the Black Snake, because it is my will to dedicate my life to search for the light and truth of existence and being, to become one day a link in the chain of teachers of our order. Lower your arms and light the yellow candle. 3. Invocation to Legba. Direct your gaze to the candle flame and visualize a ray of yellow light that descends from said flame to the center of the diagram, and then divides into 4 yellow rays that run towards the 4 cardinal points, illuminating the veves. Invocation, Ha. Open the path. Make the LOAS help me. Master of the crossroads. Remove the barrier with your power so it can pass. Ha. Open the door so can enter the temple. You are the oldest Loa because you exist since the beginning of the world. That's why you are the guardian of the entrance. You radiate spiritual light from the sun. Papa Legba is now in my hamfor. 4. Blessing of magical instruments. Take the censer in your hands and say, in the name of Dambalat, God, and Loa of the fire and the directionless that any negative influence disappear from this censer, which now dedicate to service of the spirits. Light the charcoal and place it inside the censer and return it to its place saying, endow this censer with powers and hidden forces to help me in my magic operations with the spirits of VUDU. Put some incense and continue. Dedicate you to the sacred work, be powerful in your action of fire. Take the machete and say, in the name of Simbi, God, and Loa of the air and the southern direction, may any negative influence disappear from this machete, which I now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Put it in its place and say, endow this machete with occult powers and forces to help me in my magic operations with the VUDU spirits. Dedicate you to the sacred work. Be sharp in your action of air. Take the container of water and say, in the name of O.T.O.A for God, and Loa of water and direction west, let any negative influence disappear from this cup, which now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Place the container in its place and extend your hands over the water saying, Source of life, vehicle of spirits, giver of forms, maternal womb, I endow you with powers and hidden forces to may you help me in my magic operations with the spirits voodoo. Dedicate you to the sacred work. Be moldable in your action of water. Take the asin with your hands and say, in the name of Ho, God, and Loa of the earth and the north direction, may any negative influence disappear from this ASON which I now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Put it in place and continue. Endow this ASON with occult powers and forces to help me in my magic operations with the VUDU spirits. Dedicate you to the sacred work. Be stable in your action of land. 5. Washing of the head. Baptism. Take the container of water and, raising it above your head, pour part of it and then stir the hair so that it is evenly wet. Meanwhile say, until now my being has been directed by an image ghost emerged from my ignorance of myself. From now on will be directed from the top of my head by my personal Loa, whose name I now proclaim to the 4 directions of space. 6. Anointing. Take a little oil with the index and middle fingers of the right hand, trace then a cross on the chest that goes from the top of the sternum to the tip of it, and from the left nipple to the right, and say meanwhile, may this holy oil cleanse and heal my body and my soul so that may I access the knowledge of the kingdoms of matter. 7. Investiture. Take the yellow tunic or ribbon and place it over the body saying, let this be my habit until have managed to unravel the secrets of the physical plane. Burn incense again. 8. Reading. The initiate will read and meditate on the following reading. The nature of the universe is governed by the Loa, which are the laws that govern it, acting as lattices that enclose all possible possibilities, marking the rules of manifestation. These Loa emanate from the archetypal divine essences that they make up the universal divine plan and take manifestation as they descend through the increasingly dense planes of the cosmos. Man has an intimate relationship with the Loa and especially with his personal Loa, therefore that must learn to know the Loa and come into contact with them in order to know and follow the laws of the universe. He must be guided by his personal Loa once he takes possession of him as his maitre tet. We must offer service to the Loa for all they have done to produce the harmonious and perfect machinery of the universe. Above all, we must serve them because in turn they serve us. They help us find our own reality. In the Loa, man has a magical path towards spirituality, because by knowing them, you come to know the true laws of the cosmos. 9. Eucharist. Take the bread, cake, and the glass of wine, or liquor, and place them on the veb de Ho, the cup below and the bread on top covering it. Then raise your arms and say, Ho, God, and Loa of the lower world, Lord of death and resurrection, descend upon this bread and this wine, so that your body and your blood become, and so that at the go to me, give me the powers necessary to be the king, queen. From the physical plane. Be the protective spirit of my body, in the name of Legba, Amen. Lower your arms and eat the bread and drink the wine, feeling the forces and powers of Ho. The celebrant will then enter meditation to receive the revelations of the Loa. 10. Meaning of the degree of Lave Tet. The functions of this degree are the purification, protection, strengthening and spiritual expansion of the magical consciousness. To do this, he will use the means that our order provides him and will put on his part all the efforts that his personal capacity gives you with the help of Ho and your personal Loa. 11. Closing. The initiate will ask the spiritual presences to withdraw to their region in the spiritual planes, Valias champs, and will then extinguish the candle and collect the hound for temple. Oil and its preparation. The oil used in the anointing is an oil of vegetable origin, preferably olive, or seeds, to which a perfume soluble in the oil is added, cinnamon, jasmine, clove, etc., or kept in maceration within the oil. A substance vegetable that releases the perfume. There are also scented oils on the market that can be purchased for this end. For this oil to become oil and to be used in the anointing, it must be previously blessed and consecrated for this purpose. This oil will be useful for how many it sometimes lasts in magical practices and should be kept in a perfectly closed glass jar. Oil preparation: open the bottle where the oil is kept and place it in the center of the diagram with the magic circle and the veves that constitutes the peristyle of the initiation ceremonies. Light 4 candles, 1 yellow on the vev of Huhinib-Ho, 1 blue on the vev of Agafur, 1 green on the vev of Simbi, another red on the vev of Dambalat. Place your hands on the oil and say, in the name of Papa Legba whose light shines and purifies the 4 directions of space, may any negative influence be eliminated from this oil. Purify and consecrate this oil for the service of the anointing according to sacred tradition, that the spirit of Legba descend upon this oil to strengthen our body with its contact, lighting up the secret centers with the spiritual fire. Make 4 crosses around the neck of the bottle in the 4 directions, east, south, west, and north. Close the jar and extinguish the candles, asking the spiritual presences to return to the regions of the spirit. Wash Tetlos Vesta Dambalia, Simbi, Agafur Huhinib by Tipuden Dibujers and Circulos de Carchalina del Color Adcuado del Elemento, de tal forma que puden ser girdas hacia la morada del candidato, según la posición que este adopt en el ritual. El server. The Black Couleuvre server, Canst, Zorigan Lodge, Spain. Monograph 1. Magical language contacts with spirits and other intelligences from realms beyond the physical. They began in modern times with John D. His system is the reference point for modern Enochian research. Our system surpasses D's system in many ways because we have a form to find the magic equivalent of each word, and this vocabulary is more technical. Likewise, we can access by analogical methods those areas, terms, and concepts still unknown to us that refer to important states of existence. There are color scales that work assimilated to this Enochian system. Both have been described in previous monographs. One scale is called Zuthirian, which is masculine, and another is Voodoo, which is feminine. In the work of communication with spirits, one or the other can be used, although generally to contact the angels the Zuthirian scale is used. Each level on the color scale has a number, and we have to ask the oracle what level is to begin communication. To do this we use 2 normal dice, which will give us a number between 2 and 12, see color scales and their numbers. The help of a magic mirror as well as kemes or magic squares should be used. The area of power or level that is trying to communicate with the magician is first established with the oracle. Once established, the mirror will display the corresponding colors in the form of lightning bolts of colored light on its black. This serves for the spirits to manifest through said mirror. The words received may be totally different from any given word. The languages of the earth, including the Enochian language used by D. Hieratic languages often lack vowels and require special punctuation to represent vocalizations. This is because these languages reflect the hidden physics of sound, because entities on planes beyond the physical do not need vowels to produce waves. In the Akasha, while we do need them to vibrate the air medium in which the sound is transmitted, there are also soundless ways of pronouncing the words of angelic languages that have nothing to do with the physical world. This is the method of imagine these words, that is, they are not spoken but used in the imagination in the form of visualization. The numbers that accompany the levels of the color scales correspond in our solar system to the following planets and Sephiroth of the classic tree of life of the Hebrew Kabbalah. Sinfan even pain tarpan cl toasaurs repgafora noida sam am rofo zoom 10 pm snrar tongan for ofersa to translate the thought waves that are received from these areas of power into our alphabet. Use is made of the system of numerical correspondences already given previously, and which are deduced with 5 dice, with values between 5, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, and 30, 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6, as follows. Dice value. With this table it is possible to derive the words in the Enochian language of the angels of light and the demons of darkness and other beings of interest for the magician's linguistic exploration. In this way the corresponding eons, daemons, and syzygies can be contacted in their own languages. First of all, you have to know if the word in angelic language for the magic square is positive or negative. To do this, the oracle of a single die is thrown, and if the number is odd it will be positive, and if it is even it will be negative. Next, roll 2 dice to find a value between 2 and 12 for the sephirotic or glyphotic planet. Thus a contact is established from the entity to the operator, with which telepathic control of the oracle is carried out. This gives us the level that has been contacted within the 16 spaces. Then the magician responds by flashing the colors in the magic mirror, and this establishes the link between the entity and the magician, and the magical dialogue can begin. Once this step has been carried out, we must ask the name of the intelligence in whose sphere we are communicating. The name has to be deduced with the 5 dice and the oracle's number-letter conversion table. Then the magic squares can be constructed using the system studied in the last O.T.O.A degree. Students of this system must make a magical dictionary based on their research with this system. Once the dictionary of words and their numerical equivalence has been prepared, a received Enochian word can be searched by its numerical value in the dictionary, and the Spanish word or the different ones can be found. Words that correspond to that numerical value. With this you can select meanings within the logic of the received words and the intuition of Mago to compose messages and sacred books. Monograph 2, Universe G. The purpose of the Gui Grimoire is to create a practical magic or way of working with the spirits of voodoo. In this way the magician erects a temple with the spiritual forces that are within his own hidden anatomy. With this the spirits become operative in their personal experience and are the objective of their will, for the which these spirits take their space and live within said hidden anatomy. This means that the hidden body is transformed into the temple of the Loa of the Gui Grimoire. These hidden spaces are collectively called the Gui Universe or G Universe, and are those in which the spirits operate to work for the magician. Initially there are 16, but they can be refined to reach 256 in total. These 256 hidden centers correspond to the 256 magical centers or spheres of other esoteric systems. The magician's body therefore has certain hidden centers of power, among them the 16 or 256 centers or hidden spaces or universe G, and this is the area that corresponds to working with the Gui Grimoire. They are sex magical and are used by the Gui priests in a precise way in their projections of will and energy. Black magic does not exist, because if such a thing existed it would not be magic, although it is true that we can find constructive and destructive spirits, but both are servants of Gui and are included in his liberation scheme. The priests of Gui form an authentic church, whose master is Hector Francois Jean-Maine, his Black Pope, and just as Rome is the holy city of the Catholic Church, Léogâne, in Haiti, is the holy city of the Church of Gui. This type of magic is African, and its priests are continuators of the magical systems of Atlantis and Lemuria, which is why this system is sometimes called Afro-Atlantean. In the Gui Grimoire system, the Loa have an attraction for hidden spaces, which are 16, although also 256 and more. The system is based on these hidden centers of the magician in his own body, and they are not abstractions but must be intensely visualized one at a time. These centers have occult power, and this power is used to create favorable magical conditions for working with the Gui Grimoire, because there are entities inhabiting them. It is necessary to remember that this magic is based on the hidden forces of our own body, which is an instrument of sexual force and energy that can be easily put to work on different issues. In reality there are as many voodoo spirits as there are operational possibilities to be carried out. There are different levels of beings and ways to find the spirits to work with them, but let's remember that we already have the spaces inhabited by them, and through the vivas we can use them magically after selecting them according to their function. The Gui priest does not use many ritual instruments, he simply uses himself, that is, he only needs the spirits, their vevs, and the purpose of his will. Exercise in a dim room with a lit candle in front of you, Place the palm of your right hand extended in front of your face. Look at the fingers of your hand and visualize them as tubes of energy or light that go out into the surrounding space. In the flexion areas of the fingers they appear as folds that divide them into 3 spaces for each finger, making a total of 15. In the center of the palm of the hand, in the middle of the stripes, there is also another space that radiates and captures light and energy. There are a total of 16 spaces, 3 for each finger plus the one on the palm of the hand. Look at each of the 16 spaces, one by one slowly, because in each of them there is a power. Little by little, the face and body of a mature Haitian black man, with very dark skin, will appear in the form of a visualization in these spaces. Black, white hair, white mustache and goatee, with brown eyes with blue sparkles. This is Hector-François Jean-Maine, the Black Pope of the Church of Haiti. He has high cheekbones and can see himself better by moving his eyes from one part of his hand to another. The more we focus on the secret space of the hand, the better the contact with the Pope of Voodoo will be. He will smile and make contact with the initiate. The images should not be forced when they appear, but rather the voodoo energies should be allowed to come towards you from Leogane, using the hand as if it were a television receiver. Whenever we wish to make contact with the Black Pope of Voodoo and speak to him, it can be done through this simple exercise. After making contact, you should ask questions and listen to the answers in your mind. Monograph 3, Working with the I Ching. The importance of the I Ching or Book of Changes is in what it can reveal to us. Yet there is a more esoteric importance to be found in what it hides in itself. Many magicians and occultists make use of the I Ching, but few make use of its magic math. As each system of magic involves a type of mathematics, it is important to understand that our system involves magical calculation that can find yourself in the I Ching. When the magician works with the Book of Changes, it must be understood that the figures given in the oracles, the 64 hexagrams, serve to inform that doors open at the time of the oracle, leading to the internal planes. The form that the hexagram of the I Ching takes reveals the particular type of entrance, through whose dimension the magician can move to meet the beings. That cannot be connected in any other way. In other words, there are certain magical beings with whom the magician can do contact only in the form of the magical algebra of the I Ching. Thus, each exploration of the internal world must be a unique magical experience and a proper diary of that work. Already in the degrees of the O.T.O.A, the 16 magical axioms of our system have been established. These 16 axioms also have their mathematical and magical interpretations. These interpretations are the 64 figures of the I Ching. In other words, with each interpretation one of the 16 basic magical axioms is projected onto one of the 4 planes, and with this we can affirm that there are only 4 kinds of things in each logical universe. These 64 interpretations have 4 explanations each, that is, a total of 256. If we add 256 and 64 we will have 320, and if we add to this the 16 basic axioms, the result is 336, which is the number of the Hierophant of the Rite of Memphis Misraim. It is usually written as 97 equals 336, which means that the Hierophant is the master of the 2 regions, the magical metaphysical, 97, and the magical mathematical, 336. We can say that there are 64 interpretations and each of them has 4 explanations. These 4 can refer to specific paths or steps from the physical world to certain higher regions. When a figure comes out of the I Ching, a door opens at the same time that we penetrate towards the higher regions. The spirits give the figure or hexagram during the work of the oracle, and these passages or paths are used by the magician, as well as by the spirits who come and see through them. At the same time, just as the path will be open for 1 hexagram at a time, but in theory there are 256 possibilities for hexagrams or hidden passages in the oracle. Through this system we can see the enormous potential for the use of the I Ching oracle, as well as simultaneous work between planes. Let's now see how this magical system operates. According to the logic of the I Ching, the figure is formed by 3 coins with values heads equals 2, tails equals 3. The total value will be from 6 to 9. If the total values are 6, 8, the result of the roll is a dashed line, and if they are 7, 9, a continuous line, as follows. If we take the possible numerical combinations for the 6 lines, we can say that there are many mathematical possibilities that can be interpreted as magical passages to the internal or higher planes, from the number 36 to 54. For example, the Kaon hexagram has 6 lines of 6, 6x6 equals 36, and the Haitian hexagram has 6 lines of 9, 6x9 equals 54. According to this model of analysis, the following numbers indicate the corresponding passages: 36, 42, 43, 44 equals land passages 37, 38, 45, 46.47 equals water passages 39, 41, 40, 48, 49.50 equals air passages 41, 51, 52, 53.54 equals passages of fire. When we work with these passages, we do not need to make use of the magical explanations of the 64 hexagrams, but we will only take them into account as logical deductions of the system. The system is as follows. Trail work with the I Ching accessories. Magic wand grimoire Gui book of the I Ching 3 coins or Ching cards 5 dice for the letter oracle magic mirror paper and pencil to record the results and for magic squares. Dresses, none incense, optional 1. Opening 2. Turn to the north with the magic wand and draw the yellow Kaon trigram in the air in front of you and vibrate the name Kaon. 3. Turn to the west and draw the blue Kaon trigram in the air in front of you with the wand and vibrate the name Kaon. 4. Turn to the south and with the wand trace the Li trigram in green in the air in front of you, vibrating the name Li. 5. Turn to the east and with the magic wand draw the red Jian trigram in the air in front of you, vibrating the name Chin. 6. Sit facing east with the magic mirror in front of you so that you can see your face reflected in it. Ask, which trail is open this time? 7. Throw the oracle using the 3 coins or cards and draw the 6 lines of the hexagram, starting from the bottom up. Heads equals 2 and tails equals 3. If the coins add up to 6 or 8, the line is broken, and if they add up to 7 or 9, the line is continuous. 8. Look at the name and number of the hexagram in the Book of I Ching. 9. Add the numbers on each line to determine the Gnostic number of the hexagram. 10. Determine which level in the Gui grimoire you are working on. 11. Using the grimoire determine the colors, Zothirian or Voodoo, that must be used, as well as any other attributions that one wants to use for said level. Level E36 9. 48 My 42x Sansa Wens 49 Ps as XL Anana 39 to 40 44 XIL. 54, Nada IE 45 12. 51 6 INE 37 to 38 14. 52 miles IIIE, 46 15 Nasna 53. 12. Determine which family the hexagram is in, according to the Gnostic number. That is to say, Earth family equals 36, 42 to 44, Water family equals 37 to 38, 45 to 47, Air family equals 39 to 40, 48, 50, Fire family equals 41, 51 to 53, 54 13. Determine the number of letters in the family name by reducing the family number. 4. Example 42 to 44. 44 plus 2 plus 4 plus 4 equals 14 equals 5. 14. Say, what is the name of the family on this path? Derive the name of the family using the 5 dice oracle to deduce the letter numbers corresponding to what was calculated in the previous section. Then flash the colors appropriate to the level on the magic mirror. 15. Make the direct or inverse magic square for the family name. 16. Determine the number of letters of the spirit by reducing the Gnostic number of the hexagram, for example to 42, 4 plus 2 equals 6. 17. Say, what is the name of the spirit of this path? Derive the name of the spirit using the oracle of 5 dice with the number of letters calculated in the previous section. Then flash the colors of the level in the mirror. 18. Make the direct or inverse magic square for the name of the spirit. 19. Meditate on the magic squares, repeating their lines mentally or simply visualize them. To pronounce them, they can be inflated using the vowel oracle, which makes them easier to pronounce. 1. 20. Flash the hexagram in the appropriate colors on the mirror: yellow, X, blue, 0, green. 21. Project consciousness in the mirror and continue doing so until one becomes tired. 22. Finish the projection by flashing the hexagram again in the appropriate colors in the mirror. Close your eyes and relax. 23. Closing. In our system we recognize 6 vowels: A, E, I, 0, U, U. Why, we can say that if we want to use these vowels in an oracular way, we simply roll a die taking into account that 1 equals A, 2 equals E, 3, 21, 4 equals 0, 5 equals U, 6 equals Y. When we find a vowel in the oracle of 5 dice, we have to roll the given to know if there should be another vowel behind said vowel, giving it its complete sound. If it comes out 1, 3, 5, it means that there is a vowel after it, and if it comes out 2, 4, 6, it means that there is no other vowel after it. For example, suppose we have deduced the Enochian word ekyon. The first thing is to know whether or not a vowel follows the E. We roll the die and it comes up 3, which means that another vowel actually follows. We roll the die again and it comes up 3 again, which means that after the E goes the I, so the pronunciation of said E is EI. For consonants it is not necessary to ask whether or not a vowel follows, because in the pronunciation of Enochian words, inflated with vowels, all consonants have a vowel after them. Following the same example of the word ekyon, we obtain for K, 1 equals A, for J, 4 equals O, for H, 5 equals U, and for N, 1 equals A. We therefore have the word pronounceable as a kehoana, which will be the word inflated from the oracle of numbers and letters. With this method the Gnostic priest can chant all the words that are derived from the oracles in a mantric way. We must always observe that the vowels derived from the oracle will only be derived after the complete word has been received. Monograph 4, Lelingulsu. This name in traditional Haitian Voodoo refers to the priests of the astral shrouds, and in this cult there is a kind of specific magical eroticism identified with death. In esoteric Voodoo this necrophilia has been restricted, having been changed to a type of magic based on nocturnal erotic encounters, during sleep, with spirits. These spirits, in their attempt to materialization, takes possession of the male organ during sleep. A woman is considered masculine during her menstruation days. For this reason the excitement of the sexual organ during sleep is an indicator of the visit of these spirits. The spirits of the Lingulsu family are sometimes mistaken for vampiric entities. We must distinguish these experiences from the European ones called succubi, because in Lingulsu, the entities seek to fill their own magical identity by taking the occult forces of the magician, which is why some occultists see them as horrible, and yet they are a source of great power. In these nocturnal activities, sexual energy is exchanged for occult and psychic powers. The Lingulsu candidate must open his being to possession by these spirits to become an object of their desires, since they will give him hidden powers in exchange for his human vitality. These spirits are actually an extension of one's own identity of the candidates, and through sexual union with them one also arrives to be Lingulsu. The practice to attract these spirits is equivalent to grade 8 of the O.T.O.A, called Mystery of Solitude, by which the candidate becomes increasingly attractive to these spirits. The exit degree of the O.T.O.A can also be used for the same purpose, but always offering the resulting secretions to the spirits in the usual way. This method will make certain magicians break the sexual magical taboo that other right-hand orders have. Once achieved, the magician must surrender to this obsession night when it comes upon him, and because it manifests itself in the form of intense eroticism, the sexual vitality escapes and is taken by the spirits, filling the changed the area from which they had taken it with pure elemental power of the most intense psychic activity. These forces creep into the magician as he becomes more and more a Lingulsu, because he identifies more and more with the primordial layers of existence. To possess this power, We must take it when the spirits are taking our own vitality, and once received it becomes the basis of all magical operations derived from this esoteric vision of sexuality. When we need power, all we have to do is focus these clouds' astral lines of sexual energy, because in this way the spirits will pour their power over us through astral lines created in the void by themselves. It is necessary to use the magical structure of the temple, mandalum instrumentum. With this creates a method of astral work with spirits. The magician must verify how this research method works and the way in which the energies feed the different parts of the mandala, since for the 8 zones of the instrument there are 8 energies that are directed towards them. A record must be kept in the magical journal of each of the experiences carried out with this instrument. Monograph 5, Les Cadavres Pecans. The Gui cult is the cult of ritual worship understood as phallic expression. This is why the Haitian Voodoo church of this tradition does not have female priests or female elements in its symbology. 1. Gui is, apart from a phallic god, the Loa of death and resurrection, and therefore black and violet predominate in the clothing of the Gui priests. Gui is also the lord of Saturday and Saturn. The liturgical center of the Gui cult in La Couleuvre Noire is Les Cadavres Pecantes, which refers to the internal Gui cult corresponding to the Baron Gui family or internal manifestations of the superior in its aspect of transformation, death, and the name Pecans comes from the aroma given off by corpses embalmed with essential oils. The priests of the Gui cult have a predilection for spicy flavors, and it is even said that the priests ingest a mixture of chili pepper, mint, and strong cinnamon. This powder mixture is also said to be sprayed over your eyes to achieve clairvoyance. Actually here, when talking about the pungent essences of corpses, it is a reference to the internal energy of the priest himself, to his sexual radioactivity. We will expand more details about the Gui cult and its system later. Esoteric. LCN's exploration of esoteric voodoo makes use of the so-called vev, which are diagrams or mandalas manifested in real substance, matter, and that graphically represent the total reality of the Loa. This means that there is a logical isomorphism between the vev and the magical temple of the internal plane of the Loa, a temple that is the house of power and from which we draw the magical symbols. To begin practicing LCN methods, you must begin as if you were an artist drawing maps of the Loa, because this is one of the most important parts of understanding the cult. We understand by magical maps those drawings and graphs that reveal the power of the internal worlds and that become ideal instruments or magical geographies of the internal plane, erected according to logic. The vev are here like posts or guide signs for the direction of magical energies. In these maps, the flow of energy in a certain direction is indicated by an arrow. The path of passage of a higher and a lower level of consciousness is represented by a ladder. This ladder would be a magical line of initiation that moves up, initiate, and down, initiator, within the structure of internal consciousness. These magical maps of the inner worlds are hieroglyphic directional systems through which the magician can find his way with the help of the Loa that directs him. If the magician gets lost, it is not difficult to know where he is and where he is going, because he can orient himself by consulting the directions with the Loa. In this way, the magical maps of consciousness are an important help for the magician within the worlds of Les Cadavres Pecans, mental plane. When we work in these regions, we must take into account the following. 1. Be sure which system or family, famil, of the Loa is working, and for you have to become familiar with its symbols. At LCN we use Gui families. 2. You must contact the appropriate Loa to be able to carry out the investigation. For this it is necessary to perform meditation. 3. Look for insinuations in the vev of the Loa to give consistency to the symbols and being able to make magical maps. 4. Meditate on the vev in order to produce the habit of unconscious reflection of these Loa on the conscious mind. 5. Exercise the imagination by making maps related to the vev of the Loa, acting as paths in consciousness. 6. Exercise visualization with imaginative projection exercises in these regions. 7. Find the Loa on the trails on these maps and ask them for instructions and advice. 8. Travel through these maps daily to exercise in traveling through these mystical regions. 9. Carefully record all operations and experiences in a special notebook or book that will constitute the magical work diary. 10. When strange and unidentified qualities are found in these maps, they must be isolated through magical considerations, because they may be new loas. 11. These loas may be known to other voodoo initiates, but they will be new to us and will form an extension of the knowledge of these worlds. 12. Little by little the trust that the loa place in us will increase and we will be able to begin to practice the rites and ceremonies that the loa induce in us. 13. In this way we will learn everything necessary about esoteric voodoo and its magical operations. 14. With all this, the magical instruments that we can use in voodoo. 15. And we will know that voodoo has no limits. 16. And that it is totally mathematical in its essence and that the loa have a magical geometry. Monograph 6. Zombie Fazour's Voodoo is a logical science composed of many factors and interconnections. Symbolic that, by their nature and power of action, are spiritual realities with intelligence and power to act on the space-time physical order. Therefore, the voodoo magician does not have to make efforts to make contact with the plane's internal because it is already there and has the power to act directly and positively. The magician's powers are the powers of the loa themselves. The internal lodge called Les Fazours de Zombie has the loa as its internal master. Maître Gui Horizon and as internal Grand Master to the loa Maître Baron Cimetière. The name Fazours de Zombie derives from the priests who develop elementals in dead bodies and make them move and work. The magic taught in this lodge gives information about the Gui system, which constitutes in itself a system of the universe called the Gui universe, Universe G, which is where the Fazours de Zombie live. These are living beings in their own universe, because from there human beings are seen as dead beings. This Gui universe is a spiritual archetypal world that we can access if they wish to accept us. The initiations given in LC and prepare to enter this Gui universe, Universe G, in it are the beings that resurrect in perfection, because there are no physical bodies like those of this universe, Universe A, but rather glorified bodies that they are never corrupted. Initiation as a zombie. This initiation can be carried out alone by the candidate. To do this, he must visualize in his imagination all the details and steps of it, placing himself in the place where he is going to be initiated. First step. It takes place in a funerary crypt of the type found in large cathedrals or in the mausoleums of ancient families, counts, barons, etc., in which they appear funerary slabs on the ground and in the center of which stands a stone tomb with its marble slab, on which the name of the candidate is engraved. The tomb is empty and prepared to receive him. It is an evening and the initiator has died the day before and has been watched over by his loved ones until the moment the funeral procession begins to take him to the tomb, his body being placed in the tomb and covered with the slab. The procession leaves and the mausoleum closes again. At midnight the Loa Maître de Morts or Lord of the Cemeteries enters the crypt accompanied by a ghoul, grave robber, and they approach the sarcophagus, where the corpse of the one who is going to be initiated remains. The ghoul removes the slab and takes out the corpse and using spells turns it into a zombie. The one who is going to be initiated gets up and walks through the crypt seeing before him Maître de Deaths. At a sign from the Maître, the one who wants to be initiated, now a zombie, kills the ghoul for having disturbed the peace of a deceased person, and when the corpse lies on the ground he is also transformed into a zombie with the help of the Maître. Second step. It takes place in a dark and deep cave where zombies go, including the initiate. This is a funerary cave where spider sorcerers gather, placed as obobs. Their Maître de Morts wants to celebrate a feast with the initiate to celebrate the arrival to the zombie world. Maître points to this one, the initiate, and he is taken by the others and sacrificed, that is, his chest and abdomen are opened and his viscera are consumed. Especially the heart and liver, and its blood drunk in a chalice that Maître de Morts passes to each of the zombies. The sacrificed zombie is then placed on a throne and given a type of magical reality that turns him into Nimbo, resurrected. Third step, the zombies, including the initiate, move to the temple of the Spider Loa, Puri-style Zarigan, where Baron Zarigan, father of the spider sorcerers, Zobops, presides, who instructs the zombies on how to become living men again. To do this, they receive the poison that he generates, semen, with which they transform back into living beings or zombies according to their will, making them immune to all mortal dangers. The symbolism of zombieism represents the voodoo initiate's creation of a glorious body, different from the physical body, which surpasses the limitations of the physical plane and even other less dense planes such as the astral and mental. It is unlimited in its functions since it moves on the spiritual archetypal plane. Normally, when the individual dies, he does not reach this plane and remains in the lower planes. Only the initiate who has built that body of glory, diamond, and has transformed into a zombie, can reach that plane where the Loa and the gods dwell. The entire ceremony must be seen as a symbolic representation, and that the presence of the Loa Maitre de Morts and Barons Origin represent aspects of realities that exist within the initiate himself. Monograph 7, The Rites of ZOM Voodoo Magic incorporates very ancient magical elements from Africa and Atlantis, but within esoteric voodoo itself, there are elements, such as magic of the Loas of the Zoroastrian family, who belong to an even more remote tradition, the Zutherian era, which belongs to the primordial continent Zutheria, from which the Lemurian and Atlantean magical systems were derived. This tradition is known within esoteric voodoo as the rites of Zum. It is, that is, the most archaic part of the voodoo magical practice. The priesthood of Zum is the secret elite of Soterian spiritualism. These rites involve contact with very archaic magical areas and powers, which is why they are dangerous, due to the sexual nature of said contact. In reality, it is a type of sexual magic with astral entities of great magical power, since they are deeply rooted in the collective unconscious. In the current era, that is, in this new era that has begun, there is a messenger entity, a kind of intermediary spirit between the collective of Zutherian spirits and the magicians, who is in charge of works of this nature. This is O.T.O.A, currently known as the bearer of the new eon of the post-Crowleyan Thelemics, but whose root name, *8SZIVOOVIZ. O.T.O.A, is responsible for our new era, for the communication between the Zoterian spirits and the authentic magicians of the will. It is in this way that through O.T.O.A among the Thelemites and O.T.O.A among the Zamates, magicians who operate the rites of Zum, the Zoterian magical consciousness penetrates our planet in these times. Zoterian spirits can be catalogued in human mythologies as angels or demons, devas or asuras, eons or daemons, etc. They are associated with the voodoo Loas, that is, they are stratified according to the 16 light or dark levels of the Guhi-Legba system, since they closely follow this archetypal universal pattern of 4x. 4 equals 16. In reality, although supported and directed by the Loas, they arise from the unconscious world present in the physical body of the Zamate magicians, and thanks to sexual magic they come out to manifest in the mental consciousness of the magician and provide him with their powerful magical power. Zoterian forces and powers already exist in the magician, but they must be awakened and brought from the unconscious to consciousness so that they can operate in him. These 16 archetypal levels that underlie the macro and microcosm are absolute realities, with their associated symbolic connotations, through which the magician directly accesses them. To work the rites of Zum, the temple of Guhi is used as a magical instrument or mandala of symbolic relationship between the magician and the spiritual forces. Zoterian spirits are neither good nor bad, so we can associate them particularly with angels or demons. They themselves are spirits and are on a level above the concepts of good and evil as applied by men. They are evoked and used by the competent magician for use in self-knowledge and magic, and it is not worth setting ridiculous objectives such as those usually set by vulgar people. The rites of Zum liberate us by using our bodies as generators magical on the physical plane. The associated symbols refer to the astral plane and the Loas corresponding to the mental plane. The 16 hidden points or levels of the temple and their colors are physical realities for the operations of this magical system, which is why the magician must work on spatial sensory impressions and their corresponding colors. 2. Sexual magic of the rite of some to produce a specific energy. 3. The astral world of esoteric spirits. 4. The laws or laws that direct the entire system. To perform the rites of some, it must be taken into account that each area of space attributed to an element has its special time throughout the year, so that the levels corresponding to the earth element, I, 2, IHI and 4 must be worked on in the following astrological epochs. When the moon is in Scorpio, in spring. 2. When the sun is in Taurus. 3. When the sun is in Virgo. 4. When the sun is in Capricorn. The levels corresponding to the water element, be when the sun is in Scorpio. 6. When the moon is in Taurus, in summer. 7. When the sun is in Pisces. 8. When the sun is in Cancer. The levels corresponding to the element air. 9. When the sun is in Libra. X. When the sun is in Aquarius. 11. When the moon is in Leo, in autumn. 12. When the sun is in Gemini. The levels corresponding to the fire element. 13. When the sun is in Sagittarius. 14. When the sun is in Aries. 15. When the sun is in Leo. 16. When the moon is in Gemini, in winter. As can be seen, the essences are worked with the moon in Scorpio in spring, Taurus in summer, Leo in autumn and Gemini in winter. The magician should preferably perform the rites without any clothing, if the weather and the occasion allow it, and will have on the altar the diagram of the Temple of O.T.O.A, the Voudon Grimoire, the vib or magical diagram of the loa corresponding to the level to be worked on, the symbols associated with said level, a glass with aromatic wine or liquor, 2 candles with the colors of the level, 5 dice, a token with the values of the letters, numbers, incense, and censer, paper and pencil to collect the results. The letter number values that are obtained with the 5 dice, and that will appear on the card, are. During the work with the rites of some, the magician uses these 5 dice to obtain the names of esoteric spirits that he has to evoke. To do this, use these dice by rolling a number of times equal to the number of letters that according to the Voudon Grimoire has each of the 16 levels. These numerical values resulting from rolling the 5 dice, between 5 and 30, will give the letters of the names of the spirits of each level. Once the letters have been written down on the paper, we will proceed to make them vocalizable, since in principle they will be names mostly composed of consonants. To vocalize these names you have to use a single die and ask the spirits whether each letter of the name has a vowel or not. The die is rolled for each letter of the name, and if the result is I3-5, the spirits respond affirmatively about the vocalization, but if it comes out 2-4-6, it means that the letter of the name does not have a vowel. Once an affirmative result is obtained, I3-5, the die must be rolled again to find out the vowel that carries vocalization according to the following values: A equals LE equals 2, 1 equals 3, O equals 4, U equals 5, Y equals 6. Ritual. Light the candles and light the incense. 2. Stand before the altar, facing no, point in that direction and say, invoke the current of ZIVOOVIZ, so that it penetrates into my body, into my soul, into my mind and into my will, so that I can understand my cosmic individuality. 3. Now turn in the direction of the space corresponding to the level on which you are going to work and pointing towards it say, name of the corresponding loa. Help me to realize, objective of the rite, and so I may be able to understand my cosmic individuality. 4. Put more incense in the censer if the intensity of the fumigation has decreased, and then say, Holy Spirit of the element, clean the temple where you are going to manifest. 5. Sit facing the diagram of the Temple of O.T.O.A and say, invoke the loa, name of the corresponding loa, consecrated to the level. 6. Close your eyes and concentrate on the corresponding centers of the body, first sexual, second cerebral, and third exoteric, to then direct the energy that arises towards the corresponding direction of the Temple of O.T.O.A. 7. Visualize the appropriate colors of the level and say below, I assume the powers of the loa. Look at the bev. 8. Take the glass with the liquor and say, drink into my being the powers of the loa. Drink. 9. Using the oracle of the 5 dice, deduce the name of the spirit that has emanated from the lowest towards the cup of liquor that has been drunk. To do this, you must keep in mind that the number of letters in the name must be the magic number of the level, corresponding in the table of the Voudon Noire. Once the name has been deduced, you have to build a magic square with its letters. If the deduced word is, for example, almas, the square would be as follows: almas losa mosa masam el sam laten. Read the magic square aloud and invoke the spirit. Invoke the spirit to reveal me its secrets. 11. Project consciousness towards the astral plane and collect the images, thoughts, sounds, words, etc., that appear throughout the projection. 12. Once the projection is over, keep your mind in a meditative state for a few minutes about what you experienced and then record it in your journal. 13. Extinguish the candles and collect the temple. Monograph 8, Introduction to O.T.O.A. In the teachings of LCN we find esoteric elements of Voodoo mixed with esoteric elements from the East, Hinduism and Taoism. This is due to the strong Oriental influence brought to the Caribbean by Hindu and Chinese immigrants, which influenced the African traditions carried by slaves. One of the elements of this origin, which frequently appears in the teachings and magical practices of LCN, is that of the O.T.O.A. When talking about O.T.O.A., it is about a reference to certain magical energies that magicians generate in their own body, for which it acts as a projection vehicle. The body itself is not the true producer of these energies, but rather acts as a lens through which they radiate. All people do not radiate O.T.O.A.s, as these are granted by higher powers exclusively to some magicians. This magical power leaves the body in the form of radiation and can be used for constructive or destructive work. To access this power, one has to possess the secrets of the exit degree of sexual magic, since with this magical practice the magician learns to project his sexual energy and is prepared to master the art of managing the O.T.O.A.s. O.T.O.A.s radiations are emitted by the magician as a kind of lightning, but in order to do this, it is necessary for the magician to match his sexual vitality with its magical purpose. The use of a mantric word of power such as name of the tantric deity Shiva is of great help for this broadcast. There is therefore an important relationship between the emission of O.T.O.A.s and sexual radioactivity, energy released during orgasm. But we have already said that O.T.O.A.s are not possessed by most people. Ordinary. For the O.T.O.A.s to be awakened in the magician, he has to first contact the source of these O.T.O.A.s. But this source is difficult to find, since only certain magical orders have a source of O.T.O.A.s in their inner core, and one way to access this source is through magical initiation. There is a magical chain or line of succession in the world, which has existed since the most remote times on this planet. This line of succession is the basis of the magical transmission of O.T.O.A.s through the centuries. The Couleuvre Noire is linked to this magical chain and therefore has the power of O.T.O.A.s, which is transmitted to its members through initiations. The power of O.T.O.A.s of the order forms a kind of reservoir, within which the energies are continually renewed. This means that no matter how much use is made of it, the reservoir is never empty. The reason for this constant renewal is that these energies are cosmic and are not only at the inner center of the order, but are also within nature itself. This is due to the energy traffic that exists between this universe and the other parallel universes located in other dimensions. The beings of these universes are therefore another source of these energies, which they make affect the internal center of the order, with which they are in contact. When the candidate for initiation contacts the order of LCN, he is hooked in the magical power that enables him to create and spread a series of magical powers and energies. But in order to be linked with the reservoir of magical energies, O.T.O.A.s, of the internal center of the order, it is necessary that the student be carefully examined by the master, to verify whether or not the necessary potential exists in him to receive these powers. To do this, the candidate must contact the LCN order and send what the teacher requests you to take said exam. It must be taken into account that this type of verification can be done by the master not physically, but astrally. Once the student is hooked, he is able to receive and absorb more and more energy, as he progresses in the study and practice of this magical system? We have already said that energies do not have their origin in this universe, although their administration is located in this world. Hence the importance of personal contact with the Master for this type of acquisition of magical power. According to the teachings of LCN, the higher self or personal law of the individual exists normally only in a potential state and needs to be magically developed for it to manifest. But this process is only possible individually and in direct contact with the Master, representative of the Logos. Legba, in the order. It is the teacher-student contact that facilitates the spiritual nourishment necessary to become a magician in the system. There are many esoteric orders that do or do not have a true master as their guide. Most of them are so overcrowded that there can hardly be a personal relationship between teacher and student. In these orders and fraternities spend a lot of money on the training that is given, so that the majority of members are tied to the order more by the time and money they have invested in it than by the results they have achieved. None of this can be called or resemble the direct relationship between a master and a student, as happens in LCN, since this is the only way that magical powers can be made a reality in each of the students. The master must not be worshipped or venerated, since such an attitude must be reserved for the divine reality that is immanent in each individual and in the entire cosmos, the divine essence. The master should rather be seen and used as an instrument of awakening the magical energy that will make possible the discovery of that reality. The magical key to the reservoir of magical power that forms the inner center of the order of LCN is the Fa. Fa is the Afro-Atlantean name for the magical essence of the LCN system and has always been, for millennia, the indispensable substrate for magical initiation into the system. Although there are certain connotations with its use by other religious systems of African origin, such as the Voodoo religion or Santeria, it is essentially much superior to that other more generalized exoteric use. The Fa is the oldest part of the cosmic manifestation of the oneself and transcends to any person or ego, and its religious manifestations, in the form of loas or orishas, are just masks of psychic energy used as archetypes in human existence. The initiate, by uniting with the mysteries of the Fa, erects a necessary magical nature as an indispensable substrate for the higher self or personal loa to manifest. The Fa is primordial to all types of ceremonial magic, and an esoteric order that is based on its mysteries will be the most powerful in magical energies. The magical energy of the Fa manifests in the four planes: spiritual, mental, astral, and physical etheric, and therefore can reach the initiate in any of his stages of development within the initiation. The Fa system entered LCN thanks to Master M. Aquarius, who contacted the Loa-Legba directly. The Loa-Legba is associated with the magical powers of Mercury, Hermes, and operates through the zodiacal intelligence of Gemini. Master M. Aquarius is also united with the magical powers of Mercury and operates through the zodiacal intelligence of Aquarius. The Loa-Legba is the Christ of the Voodoo religion and is assimilated with the sun at noon Sunday. He gave Master M. Aquarius a diagram or seal that is the mandala that represents him in LCN as Master of the Fa. Using this symbol, the student receives the powers of the Fa. With him the Master M. Aquarius and the Loa-Legba are evoked. There are also other ways to increase these magical powers received from the Fa, and among them is working with the Loas. Through this type of work the student comes into contact with the higher planes of existence, thus receiving the initiations that make him develop his consciousness more and more. Monograph 9. Practice to awaken energies. This exercise is to awaken the energies of the body in preparation for the future reception of ajas. At night, before going to bed, take a bath with cold or warm water, and after drain the water, sprinkle salt all over the body. It can also be done with a seawater bath or with water in which a lot of sea salt has been dissolved. You have to concentrate your mind during the bath on the body and its preparation to receive its magical powers. At the end of the bath, dry yourself rather in the air if the room temperature allows it. Then go naked to the bedroom and light a couple of candles as the only lighting. Standing in the center of the room, move your hands slowly over the entire body, feeling the contact of the skin, Then join the thumb, index, and middle fingers of each hand and press on different parts of the body saying powers of VUDU, awaken my body. You should look for those points that you intuitively feel need to be touched. Then separate the fingers of the hands and feel the ojas moving inside the body. At first it is a warm and vague sensation, but little by little they become stronger, and at the same time the magical energies of the order begin to be felt affecting the surface of the body. Energies circulate around and within the body at the same time, and the chakras of the etheric body are awakened. Once the exercise is over, one can go to bed to relax and sleep or do any other magical work. In general, the best thing is to fall into the world of dreams and receive magical radiation in the astral body during the night. This exercise can be repeated as much as you want, but the best dates are new moon and full moon. In the morning you should salute the sun saying, O Son of radiant glory, who fills us with divine energy so that we can love the great Lord and all the beings of the cosmos. Meditate for a while on the following words: May the bright light of our Lord the Sun may illuminate my mind and fill my soul with the supreme fire of the ojas. Then take a bath or shower with normal water. Monograph 10. Union with the Master Mercurius Aquarius. This exercise serves to receive the magical energies of the Fa system, and the very center of the order of the LC and the seal or symbol of the Ma Master must be drawn and placed in view between two candles. Then enter meditation to penetrate the sphere of the Master. In this state, one does not know whether the Master is part of one or one who is part of the Master. You begin to feel the Master very close and an influx of cosmic energy that he sends and purifies with his light and love. These energies are incorporated into the disciple's own being. This is the time to start a conversation with the teacher in which there will be questions and answers in the student's mind. The master or the disciple can ask or answer as much. Once the meditation is completed, relaxation is performed and one returns to ordinary consciousness. Sigil of Master Mercurius Aquarius. Consecration ceremony. Canso preparation. The ritual is done naked. Prepare blue tunic for the investiture. A blue ribbon can also be used to be placed around the waist or around the head. Diagram with the magic circle and the veves of the 5 loa. A blue candle. Matches or lighter. Elemental magical instruments, censer, machete, container with water and asin. Oil. Small glass of wine or liquor and bread or piece of cake or cookie. Ceremony 1. Peri style orientation, the same as in the lave tet ceremony, but the candidate sits facing west, in front of the water container and aquifer. The incense will remain close to him and between both instruments, in the center, the blue candle. 2. Invocation of the Master. Raise your arms outstretched and say, Master Mercury Aquarius, invoke your presence in this ceremony of my consecration as a canso, so that your power be my guide and help, and may the forces of the Spirit be present. Master Mercury Aquarius, accept me as servant of the Order Internal of the Black Snake, because it is my will to dedicate my life in the search of the light and the truth of existence, and to become one day another link in the chain of teachers of our order. Lower your arms and light the blue candle. 3. Direct your gaze to the flame of the blue candle and visualize a ray of blue light descending from the top of said flame, going down the candle towards the center of the circle and then dividing into 4 rays that run towards the 4 cardinal points, illuminating the veves of the loa. Say, Papa Legba, open the path. Make the loa help me, Master of the Crossroads, remove the barrier with your power, so that I can pass. Papa Legba, open the door, so that I can enter the temple. Papa Legba, you are the oldest loa because you exist since the beginning of the world. That's why you are the guardian of the entrance. You radiate spiritual light from the sun. Papa Legba is now in my hand. 4. Blessing of magical instruments. Take the censer in your hands and say, in the name of Dambala, God, and Loa of the fire and the east direction, may any negative influence disappear from this censer, which now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Light the charcoal and place it inside the censer and return it to its place. Say, Endow this censer with occult powers and forces to help me in my magic operations with the Voodoo spirits. Put incense and continue. Take the machete and say, in the name of Sabi, God, and Loa of the air and the southern direction, may any negative influence disappear from this machete, which now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Put it in its place and say, endow this machete with occult powers and forces to help me in my magic operations with the Voodoo spirits. Dedicate you to the sacred work. Be powerful in your action of air. Take the container of water and say, in the name of O.T.O.A, God, and Loa of water and the west direction, may any negative influence disappear from this cup, which now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Return the container to its place and say, source of life, vehicle of spirits, giver of forms, maternal breast, I endow you with powers and hidden forces to help me in my operations with the Voodoo spirits. Dedicate you to the sacred work. Be moldable in your action of water. Take the asin and say, in the name of Guinagho, God, and then drop a few drops of hot wax on the left hand and say, while, may the NANM force of the spirits penetrate into my being and give me the power of internal and eternal vision. Pour a few drops of wax on the left foot and continue, for this ceremony of the Bulls in I invoke my personal Loa, so that it takes possession of me and manifests itself in my dreams, communicating to me all their wisdom. Will dedicate one day of the year to my personal Loa and I will enter into trance in honor of him, so that he instructs me. Return the candle to its place. 6. Anointing. Take a little oil with the index and middle fingers of the right hand and trace across on the skin from the mouth to the sternum fork and from the left side of the throat to the right. Say, may this holy oil cleanse my body and my soul so that I can access the knowledge of the kingdoms of the world of dreams. 7. Investiture. Take the blue tunic or ribbon and place it over the body saying, let this be my habit until I have managed to unring the secrets of the astral plane. Burn incense again. 8. Reading. El Canzo will meditate on the following. There is an archetypal region in the spirit worlds, which in Voodoo is called Ville Auxiliary Champs. It is a wonderful city that exists in the spiritual regions and is the abode of the Loa. The Canzo can, with the help of his personal Loa, who is now his maitre d', enter into a trance and travel to that archetypal world and obtain the revelation of the truths he eagerly seeks. The Loa will receive you friendly. 9. Eucharist. Take the bread and wine and place them on the agufer vev, the cup below and the bread on top covering it. Raise your arms and say, O.T.O.A, God and Loa of the astral world, you who turn off your burning in the waters of Urzuli, you who when you dream you turn your dreams into reality, descend upon this bread and this cane so that they became your body and your blood, and so that when passing to me, they give me the necessary powers to be king, queen, of the astral plane. Be the protective spirit of my soul, in the name of Lepa, Amen. Lower your arms, take the bread and eat it, then drink the wine and feel the strength and powers of Agufer pass to the celebrant. Afterwards, stay in meditation for a while. 10. Meaning of the grade of server or Canzo. The functions of the Canzo degree are, the Canzo is the servant of the temple, for his life must be presided over by his care of it, preparing the cult of the Loa. You will develop your grimoire to begin your work of summoning spirits. He will help the Houngans and Baal Ges. You will study the theory of your degree and carry out the practical experiences required in the degree. 11. Closing. The servant will ask the spiritual presences to retire to Ville Auxiliary Champs, then he will blow out the candle and collect the temple. 2. Priest. The Black Couleuvre LLL Priest, Houngan, Zarigan Lodge, Spain. Lay point CHAUDS hot points, point CHAUDS, are certain powers that the esoteric voodoo magician acquires directly from the voodoo spirits. To be a true magician of this system, the initiate must have these powers induced in your physical body and subtle bodies, so that your magical operations are effective. The way these hotspots are induced is totally Gnostic. Already that in this induction there is an interaction of energies between the initiator and the initiate. This system is incorporated into LCN physical hierarchy. This interaction between initiating magician and initiated magician happens at a subtle level and generates initiatory energies that take the name of granting of power, O.T.O.A and effirement. The initiator, with the help of the spirits, induces hotspots on the initiate, and these are projected in different areas of the initiate's body. The O.T.O.A and effirments constitute one of the most hidden secrets of LCN, and only they can be received by those advanced magicians who have sufficiently developed their ajas, and their magical and Gnostic consciousness. These initiations are not conferred exclusively by physical means, since the current LCN possesses certain magical engineering instruments, radionics or shinics, that make them possible by subtle means. This is why it is necessary that before receiving the O.T.O.A and effirments the magician must previously generate a preliminary magical body through his own efforts. The energies received come from the voodoo spirits. Once the O.T.O.A and effirments has been received, the body is connected to the system and can contribute new magical content to the LCN force field. We can say that a new member is admitted into a magical order because it has been attracting him, because its magical field has recognized him as Akin. The O.T.O.A and effirments are the confirmation of this connection, that is, when the magical system of the order accepts within itself a new member. The magical and Gnostic system of LCN is based on certain laws that are totally logical. It is these laws that unite the members of the order with the higher worlds, and it is these logics that make the magical system work. But we have already said that the magician must have previously developed certain magical energies. These will be the ones that make it possible for the initiate to rise in his level of consciousness and find the master, who will give him the keys to the system. When this happens, an entrance opens in the initiate's head, through which the powers of the voodoo spirits descend. Only those who are prepared can react to the O.T.O.A and effirments, since only they are chosen by the voodoo spirits as magicians of their system. This is why LCN is not an order with many members. For there to be O.T.O.A and effirment there must be ajas. These are the ajas that are controlled by the LCN masters with their magical methods, releasing them towards those members who efficiently work their magical system. In the O.T.O.A and effirment, a fusion between mind and matter is carried out, since the hotspot manifests first in the mind, acting there according to the Gnostic logic of the mental plane, and then enters physical existence, body. Also developing magical powers in it. Once the O.T.O.A and effirments have been received, the magician can voluntarily control the emission of ajas from his own body, thus making it possible to become an initiator himself. Magicians who have received the O.T.O.A and effirments operate as parts of the entire magical structure of the LCN system, being its agents and coordinators. In these projections of ajas, the spirits operate through the archetypes of the magical psyche. That is, the initiator, through the archetypes of his magical psyche, serves as a medium between the spirits and the initiate. These archetypes lie in the deepest layers of the psyche, but they are very active. These archetypes, which reside in these dark depths of the unconscious, they have to be brought to the threshold of consciousness and within the reach of the ego. When the initiate is also capable of doing this, that is when he can acquire the ajas. As these archetypes slowly emerge, often as horrors, into the field of the ego, the ajas take shape in the initiate. These archetypes have some similarity with the entities described in the myths of Cthulhu and the Necronomicon. They are normally restricted by certain structures elaborated by the alter ego or transcendental ego, but sooner or later they arise from the depths of the unconscious and burst into the sphere of the ego. The uninitiated elaborates these structures of an arbitrary and incomplete form, hence he must perceive these energies within an exact channeling by the alter ego or transcendental ego, what we call in the LCN system, the Gnostic logic. Only in this way can the initiate receive these energies in an orderly manner, and once in its power they merge with it and can no longer break into the ego in a chaotic or terrifying way. The archetypes of the unconscious are united with those of the alter ego and are one and the same thing, so they can never burst into the ego in a disorderly manner, and the lattice or plot that has given them has led them to the ego like an ordered flock and not like threatening monstrous beasts. The mysteries of Osiris Legba, the god Legba of Voodoo, is equivalent to the god Osiris of Egyptian mythology. In this sense, the consciousness of Legba is united to all the mysteries, because it possesses within itself all the mysteries, all the gods and spirits. Man becomes divine through mysteries, and these mysteries emanate from Legba himself. Legba descends to the world to give men the mysteries. By doing so, you bring with you all the powers and energies of light that can help transform you. Legba, together with the 16 mysteries, forms the number 17, mystical key of the mysteries of initiation. This is symbolized astrologically and astronomically by the sun itself, the sun in the 12 signs and the 4 phases of the moon. According to Afro-Atlantean Gnosis, the deepest levels of the psyche are reached through the body, because the body is the matrix of the psyche and because it has within it the memories of the past in the form of points of energy. The Afro-Atlantean Gnostic uses his methods to release the energies blocked in these points, in order to free himself from the karma of his body. Consequently, it is a body work and the stimulation of the deepest roots of the psyche, to reach the transcendent and be divinely and internally initiated. These deep levels are called the unconscious, i.e. transcendental, and it is through it that reality can be reached. This is why LCN considers the physical so important. Because the body is a perfect image of the eternal and works on the body in an initiatory and Gnostic way as a way to penetrate the mysteries of light, pleroma. For this reason, the work done on the body in LCN are magical techniques that open the mind to the mysteries of the deepest individuality, because the physical body of the initiate is the only path to the pleroma of light. The work goes from the head down, towards the feet. Each of the 16 manifestations of Legba represents a special reality in working on the body. Every mystery has a secret work in the body. The mysteries are distributed throughout different areas of the body, which is why it must be seen as the magical temple. Magical initiation consists of releasing these mysteries of the places where they are hidden. To do this type of work we have to refer to the red and black temples of Atlantis. In our gnosis, the body of Osiris Legba is actually the body of the initiate. That is why he must awaken his body in a magical way and function. The body is where the mysteries are found, especially those associated with the red and black rays, emanated from the red and black temples. Within the context of the esoteric process, the initiate must go through the mystical states represented in the myth of Osiris, death, burial, and resurrection, acting at the same time, and integrating into himself the mysteries and energies of the deepest levels of his psyche. The master will guide you through the rooms of mysteries, which are within the initiate's own body, because they are also states depths of consciousness, through which the consciousness of Legba descends upon him and replaces his lower and mortal personal consciousness. When this happens, he awakens to his true essence and the resurrection of Osiris occurs. Osiris, Legba, is restored to life in the body of the initiate by becoming aware of the truth that the body is now that of Osiris Legba. The mysteries are physical processes and are related to the laws of the awakening of the body and its understanding. The physical body reflects the structures of Gnostic logic during meditation, since they are in it immanent. Through gnosis, the body becomes a perfect map of the world's ideals, abstract, and logic of existence. The beings of these worlds, the spirits, are present in the physical substance awaiting the magical awakening of their true essence. This awakening process is related to magical works on the body, through which the magician can awaken the Afro-Atlantean sacrament within his consciousness, so that it becomes present in the body. Such sacramental existence has no other meaning than that expressed as a result of the awakening of Osiris Legba and his powers within the body. The exact mechanism of this process lies within what we call the work of the Red Temple and the Black Temple. This work is what produces the initiation process by which the archetypes and logics incarnate in the body. The works of the Red Temple and the Black Temple of Atlantis are the functional structure of the cult of Legba. Solar power manifests itself in two forms, the red sun or evolutionary solar creative power, and the black sun or immanent power within the natural order. To develop the magical powers of these two suns, the hierophants of Gnosis united with the red and black rays that emanate from them. This gave rise to the type of work on the body, which makes it possible to penetrate the mysteries. The awakening of this power in the magical bodies of the Gnostics. Afro-Atlanteans, it is a form of sacramental and theurgical initiation. At the moment this is the way in which Master Ma creates his patriarchs. The red and black rays must be understood at the same time as energies and mysteries that have been given as parts of the esoteric symbolism of the African cultures and that can be recovered by occult contact with the higher and lower levels of consciousness. It is about uniting the Atlantean components of the unconscious mind with the components of the superconscious, and this is the work carried out by the Order of LCN and its group's associates. Both directions form a duality that contains the red and black rays or energies. In an occult way, the unconscious red ray joins with the superconscious black ray, and this forms a crossroads of Gnostic energies that the Osiris-like occult has re-established itself in different parts of the modern world. This type of gnosis resurfaced in the current century thanks to a small group of Afro-Latin magicians. This crossroads of energies that we have mentioned is very significant, because it contains the most important laws of the gnosis of the work of the body, as well as the archetypes of all logical systems. By this method, the magical worlds are represented by categories of gnosis that take their structure directly from the immanence of the system of rays in the body of the initiate. Because the initiate then comes to represent the Legba organization principle. This also means that the laws of existence, which are implicit in these crossroads or gratings, are actually present in the world as logical laws and material magnetism. The world of matter has been constructed by logical laws that are themselves projections of the mind and especially of the mind of the masters. Gnostic cosmology is actually the magical outward projection of the red and black rays of the temples of Atlantis, because these rays are fundamental. In a sense, the masters are an instrument of the powers of the rays of the red temple and the black temple. The masters find in their bodies the energies of gnosis and they project outward, creating the world as it is in the mind of Osiris-Legba. This is because the masters are avatars of Osiris-Legopa or Great Legba, the caretaker of the mysteries of gods and men. They are capable of creating the world of magical imagination, which develops the destiny of their existence and that of their initiates. The masters radiate divine energy in the mysteries of the different Gnostic processes. They do it because of the complete intuition they have of their own essence. As they do so, they see within themselves the red and black temples in the middle of the purity of gnosis with his own mental vision. It is the ontic sphere of your being. The conception of the body of the initiate as a meeting ground for the superior forms of Gnostic spaces is also found in the most esoteric mysteries of voodoo, especially that of Luich, Hierophant adept who is capable of communicating divine energy to his body. When the Hierophant, Luich, enters the mysteries of the red and black temples, he becomes aware for the first time of his body as a magical universe. He is able to know the meaning of the archetypes because he is one with his body. The purpose of your initiation is to awaken in this body all the gods or spirits IFA, because in every part of your body you can find the gods. This is how Luich realizes that the supreme manifestation of the Afro-Atlantean mysteries, Great Legba, is within him. But this form of identity consciousness can also be achieved through a powerful form of sacramental existence that finds its expression in the mysteries of Osiris, such as the mystical Eucharist. It is about the sacred mysteries of divine food, which have had sacramental validity for many centuries. The mysteries of Osiris-Legba are set forth in the words of transforming power by which the bread and wine of the offering are transmuted into the body and blood of Osiris-Legba. From the point of view of Gnostic consciousness, the mysticism of the Eucharist is an expression of two principles, the principle of attraction, eros, and of organization, logos, of energies. In the initiate it appears at the moment of his union with Legba in the dual aspect of eros Luich and logos Luich, which are the basis of the mystery of the sacramental transubstantiation of the Mass. The Eros principle corresponds to the ray of the Atlantean Red Temple and the Logos principle to the ray of the Black Temple. Through these two principles, made possible by the mystery of the Mass, the bread and wine are transformed into flesh and blood of Osiris Legba. It is the meeting of the divine and the human at a midpoint, in which only this meeting is possible. The Eucharistic mysteries of Osiris Legba become present when the fundamental energy of the red and black rays make the divine archetypes of ritual Gnostic sacrifice penetrate into the human dimension of experience. The Catholic Mass is an updating of the Osiris Legba liturgy in Christian form. The Gnostic Church is also a continuator of all these ancient sacraments of the priesthood of Osiris. The Voodoo tradition has also preserved this heritage of the solar mysteries, due to the presence within it of the energies of the Red Temple and the Black Temple in the form of Eros and Logos. As the divine power descends on the sacramental components, the attraction that brings it down is Eros and brings with me the principle of the Logos, that is, the structure of celestial logic, of the Gnostic hyperspaces and their laws. The priests of Gnosis must offer the sacrifice frequently to make possible the descent of the divine powers as intensely as possible, because not only does humanity need these mysteries, but also the divine level of being becomes aware of many needs. Hidden things that are hidden in the human mind. That is why the Mass takes on a special character as the necessary offering for the descent of the divine into the designs of human history. This descent of the divine into human history is made possible through the existence of a succession of bishops that goes back to the ancient priesthoods, because it is especially in the episcopate where this process occurs. This is how this energy is induced in the system, and this is why it is important to understand that the Mass is an expression of the encounter of the divine and the human. The bishops of the Ecclesia Gnostica Spiritualis, which is the Gnostic Church that forms the hierophantic body of LCN, are members of the Gnostic continuum through the consecrations they receive, and through them the divine energy is irradiated to illuminate the world. The bishop is the expression of Grand Legba or logic of the Fa, IFA, of all the Gnostic bishops. It is the patriarchs who are in charge of the task of organize the energies and sacraments of the sacred orders in accordance with esoteric considerations. The Ecclesia Gnostica Spiritualis is heir to the ancient forms of initiation of the Spanish Gnostic Church and the Gnostic tradition of esoteric voodoo. It is in this way that apostolic succession and esoteric voodoo initiations are they joined together. In any case, behind the exoteric and esoteric initiation lie the operations of the red and black rays, since these two contain within themselves all the levels of magical energy that exist. But it is necessary to know that in the Gnostic Church the consecrator does not give these powers to the consecrated person, because in most cases these powers are withheld until the individual is prepared for gnosis. In some Gnostic churches, esoteric ordinations are first given exoterically to mark the internal spaces of the initiate's body where the powers are to be received. In the Haitian Gnostic rite, these initiations carry with them the union of the soul of the candidate with the higher forms of Legba consciousness. But it is from Patriarch is the one who receives the spiritual power that serves to give value to the different levels of magical initiation, because it is to the patriarchs that the Grand Legba transmits the spiritual succession. That is why the power that the Gnostic priesthood possesses comes directly from the solar current of Gnosis. The mysteries of Legba are the spirits or eternal aspects of the priestly mysteries or solar sacraments. These mysteries of voodoo science are contained in the sacred rites that emanate from the Hierophant. They come to be aspects of Legba. These Legbas are both spiritual and material, for they are truly the expression of divinity in human experience. The word mystery is applied here not only to ritual actions and sacraments, but also to the contents of esoteric initiation, which are the spirits and gods. These are called lay voodoo and lay legbas. They are what make the sacraments of voodoo mysticism powerful and transformative. It is in the ritual actions of the priestly mysteries that we find the form and generation of the mysteries of the spirits of Legba. These mysteries are concentrated in the four power components of the Logos. The sacred elements are Le, Eg, GBH, and BHA, which constitute the form by which the mysteries are transferred to the candidate through the Hierophant. The Hierophant imposes his magical power on the life current of the candidate according to the regulating principles of these four logoi, Le, Fg, Gbh, and Bha, which are lay legmas of the mysteries of esoteric logic. There is, therefore, in the initiation process, a priestly aspect that provides it structures the candidate through his reactions to the mysteries. This is because the candidate's experience is a matter of development such that magical powers and occult potencies develop in him due to exposure to the radioactivity of the Hierophant's interventions on his consciousness. The magical imagination, ontic sphere, of the esoteric priesthood reflects the ways in which the powers of Legba can be projected. That's why it is important to enhance the construction of the ontic sphere of the priest, so that he is able to live within the world of mysteries fully and without error. Although at one time it was thought that energies could be seen as coming from outside, we should rather see the mysteries as if we were something that has come out of them. The priest actually lives within the mysteries of Legba. The IFA system, the IFA oracle, is the oldest divination system in the world, even older than the Qing, Book of Changes, which is also related to him. It is the oldest system since it has existed for several million years. It was used in Lemuria and Atlantis. Behind the IFA system are the spirits, loas, or gods themselves, and to enter the system, certain rituals must be performed that facilitate entry into the magical field of these gods. The gods can be contacted through symbols. These are ancient Atlantean deities who have names Africans due to the repeated use that African priests, heirs of the Atlantean tradition, have made them for centuries. These gods, in the esoteric system, are not used as in religions, but from a magical point of view. Even the African gods that have been transformed into over the centuries are not as archetypal as the Atlantean gods were. The IFA system globally expresses the will of the sun and the entire solar system. The central solar spirit and leader of the IFA system is known in Voodoo as Grand Legba, and its manifestation as an oracular system is the Great Way, Grand Chemin. The spirit of IFA or Great Legba cannot be consulted directly, but only through the 16 intermediary gods that make up the entire system. These gods are reached through the Great Way or various parts of the oracle. To do this, the magician must be initiated into the IFA system, that is, he must be born again in said system. This birth is made from the physical world to the spirit world. To obtain this initiation, the candidate must purify his vehicles, both the physical and the subtle ones, which is done through solar energy. To do this, you must make contact with the Master Mind, Master M. Aquarius, which is the representative of the Grand Legba in our time. In this way, the Ma Master reflects the solar rays of the IFA on the candidates. He will appear in 1,000 different ways to the initiation candidates, granting them the magical powers of the 16 gods. In the upper regions of the ideal worlds, ontic sphere, there is the temple of IFA. This temple has a perfect geometry, and in it is Grand Legba. This temple is in the mental universe, mental plane, and access to the same is only possible when one has been initiated into the IFA system. Within this temple of Atlantean origin, the ideal energies of the system are preserved. One of the manifestations of these energies on the physical plane is the Ordo Templi Orientis Antiqua, O.T.O.A, whose teaching system has emanated directly from this temple through the Master Ma. The other is, of course, the system of magical work and teaching. LCN Gnostic. Once the world of whites broke into West Africa, the magicians, heirs of the Atlantean wisdom, withdrew from the world of religion to enter the secret magical and occult sects of Africa first and then of the Antilles. They direct the process of the initiatory awakening of this ancient system from the internal planes. The temple acts on the mental plane as the mind of the Grand Legba. This temple has 16 levels or magical stages, each with its own colors and sounds and other associated symbolic qualities. Through each of these stages or levels, the initiate is directed towards the secret abode of the Grand Legba. There are 16 of these levels, each with its name and corresponding magical formulas. There are 16 hotspots on the body that can be awakened with the IFA initiation system. Around this temple is the sacred city of Ifa, Ifa, which represents the grand Legba or spirit in a perfect and ideal geometric form. Solar. It is called in Haitian Voodoo Ville Auxiliary Champs and is the abode of the ancient Afro-Atlantean gods. It is equivalent to the mythical city of Shambhala. The temple is guarded by the solar priesthood of the Meji house, who received the oracle of Ifa directly from the gods. There have been attempts to locate the city in some parts of Nigeria, Ghana, Congo, or Central Africa. But we must keep in mind that Ifa is a mystical city without a physical substrate, although men incarnated in physical bodies can access it. This is possible thanks to astral projection, which is carried out in the initiations of this magical system. This is the way in which initiated magicians can enter the white city of Ifa. While in the physical body, these magicians astrally project themselves to that city whose color is white, because it represents the purity of the light of the sun. In the temple of the city is where Grand Legba is worshipped. The white city of Ifa reflects the rays of the sun, which in turn is the mediating intelligence for us of divine intelligence, light, and reality. That solar intelligence is the divine intelligence of Legba. The priestly caste that takes care of the temple of Ifa is the house of Meji or family of the Fa. These are beings emanating directly from the sun, Legba, who act on behalf of the 16 parts of Legba or 16 Afro-Atlantean gods. They are the ones who they teach the forms of magical wisdom and instruction that make up the Ifa system. The chief and master Mercurius Aquarius, who has his own Atlantean name, known only to the members of his priesthood, is the visible head of the house of Meji. He is the one who speaks on behalf of Legba and the one who possesses the energies that interact with the initiate in this initiation process, because he is the incarnation of Grand Legba. These energies, even being objective, they are eminently magical and are controlled and directed by the high priest of the house of Meji. Master Ma. The Ifa initiation confers 16 special magical powers. 1. The ability to shape any initiation system and provided magical content. 2. The possession of the divine energies of the Great Path, Ifa. 3. The ability to confer the power of initiation on others. 4. The power to penetrate the mind of Grand Legba. 5. The power to invoke it will the Afro-Atlantean gods of the white city of Ifa. 6. The power to control the oracle. 7. The power to manifest Grand Legba and its mysteries through a sacramental ritual. 8. The power to predict future events. 9. The power to induce the gods of Meji in the bodies of the initiates, to that become magical parts of Ifa. 10. The power to project the destiny of the world. 11. The power to read the mind of any of the gods of Meji. 12. The power to contact the children of Legba through space and time. 13. The power to create magical children. 14. The power to confer protection and healing in the name of Master Ma. 15. The possession of the essence of the Great Way as a state of consciousness. 16. The power to assume the identity of Grand Legba in the initiation rites of the Ifa system. These 16 magical powers are the primary forms of ajas that arise in the Ifa system and are conferred by the Master Ma to the disciples who come to the Ifa system in search of initiation and are prepared to receive it. There was once in the past a high priest or master of Meji called Kavona. He was purely Atlantean-minded. He lived in Africa and gave rise to the Afro-Atlantean priesthood. He was an ancestor of the current magician priests of West Africa and the Antilles. After his death he became in one of the disembodied guardians of the oracle of Ifa. Kavona, due to his knowledge of the oracle, created a way to magically awaken certain levels of the brain and mind in order to make possible the reception of the powers of the Ifa system. This was the beginning of the secret initiation techniques by which the initiate makes mental contact with the Ifa system. It is the basis of the communication of the energies of Ifa towards the candidate. We have already said that these energies are ajas. The ajas take a very specific form in the Ifa system that cannot be confused with other forms of ajas that arise in other magical rituals. There are certain parallels between the Voodoo initiation system and the Ifa system, although the latter is Gnostic and magical and more archetypal. Therefore, although everyone can receive voodoo initiations, however, not everyone can receive the powers of the IFA system. One does not choose to be initiated into the system, rather it is the IFA that chooses one. The High Priest of IFA, whether the primordial Kabona or the current Master Ma, with the help of the Afro-Atlantean gods, directs the magical current from the house of Meji to the initiate, through the great path or oracle of IFA. The Aja's energy communicated is pure and ideal because nothing and no one can make it different from what it is. This is the reason that the energies of the system remain the same as they were in the early days. There are 16 forms of Ajas of IFA and each member of the House of Meji possesses a different form of these energies. The High Priest of the solar power of IFA is the Nagabi and he is the master behind this oracular system. The Nagabi of IFA possesses the following magical powers: clairvoyance of the past, present, and future, telepathic communication with spirits, mastery over the four elements and the etheric, power to grant initiations, power to penetrate the temple of IFA, healing power, power to unite with the Grand Lenpa, power to be reborn in the upper world of light, knowledge of the Gnostic mysteries. These powers are given to the Nagabi by Grand Lenpa when he is born in the spiritual world or world of light, and to those who, upon being initiated by the Nagabi, participate in these powers. The spirit of IFA, the Grand Lenpa, is what gives Master Nagabi, currently Master Ma, these powers so that they are conferred on the initiates of the system, who form the inner circle of IFA. It is in this way that the initiates themselves become Nagabis of IFA, by participating in the group soul orator of the oracle and his group of initiates. Through this initiation, the powers of IFA penetrate the mind and soul of the initiate, thus being transformed. This magical transformation turns the initiate into a new being who becomes like an incarnation within the human species of one of the Afro-Atlantean gods of magic. Once this has occurred, the initiate knows himself and also knows the gods because he has now become one of them, since the god is self-conscious within the initiate. This is the way in which one transforms into a god. All this does not entail the abandonment of the physical body, but consciousness is altered by possessing divine essences, and this is the way in which the divine is known, which is beyond human concepts. It is then that the initiate understands all things and knows himself. In this way he leaves human history to move on to divine history or ideal or infinite cosmic plan. This is the way in which all beings in the universe function except man, when he has not received initiation. IFA energies can be received in two ways, first through the IFA oracle. Second through Vajatronics Organic, Radionic, system used by the LCN system wizards. The second method makes use of a radionic device that will be studied in future sections of our teaching. In the hierarchy of the IFA system we have two masters in relation to the candidate for initiation. One is the master of the oracle, the representative of the Grand Lenpa, currently the master Mercurius Aquarius, who will directly give the candidate, by oracular method, the name of the spirit of IFA assigned above his head. The other is the master priest of the offerings of Meji, the person in charge who represents the master Ma on earth and who confers the initiations of the IFA system. In working with the oracle, one receives directly from the Ma master the name of his particular IFA spirit that corresponds to him. To that spirit whose name is known by the candidate through oracular methods, his corresponding lower spirit or ruler of the corresponding physical level is added. There are 16 of these lower spirits, which must always be invoked after the superior spirit by the initiate. Our IFA oracle system should not be confused with other oracles, such as that of the Lakumi cult or with the Book of the Ching itself. It is much more complex and has more magical and hidden applications. One application of this work with the IFA system is that it makes possible entry into the Zutherian universe or world, which is a parallel astral world that even has its own astral inhabitants. With the IFA system, the magician can penetrate this universe, and obtain experiences and knowledge in it. The passage to the Zutherian world is done through IFA. In this world there are many magic systems because it is in itself a magical universe. All this is because as the initiate has advanced more and more in the IFA system also rises more and more towards the higher worlds of reality. The Afro-Atlantean system of IFA, also called in Voodoo the Fa, is the innermost essence of the magical system of LC, and in reality even the other non-esoteric Voodoo systems derive their power from Fa itself. It is the Fa or IFA that creates the 16 Voodoo spirits and their laws or logical manifestations, Loas. Thus, what is behind the Loas of popular Voodoo are the divine spirits of the Fa or Afro-Atlantean gods. The Fa or IFA is the most primordial and ancient power, and our LCN order possesses this archetypal power. This power is granted to the priests of Meji through the Master Ma by the Grand Lama himself, and this power is what makes all the magical work of our system operational. Practices Nikabi meditation. The priests of IFA possess a power called Nikabi, by which they can penetrate the gnosis of the spirit of IFA or mind of the Great Lama. The word is of Atlantean origin and is used to designate a type of meditation that grants the aforementioned power. To do it you have to go to a room away from noise and relax deeply, either sitting or lying on the bed or on a rug. Then close your eyes and visualize a world of intensely white sunlight. This is the way in which one penetrates the sphere or solar world. Once the visualization is maintained, you must see 4 IFA priests with your mind's eye, one in front, one behind, one to the right and one to the left. The 4 are black men, around 40 years old, dressed in white robes and surrounded by a bright golden aura. These 4 priests will take the initiate to a golden door that is the entrance to the perfect state of consciousness. Once inside, they will remove the clothing worn by the candidate for initiation, to replace it with a white tunic with gold trim. This is the tunic of the IFA priests. The candidate is then taken to a very room in the IFA temple, illuminated, where you will see the 4 sacred symbols of IFA in the 4 directions, east, south, west, and north. These symbols represent the cosmic powers of IFA. On the eastern wall a door of light will open, and from the holy sanctuary of IFA, Master Ma will emerge, whose face of light appears to each initiate in a different way. He will go to meet the initiate and talk with him about the meanings of the Gnostic concepts of IFA. Many secrets will be known in this way, since the initiate will maintain a dialogue with the Master about all the points he wishes to know and clarify. These keys are given only to those who have the power to enter the Temple of Light, and these mysteries are in themselves the gods of the IFA system, that is, each mystery that must be revealed is an archetypal force in itself. Same, and there are 16 of those forces or gods. It is in this way that the initiate finds the 16 mysteries of IFA, which will be revealed to them once they have made direct contact with the Master of the IFA. Once the meditation is over, you must return to the objective world, that is, to the normal level of consciousness. The Oracle of IFA. This exercise serves to carry out the magical work of the IFA system, since with it you receive directly from the Master of the Oracle a personal key that will be used to contact the mysteries of IFA. This is the magical name of the IFA spirit, Meji, as it is presented personally and individually to the initiate within their own magical and karmic conditions. It is communicated spiritually by the Master to the initiate and is totally secret and incommunicable to others. Initiated. To receive this secret name, you must perform the Nikabi meditation, and once face to face with the Master you will take the 5 magic dice and separate 2 from them. You will roll these 2 dice, to deduce the number of letters you have to have your secret name. Once you have found said number, between 2 and 12, you will take the 5 dice and deduce the letters that make up the name. This is the same system used to deduce spirits in the rites of some. Once the name has been deduced, with a single die you will find the vowels that make it pronounceable. The other key is the magical name that the initiate must use in the world external to be known by his brothers. It intuitively summarizes spiritual and esoteric aspirations, and must respond symbolically to these aspirations. Must be sanctioned, approved, or used by the Master Priest of the Meji offerings for full use in the order of LC. And in addition to these 2 keys or names, you must use the following utensils. 1. Olive oil, preferably perfumed, Dissolve a bottle of concentrated perfume essence of personal choice in very refined and pure olive oil. To a small container filled with sand that is as pure as possible. 3 notebook and pencil for records. Pour a glass of pure water, preferably distilled or mineral. 5 a wax candle or oil lamp. Sitting in front of a table that serves as an altar, where the utensils, light the candle or lamp and anoint the between the eyebrows, the heart, the solar plexus and the pubis with the oil, in order to tune into the powers of IFA. It is a kind of consecration. Since with it you receive directly from the master of the oracle a personal key that will be used to contact the mysteries of IFA. This is the magical name of the IFA spirit, magick, as it is presented personally and individually to the initiate within of their own magical and karmic conditions. It is communicated spiritually by the master to the initiate and is totally secret and incommunicable to others. Initiated. To receive this secret name, you must perform the Nikabi meditation, and once face to face with the master you will take the 5 magic dice and separate 2 from them. You will roll these 2 dice, to deduce the number of letters you have to have your secret name. Once you have found said number, between 2 and 12, you will take the 5 dice and deduce the letters that make up the name. This is the same system used to deduce spirits in the rites of some. Once the name has been deduced, with a single die you will find the vowels that make it pronounceable. The other key is the magical name that the initiate must use in the world external to be known by his brothers. It intuitively summarizes spiritual and esoteric aspirations, and must respond symbolically to these aspirations. Must be sanctioned, approved, or used by the master priest of the Meji offerings for full use in the order of LC, and in addition to these 2 keys or names, you must use the following utensils. 1. Olive oil, preferably perfumed. Dissolve a bottle of concentrated perfume essence of personal choice in very refined and pure olive oil. 2. A small container filled with sand that is as pure as possible. 3. Notebook and pencil for records. 4. A glass of pure water, preferably distilled or mineral. 5. A wax candle or oil lamp. Sitting in front of a table that serves as an altar, where the utensils, light the candle or lamp and anoint the between the eyebrows, the heart, the solar plexus and the pubis with the oil, in order to tune into the powers of IFA. It is a kind of consecration. In the container or bowl of sand the powers of IFA take shape and the water feeds the spirits of IFA, allowing them to draw out the elemental essence and thus become knowable to the initiate. On one page of the notebook the name of the spirit is written, and on the other the magical name used by the initiate. The spirit is then called by the name that has been given to the initiate by the IFA master, mentally invoking him to manifest. Then you have to ask the spirit the following questions. 1. Of all the colors known in the spirit world, what is your symbolic color? 2. What kind of magical work is assigned to me personally? 3. Will you help me with this? 4. Is there another name can call you by? The questions will be answered telepathically and the answers will be recorded in the notebook. On the other page and under the esoteric, magical, name, write all the additional ideas that appear in the meditation to be performed once the answers to these questions have been completed. 20. Entries to the archetypical world. Once the previous exercise has been completed, you can move on to this exercise, since the spirit of IFA will have prepared the way for direct contact with the IFA system, and through it, with the archetypal worlds. To do this, it is necessary to write a list in which there are 16 magical possibilities that can be found in the symbolic worlds and that correspond to the 16 magical axioms of our system, which are the following. W. The receptive, the terrestrial part of the earth. Its outer limit. Progress, the watery part of the earth. The fertility. P. The impediment, the aerial part of the earth. The fruit. 4. The withdrawal, the igneous part of the earth. The force generative. B. The conflict, the land part of water. The crystallization of the forms and the base of the life. 7. The water well, the air part of the water. The penetration and flexibility. 8. Go to the meeting, the igneous part of water. The power of dissolution. Of the volatile. X. What it divorce, the aqueous part of the air. Elasticity and transmission power. The aerial part of the air. E. Consummation thought. 12. The human community, the igneous part of the air. The power of mind extending. 13. The approach, the terrestrial part of the fire. The many SS14, the antagonism, the water part of the fire. The I-15, the waiting. The aerial part of the fire. Expansion subject, A. To impulse on the one hand and to external influence on the other. 16. The creative. The igneous part of the fire. The impetu in action. Add a number and a letter to each of these 16 possibilities or states of consciousness. For example, IA, 2B, 3C, etc., in such a way that when writing one of them, for example 3C, the axiom and the state of consciousness are immediately remembered. With this, magical images are associated with occult symbols. In this case, numbers and letters are occult symbols and symbolize the magical states of consciousness that one has related, as a state of power. Once the list is complete, let's take each of these states of consciousness as an entry point to the archetypal worlds, because they are a representation of the megis in one's personal magical system. These 16 megis form a kind of magical computer to work with IFA energies, and serve to communicate with the spirit of IFA. These states' magical images are used as mental images to initiate projection through them, through the astral body. The state of consciousness acts as if it were a gateway. The results of such meditative projections are to be recorded in the magical notebook. Contact with Master Ma. To contact Master Ma and receive his teachings directly from him, we have an exercise that will only be effective in those who are at a sufficiently high level of spiritual vibration, achieved through the previous exercises. 1. Obtain 16 stones of a convenient size to be placed on the altar. They do not have to be very valuable, nor do they have to be the same. They are placed in a circle, so that they form opposite angles of a 16-point star. 2. Put a glass of water in the center that will act as a conductor of the energies of the stone circle. 3. Write on a piece of cardboard the secret name of the spirit and the non-secret personal esoteric name used in the order, and above both the seal of Mercury Aquarium. Place the cardboard in the center of the circle, under the glass of water. 4. Open the mind to mental vibrations by projecting consciousness towards the circle, which is found on the altar, before which the initiate is seated. 5. Enter a state of deep meditation to contact the Master. This will give the initiate a topic of magical and Gnostic metaphysics. Meditation must be collected in the magic notebook. The Atlantic mysteries, the roots of esoteric voodoo, are totally mystical, since its powers are extracted from occult spiritual activities to make them active in the daily life of the initiate. Its mysteries are presented in ritual form so that lose energy or power, but for this it is necessary that there is a relationship between master and disciple strong enough. This is the way in which there is no possibility of losing contact with the less Voodoo spirits. Teacher, he is the representative of lay Voodoo for the disciple, and the bond that unites them is divine in nature. This bond between disciple and master is fiery in nature, because of all the elements it is fire that is symbolically closest or spiritual. That is why when using fire in ritual and meditation, the initiate can perceive his relationship with his master and through him with the devoutest spirits. Below we will give a practice in this regard. It is necessary to use an isolated room that is dedicated to these works and think that it is a place of mysteries, because in it our dreams will be evoked. Own mysteries. Light a candle, preferably red, and looking at the flame, burn strong and sweet incense, drink some soft wine, sherry or port. At this moment you have to feel the master close to you and make the following invocation: We call you to make my master be closer and closer to me. And we will never be separated. Make me one with your own secret form of consciousness and establish a bond of fire between me and my master. Then sleep for a while so that the ritual operates on us. The foundation of esoteric voodoo is the body of Puhi, which it is made up of a basic black structure, the bones, and another red power structure, the flesh. In Puhi's body we distinguish two powers, the hot red and the somber black, which represent the red temple and the black temple of which previously we were talking. It is important to see how Getty's body is derived, since it arises from the powers generated between the master and the disciple in a dynamic way. The roots of initiation are related to the combination of these energies, because the elemental power is there and occurs in all its rawness in those who seek Puhi. In Puhi, the primordial power of death, the root of all mysticism and divine sacrifice, is represented. The disciple and the master become the sacrifice. And in this way they become Puhi himself, by their own self-renunciation. The power obtained from this is very strong, like fire and hot blood. Puhi will come to us in this way, but we must allow him to come, and to do this we must open to his root of power and his body. In this way all its mysteries will be our mysteries, but first it will be necessary to light a black candle and experience Puhi in the physical body, because in this way we will be Puhi. We must use strong and sweet incense, because with it in the fire, we are reborn as Puhi. This can be done as many times as you wish to collect Puhi's power. But in order for us to pick up Puhi we must be ready for his visit, then he will come to us and make it possible for our master to confer his power. You must have your body prepared for Puhi, because it will only come when it is ready to be his abode. The body of Puhi is ready to come to us, we must therefore see if the black power and the red power are in us, because this presence is necessary for Puhi. When both are present and can be felt, Puhi will be in us. These two aspects of power give us the ability to see and feel the energies and mysteries that have just awakened. The power of Puhi is esoteric because it is located in the skin of the body, a place of its hidden energy. There Puhi is alive and lurking in a secret way only known to the master, who reveals it to the disciple. We must investigate the body and try to find the mystical paths that reveal the mysteries to us of Puhi. Then we can open the doors and see Puhi and feel the powers of his secret presence. The secret location of Puhi is hidden within the body, and although we cannot look inside the body, we can feel its inner presence if we relax and touch our body, perceiving the signals that arise from the secret and deep spaces. To do this, you must light 2 candles, one red and one black, and burn sweet, strong incense while doing this exercise in a dark room and feel the power of Puhi manifesting and growing in the internal consciousness of the body. Next you have to relax and sleep for a while. In this way the power of Puhi will move within each part of the body. If we see the roots of Puhi in ourselves and do these exercises, we will come to understand that there is a life within us, a life that is completely esoteric and charged with divine energy. Its power can be projected towards any purpose to obtain the goals we have in mind. This must be remembered at all times, because the master will direct this power towards the highest level of being. The secret mysteries contained in the master are the paths by which he has arranged for his power to be understood. This is the highest form of the mystery of Puhi, loaded with secret spaces and hidden signs. These secret spaces and hidden signs are contained in the power of the master, in such a way that they can reveal to the disciple all the mysteries in the form of physical initiation. These mysteries are hidden in Gui's fourfold interpretation under the esoteric form of the mystery of the body. These are the four principles of power that constitute the esoteric roots of the voodoo research. They are the following: Gu. First level of the mysteries of existence, the red candle and its power. Gui will come when the formula of Gu is given by the master to the disciple. The secret space is the Gu power and its own sign is given under the name of Gu Gui. We live and die in the physical body. EU second level of the mysteries of existence is the black candle and its energy. Internal. Gui will come when the EU formula is given by the master to the disciple. The secret space is the EU power and its own sign is given under the name of Ue Gui. We live and die in a physical body, so Gui must fill all souls with his power. DH third level of the mysteries of existence, the red candle and its secret life. Gui will come when the DH formula is given by the master to the disciple. The secret space is the power DH and its own sign is given under the name DH Gui. We live and die in the physical body, we must know that it is one with the past, present, and future. HE fourth level of the mysteries of existence, it is the black candle and its flow of eternal life. Gui comes when the He formula is given by the master to the disciple. The secret space is the power He and its own sign is given under the name He Gui. We live and die in the physical body, because the body is the world of mysteries and the secret of secrets, Gui. These four principles are used in voodoo initiation operations. Powerful forms of incense must be used to create an aura that shapes the voodoo spirits. When the master leads the disciple to these secret spaces, he will know them as the places of the four great fires. To investigate these secret spaces, the following four exercises can be done. Research on the secret space of Gui and its mystery. Light a red candle and burn sweet, strong incense. Invoke the presence of the master and then make the following affirmation. Gui's will operates in me and through it life exists in myself. That's why I am prepared to understand the secret. Remain relaxed and receptive in meditation for a while. Research on the Ue Gui secret space and its mystery. Light a black candle, burn sweet and strong incense. Invoke the presence of the master and then make the following affirmation. The wave of life manifests in me and with this work the truth can be revealed to me because the energy that I am managing is one with the fire. Remain relaxed and receptive in meditation. Research on the secret space DH Gui and its mystery. Light a red candle, burn sweet and strong incense. Invoke the presence of the master and then make the following affirmation. The world is a system of interconnections, that's why I can contact directly with the mystery, because I am united with Leiloa and Leivaudu. Remain relaxed and receptive in meditation. Research on the secret space Higui and its mystery. Light a black candle and burn sweet and strong incense, invoke the presence of the master and make the following statement. There is a secret source of light within the universe which is the spirit of my inner self. He tells me that can understand all things because internally already know them. Remain relaxed and receptive in meditation. There is an opening in the physical world through which spirits enter it. It is a hidden path through which the most powerful hidden entities can access our world from other dimensions. They can enter our bodies, because terrible ancient powers exist within them. In voodoo research, what we do is listen to the words of the spirits, as they come to us. It is possible for spirits to understand the ways of the world and the shape of internal states, once they have given us their own mental states. Frequently in esotericism, the powers give us the encounter with the spirits but not the content that their powers have, unless we make special efforts to undertake an initiatory journey with them to the deep levels of the mind. Only in this way can we see the reality of being and feeling the vital flow of being as it manifests in the depths of consciousness. When this opening arises, the spirits come to find expression through something physical in the physical world. They thus take possession of some part of the human body, inhabiting said space, taking it as their own body. There are 16 ways in which these possessions are carried out. When an opening, meet, appears and a voodoo spirit takes possession of the reality before it, we find a large amount of energy in said place. It is as if pockets of power were formed. When a voodoo priest finds the meat on his body, he marks the place with a special oil, because in this way the meat will communicate to him in language. Voodoo certain secrets that cannot be obtained in any other way. The way of opening these meat consists of the use of magical oil, because lay voodoo are best expressed through sacred oils. Oil is a sacred symbol and is used to explore mystical worlds. Each meat has a particular way of relating to the oil and in some way, is capable of generating its power with it. The way it responds to oil, it depends on the way the spirits act. There are 16 ways of giving oil to the meat, which does not mean that there are 16 types of oil for the different meats, because the expressions of the meat cannot be limited by the form of the sacred oil. In all ancient religions there is the anointing ceremony. These anointings they are performed by priests who act as mediums of the gods. This even persists in Christianity. In Voodoo, sacred oil rites are mystical sacraments because the oil corresponds to a secret space or mystical universe where a powerful Voodoo spirit resides. In Haitian Voodoo, the use of the sacraments of Atlantis has survived under the guise of those of the Church of Rome, and through these sacraments the spirits or gods of Voodoo descend and provide the sacred spaces of the body with enormous new power in anointing. Sacramental. You cannot appreciate the mysteries unless you participate in them. The mysteries of Voodoo are themselves same actions that impart divinity to the flesh of the body of the disciple who participates in these secrets. The secrets of power come together with the work of meat and his own visions. These visions are from a divine and internal perspective and are not related to the external or exoteric spheres of power, but rather to the internal and esoteric secret world. The spirits come through the meat and can be seen as divine forms. This is what erects the zombie body or spiritual body in the initiate, as a center of power. The ritual of anointing or applying oil magical effect on the body serves to focus and direct energies towards spiritual transformation, through which the spirit gods of Voodoo they inhabit everything. In the focus of the spirit gods, the only important thing is the places where the divine presence resides, that is, the secret spaces where the mysteries of arcane truth can be experienced. They are not new truths or teachings, but are imprinted on the human body as waves, very special vitals. These teachings and waves are felt and known, when the spirits enter the body through the meat. The 16 sacred spaces then become powerful, because they awaken in the consciousness the energies of the less Voodoo spirits. Although they are essences, they must be understood as the pure energy of consciousness. That is why the spirits are a source of power for the disciple, but he has to allow them to find him in the body and soul, in order to become a medium. In this system of work, the spirits come and take place in the master, but not as a possession without their own will. The master can work on many levels of existence and incorporate a wide range of spirits. Voodoo. For this reason the master has initiatory clairvoyance and the powers of the spirits when they occupy a human body. As the master expresses the action of the spirits on the disciple, he can feel the vital flow of the mysteries. When this happens, the master traces the 16 mystical sigils on the body's physical, astral, mental, and intuitional of the disciple and implants the spirits their Voodoo in the form of power, these, as a kind of secret sacrament in each of the 16 secret centers, which then take the name hot points. The master represents Legba and also has within him all the mysteries of the Gui family. That is why he is known as Master of Spirits. The 16 hot points are mystical locations of spiritual power and are given as internal teachings and divine lights. These are mystical powers that surpass concepts, because they are above any type of expression with words. The union of the disciple and the master of the spirits can give all the mysteries of lay Voodoo, and this is beyond human understanding. The meaning of this is too secret and beyond comprehension to be grasped by the rational mind of man. The energies that are expressed are true paths of light. However, when the truth of Voodoo is perceived, the only mystery is the master of the spirits, who concentrates these in his body. When the disciple receives the powers of the master, he can no longer be what he was before, because it acquires a new individuality, that of the spirit. It is important to understand that when we assume this mystical individuality, we abandon lower human qualities and are recast by the spirits as they operate through the Master. This means that the energies spirituals become many ways of being through the will of said Master. The secret spaces of Voodoo Gnosis are defined by esoteric logic of the teacher. This logic is expressed in the way the Master provides the mysteries to the disciple during the Voodoo investigation. The Master has to invoke these spiritual energies of light before he can give them to the disciple. To give these energies, there are special rituals that must be granted by the Voodoo spirits. They are based on the laws of esoteric logic and cannot be changed because they are fixed and static due to their Atlantean origin. All the initiation processes arise from these immutable laws. When these rituals are performed, the Voodoo powers give the Master authorization to do so. Teacher. He first does the internal work within himself and then on the disciple so that the energy becomes present in him. In this way the rituals are actually a return to the roots, because the power comes and filters through the mind of the esoteric logic of the Master, and when this occurs, the dynamic and spiritual life is expressed as conferment. The priest must perfect his power so that the sacramental conferment can take place and the powers of lay Voodoo are situated in his own consciousness and existence. The relationship established between Master and disciple, priest, is as ideal as that of the former with the spirits. Otherwise, the mysteries could not operate because the work of lay conferments is a very esoteric operation. Lay conferments are based on the spiritual energies that the Master has in the form of pure essence. In this sense, this is a priestly work to receive initiation from the Voodoo spirits. These conferments create their own secret spaces of gnosis. When power enters a space, it erects a certain tension around it that attracts forms that create a spatial structure. These spatial structures are attracted to the right type of power and its vibrational field of power. When there is attraction between two similar things, space behaves as if it were energy, because in reality space secretly hides that energy. Certain masters have a kind of magical mirror chamber that they use to work with their disciples. It is a radionic instrument that they use for the process of performing lay conferments and initiations of their disciples. Modern initiation is an extension of established esoteric models in Atlantis. These initiations are used by spiritual priests, masters, who continually reincarnate and who are guides and guardians of the mysteries, in an uninterrupted and continuous descent from the ancient temples of Atlantis. We must understand that in the process of consciousness, everything is part of a cycle of rebirth and development, and that nothing is absolutely new in the world of spiritual laws, although their new applications are being given continually to the world by invisible spirits. Those who give these initiations are priests of Atlantis who have come to us through a precise chain of reincarnations. Therefore we have to recognize what we are currently given, because the energy is simply changing its form and expressing itself in many special ways. The spiritual laws, laws, remain the same and are always present. The ancient priesthood continues and is expressed in the current forms known as churches. Gnostic and esoteric, but said priesthood must give and present the ancient powers and symbols of Atlantean energy. Ancient symbols are always expressed in the form of the time, but they carry within them mystery and power, which do not come from the current time but from the old ways. The priests will be sought and they themselves will seek the appropriate disciples for their cults, by psychic and occult methods. In this way the ancient priesthood emits certain mystical rays, sometimes unknown even to the conscious mind, but known at very deep levels. These rays lead those who have previously been connected with that energy to the center of power. These magicians return to work those who had been there in times past. They return the energies and powers of Atlantean magic to those who have an Atlantean soul within their current bodies. The mystical energy of the ancients rises to the surface of the mind and is known by the student, because they must understand where they are and how they are expressed in the world. The powers of the spirits are always there and can be expressed through understanding the meaning of our life period. When we want to focus on the spiritual world, we must focus on the energies that the spirit uses to link within the laws of this dimensional system. We focus therefore on the powers that are connected with the place where the spirits live and manifest their powers. There is always a special space, and it is the place where the spirits live, and they are the hidden mysteries and energies that men seek. The spirits select or indicate by oracular means those individuals in whom they wish to inhabit. They enter the student and reside in him. Esoteric energies are important in the evolution of consciousness, because without them there can be no process in understanding the history that lies within us. Therefore, when a person is initiated into lay Voudou, they are brought to a point of consciousness where they are aware of the power of light, as seen from the spirit world, and not from a purely human aspect. In the process of self-understanding, the most basic law is that we must learn to see ourselves as we are seen by the spirits. When the students go to the teacher, he must decide if they were working with the spiritual hierarchy, and they can do this because the master operates in the intuitional world and the spirits provide him with the needed information. Students must be aware of their energy field, meaning they must do an investigation of their capabilities before attempting to access this type of initiation by the master. This will perform a prana reading that it will tell you if the students are qualified. Voudou energies are brought to the surface of the body through evocation rituals. From the depths of the initiatory psyche, thus allowing them to express themselves as elemental powers. The student thus experiences a liberation of his being as a kind of pre-rational power. Esoteric work with the student's energies leads to an opening of his secret levels of mind. These levels are 16 in number, and the oracle allows them to be expressed. This power is taken and given form, which reaches and provides all forms of life energy. The masters currently grant lay conferments through prana readings, since these emit a special power field, in such a way that the Voudou spirits come to inhabit the disciple due to the affinity they have with these power fields. The prana readings must be very powerful for these conferments to be granted, because the energies they must have a stability that lasts forever. In this type of work it must be taken into account that there is a special relationship between the spirit of prana reading and the spirit of conferment. The first is what makes possible the production of the magical power used in the conferment, while the second is what provides its direction. The man or woman who becomes an LCN priest and then hierophant, it is reserved by the spirits and subsequently carefully and ritually prepared by someone who has the power to do so. It is an unbroken chain that comes to us from the Atlantean mysteries, and this line has a unique capacity for power. When the student grows and comes to possess these powers, the divine consciousness unites with his own and transforms into a new being. That is why the conferment, if it is effective, must be given only by the spirits. The initiator is the teacher sent by them and serves to connect the student with spiritual powers. It is pure magic, since it is a power that is outside of space and time. It is lay Voudou who have the power to connect humans with the divine world, and in this way the energies are received as powers that act as a bridge between lay Voudou and men. The conferments have been compared to the processes of radiopsychoanalysis, that is, with the exploration of the inner self from the point of view of occult radiations. These radiations are derived from the current power, but caused by the power of the remote past. The priest who has these powers today had them in the times of Atlantis. When the master finds a student and knows that he is one of the Atlanteans, he immediately begins to work to find the exact place where he was in the ancient world. Then, it takes it to the level of realization in the period of actual life. That's why you have to work with each student individually, to allow it to develop its full power, since group work is not suitable for this. The teacher can thus find a lot of data about the student, both in terms of where they are currently and where they are going. Thus a group is formed consisting of the master, the student, and lay Voudou, being the latter are the ones who guide the master and direct these energies. The job complete focuses on the needs of the student, since this is the topic of the research. In this sense, the student will have special powers activated in him, because the energy is expressed at the level of his own and ancient Atlantean vigor. By making use of inner vision, prise de yos, the student's exploration reveals the secret dimensions of his own psyche regarding past periods of life. In the deep regions of consciousness, the master's exploration can find the ancient spaces of Voudou of the mysteries in the archaic days of Atlantean power. Through the CO and affairment, the past can be awakened and the student becomes a self-aware initiate of the spirits in his current life. These reality secrets are not common to all students, but each student has his own world within the psyche. The master can reach the higher spirits of the student's psyche through the prise de yos, and they guide him into the worlds that underlie there. This priestly power provides an ability to physically see what is metaphysical. The spirit world is seen as if it were totally physical, as if through a window. This is what is meant when Voodoo states that spirits, Voudou, exist within certain parts of the physical body. In the prana readings, in which use is made of the prise de yos, some loas with a luminous aspect, aspects of Lepa, and others with a dark aspect, aspects of Gui, are invoked. The interactions of Lepa and Gui are expressed dynamically in the readings. These act as windows or doors to esoteric spaces and from hot spots. Point CHAUDS reflects a movement towards the archaic roots of Voodoo. Once Les CO and affirmants have been awarded, the student will receive from Voudou the words that will teach you the most esoteric aspects of Voodoo work related to your inner world. Present temets, conferiments, and point CHAUDS. The possession of fundamental powers by the magician is due to the fact that they generate the so-called point CHAUDS or hotspots. Every advanced magician of the LCN system must have these powers induced in himself, that is, in his physical body and in his other subtle vehicles, if he aspires to consider himself a Voodoo Gnostic magician. One of the Voodoo initiates who helped develop the techniques to induce these hotspots was the Haitian Luc Gozat, author of the book Les Voudou, La Création Mystique des Songs. This book, written by Gozat while he lived in New York, relates the lowest or mysteries, Les Voudou, with cosmic materializations of sexual energy, but not as sexual fantasies, but as archetypes of the unconscious that act above all at the level of the transcendental ID. It was Gozat who introduced sex work techniques into the magical system of esoteric Voodoo, as he developed an eros of the lowest which he induced in his work on Les Voudou. He also developed a work system with dreams through which daytime sexual fantasies, visualizations, were introduced into nighttime dreams to make an authentic magical journey into sexual reality. Gozat's system brought elements of modern psychology to the initiatory traditions of Voodoo, which were centered on the interaction of energies of the initiator and the initiate. The application of Gozat's system to traditional Voodoo produced what are called les presentements, presentations. These magical interactions are actually those that occur between the bodily energies of the initiator and initiate. When these presentations generate magical initiatory energies take the name of CO and affirmants, grantings of power or conferals, and it is these energies that provide the magician with the methods for achieving these four powers. We can say that Les Voudou interact with the body through these presentments, which, when developed, become the points. But only in the event that they become CO and affirmants. When this is achieved, hot spots are generated and projected onto the different power zones of the body in question. These CO and affirmants must be performed through the process of Les Voudou, by which the magician understands what is happening in his own CO and affirmant process. Gozat's methodology must be understood as a model of inductive consciousness by which hotspots manifest experimentally and gnostically. It is one of the secrets of La Couleuvre Noire. Those who enter the context of this realization, they will know what is happening to them in Les CO and affirmants. According to Gozat, only certain magicians are capable of knowing and understanding what this is. Although modern advances in radionics are not used in the LCN work centers in Haiti, in other areas, the hierophants of this order carried out research programs with the Gnostic or logical structures of the time stations described previously in this system. Of esoteric Voodoo, we already know that there are 4 time stations and that they are the hyperspatial and Gnostic logical sources of power. Outside of Haiti, The projections of these hyperspatial sources of power have been developed by radionic means in the same way as the initiations do it in Leogana through sex magical work. The time stations are capable of manifesting in a spatial system analogous to that of the physical initiations that take place in Leogana, Haiti. There are 4 areas of Gnostic logic that form the hyperlogical region of Gnosis and that contain within themselves the various processes of the most esoteric magical initiation. It is in these regions where the presentiments manifest themselves both ideally and in reality. By connecting with the field of the corresponding time stations, the energies of manifestation can in turn manifest. For this the magicians must develop a primary or preliminary magical field with their own efforts before seeking any type of physical initiation so that the time station can act. The candidate must be accepted by the logic of the system, because it can only operate with a similar type of energy field. It's like when in physics one energy field produces the reactions of another. This is true because the field of physical initiations is a field of radioactive energies and because this field also manifests itself in 2 forms, lay presentiments and lay co-interference. There are certain initiatory dimensions of the time station that must not be considered only as a time of a specific moment in the sequence, but as present time in alternative, parallel, universes. They are those levels in their multiple forms of time, which do not occur in this universe. These universes can be considered as the places for the images of those presentiments that arrive during and through the magical operations of this field. However, they can also be co-interference, grants of power. From such a magical program we can establish that the powers come from the present aspect of the complete system. This is why the work is done in the present, because the magical field of the sex magical Gnostic transformation is not in itself a time travel. The energies that manifest as presentiments come from lay value, voodoo spirits, and this is one of the most important points of the work of LCN apart from the present update models, of which there are 3. There are powers of projection in the form of lines of power. These lines indicate the sources of manifestation of lay value, which are 16 and which correspond to the fundamental axioms of the hotspot system and the 16 logical forms of the IFA. What is significant here is that the energies operate within a logical scheme derived from the Gnostic continuum of esoteric engineering. It is important to understand that the basic ideas that underlie logical systems can be applied to any context of initiatory physics. When this happens, the basic laws and models of the system are also developed in terms of a new application. The magician can then see how from the connected hotspots, we are capable of providing new content to the system. One thing attracts another similar thing. As this occurs, the energies of the system are mysteriously linked to the root of the process, which is the fundamental level of magical analysis. When this happens, we can see how a new member of the external experience of the LCN system is gradually admitted into the internal geometry of LEGVA, the hyperspatial time stations and the logics. Gnostics, through which lay value operate on their archetypal and divine level. We can say that a new member is admitted to a magical order because the system has been attracting him, since its magical field has recognized him. The manifestations of lay presentiments and low co-interference confirm this connection, which is accepted by the logic of the system as an appropriate component within the esoteric structure of the time station field. Gozat's creative model of the Gnostic system is based on certain magical laws that manifest in the experience of the magician as he is connected to the Gnostic field. The masters of the order of LCN who exist in the higher Gnostic regions of the 4 time stations have created an esoteric model of magical relationships into which the candidate for Hierophant must be introduced. The magicians must thus create a certain response to the intelligent systems of lay co-interference, by which the superior logics can send their radiations to the candidate for Hierophant. It is essential that there are many levels of response and interaction, so that the less value lattices can manifest. In the Gozat system of Gnostic magic, the higher worlds of existence are directly related to logical magical structures. These logics make the entire system function as a continuum. These magical logics are those that manifest themselves as co-interference since they are intelligences deeply rooted in the magical continuum of Gnosis Gozat. At certain points in the process, radiations will be projected into the initiate's field in order to attract his luage body towards the gnosis of Legba. When this happens, a transformation of the candidate occurs, in such a way that an ideal luage field is generated thanks to the intensity of the gnosis of Legba, which makes use of CONF elements with its magical agents. As this occurs, the candidate increasingly identifies with the action of Le CONF element, allowing his being to become an ideal substance or an individualized function of the Legba continuum. The magicians of the Gozat system have been aware of the energies that CONF elements implied in their demonstrations during the process of initiation. As long as the magician has certain types of ideas on the borders of his consciousness, that is, between the ego and the ID, he can be suitable for the action of these energies. But if these are lost, they must be restored through subsequent identification with the initiator, who is the representative of the Legba continuum. If these energies persist, the candidate rises in level of consciousness and finds the master, who gives him all the keys to the system. This master is the personal aspect of the Gnostic continuum, that is, the CONF element of Legba. In this way, magicians develop their abilities more and more deeply to act as a bridge between themselves and the CONF elements, and to in this way, the Gnostic essence of Legba comes closer to his work. When this occurs, an entrance opens in the initiate's head through which the powers of Legba descend. Then the initiate responds automatically in accordance with the laws of initiatory physics, transcending the different energies and achieving the luage state in a total synthesis of all magical emotions. In the Gnosis Gozat, which is the continuum of the CONF element of the initiatory work of LCN, the moment of the manifestation of the powers of the Gnosis from Legba come as the advance of the vital current of Legba. There are certain people who react to fields of the system in an unequivocal way, and these are those chosen by Legba as members of this broad logic. But this number will never be very large, but rather will remain as one of the secrets of the earth. In this process, the categories will develop as models of self-initiation of the Gnostic powers, but this will only happen to those who are ready for it and are naturally united with this process. In this Gnosis Gozat, the magicians will work alone and separated from the energies of other systems, which will appear to be very simple in comparison to this broader Gnosis. The magician must therefore try by all means to enter more and more into the vital current of this Gnosis of Legba and come to appreciate the possibilities that allows this Gnosis at its own level of Gnostic consciousness. We have already studied the Ajas before and saw that they are actually the primordial magical power that makes it possible for the worlds to manifest. They are in a certain way the causal or primordial energy that manifests in the world. The human species, thanks to these Ajas, can develop beyond the level's current limitations. However, the Ajas are produced by magical methods and are of a different causal order from that of the energies that produce effects in space-time of our universe. This is because the Ajas are the product of laws that are outside the causation of our universe despite being causal in their own nature. The CONF elements are the true vehicles of the Ajas, and that is why in magical work it is necessary to consider what the CONF elements do in their Gnostic energy models, because they transport Ajas in the 16 different subtle varieties. They are forms of self-aware Ajas, and that is why if we have CONF elements, we communicate with the Ajas. The LCN masters control the magical administration of the Ajas. They control this system because they possess the magical and Gnostic methods by which that the Ajas are released. These same masters are identified with the projective geometry of Legba and its logic, and know the origin of the Ajas, that is, the higher Gnostic kingdom. In Gozat's system, the CONF elements serve as magical vehicles of the Ajas in working with Legba. The magicians of the system therefore have a direct link with the operations of the Ajas as long as they are in contact with the rules of initiatory physics. Consequently, it is important for them knowing that these rules are level, even if they are only ideas within the mind of the initiate. Certain magicians have not wanted to follow these ideas because they have judged them to be contrary to their own magical sexuality and have thus rejected the system of LCN. seeing it as something perverted and unnatural. For this reason they are rejected this order, since they are not willing to work within the LNC system, or because they have wanted to modify its rules and models due to the imposition of other cultural models. Each CONF is a vehicle of Aegis because it is a fusion of the ideas of the ideal substance, mind, and the real substance, matter. The CONF first manifests as ideal substance, mind, being subject to the Gnostic logic of that level of reality, mental plane, but when it enters the world of spatio-temporal existence, it assumes a real substance, matter. So the CONF can be seen as a function of very powerful levels of existence. This means that there is an ideal form of Aegis generated by esoteric logic and another real form generated by initiatory structures and body work in space-time. The ideal form is the magical energy of Gnostic hyperspatiality, which consists of Gnostic logic generating an energy. When this happens, it is possible to receive Aegis in such a form that it is free of any real substance or matter. We can say that the initiations of Kozat's system are a fusion of ideal and real components. The initiation of the magician into the system of Lay Voudou presupposes the induction of Aegis by means of Lay CONF, since these are anywhere and manifest at any time. The energies are extremely powerful, and the projections of these CONF are no different from the projections found in forms of Gnostic sexual magic. Lay CONF can also provide control over the type and amount of Aegis that are released because these can be measured and controlled by magical methods. When this magical process is done, this control becomes a kind of intelligent helping entity. This is understandable if we take into account that in this context of magical allies, the initiate and the initiator are not alone, but are accompanied by these conservative entities of the Aegis that make magicians aware of the levels of energy they need and what they can resist. In this sense, magicians operate as parts of a significant energy process, as parts of the structure of the system, being its administrators and coordinators. For the structure of magic to be correct and successful, there must be coordinators of the different processes. Without them, direction would be needed on a physical level, but when this magical coordinating reality is present, we can be aware of what it operates and how it does it. At LCN, Lucien-François Jean-Maine restored the ancient practice of CONF from the master to the disciple, and this practice has its roots in Atlantean magic. Lay CONF are organized into 16 levels like many other things within this teaching system. They are also related to 16 parts physical aspects of the body, since they actualize what is latent in the disciple. These 16 points are not connected to the classical chakras, because their work is more esoteric. He also makes use of several tatwas not used by the Eastern system, since they are more secret than these. Lay CONF are part of the initiation, since the infusion of energy and power from the cosmic dimension to the body of the disciple during it, is the basis of the CONF. In reality, during the work of Lay CONF it is the disciple's unconscious that is released by the master. The CONF is secret because if it were widely known it would lose its power, because it makes use of something that is outside ordinary thought. Has to be known only to those involved in said work. There are lines of power that allow for a hidden structure in the universe, similar to that of a lattice. When Lay CONF are granted, they remain forever as a bond between the vital self and the cosmos, which is its source. However, it exists in the intuitions of the master, the which links them with the disciple. This lattice can be expressed through research work with the magical system of LC, and the work of the CONF is a special gift of Gnosis and is closely related to initiation and esoteric development. When the master's auric energy levels act on the disciple, this projects a high unconscious magnetism, a kind of psychic radioactivity, and this happens when he connects with the master's aura. This rise energy occurs in this meeting between master and disciple, and this energy can be measured, increased, or programmed. During the CONF, as in other initiation procedures, the divine self is conferred upon the candidate by the master of Gnosis. This spiritual self is conferred on the psychic and physical part of man, soul and body. Arrive and dwell in a secret space that has been prepared through the esoteric logic of the master. The master must create in the disciple the germ of this secret space, through his direct and personal experience. This is why the level of initiation must be given personally to the disciple by the master of the gnosis. However, these spaces are emanations of the energy of esoteric logic that resides within the master. The Gnostic continuum of esoteric logic is a body of mystical nature. However, within the continuum there are many forms of logic esoteric. We can say that there is an unlimited number of these logics, because for each master of gnosis there are pure and individual forms of esoteric logic that are concrete because they possess a universal mystical body, inhabiting the continuum of universal gnosis. The Gnostic masters give many names to the divine self, because in every disciple who becomes initiated there exists a form of this reality. When it is formed within the disciple, we say that in the secret space where it lives, there is a continuum with a power that never ends. During the work of the O.T.O.A affairment, the master prepares the disciple for the introduction of the divine self through esoteric instructions that are a kind of donation of the secret spaces. This Gnostic donation must do with the contents of esoteric logic projected as a model or organizational scheme. It is about making a place in the student's spiritual body for the divine self. In these O.T.O.A affairments the secret space is the content of gnosis, while logic is its structure. Each master of gnosis has an esoteric reference structure by which certain laws can be applied to his disciples, which would be subdivisions of the esoteric logic itself. The light of gnosis gives the master the range of power to put his Gnostic imagination into unlimited practice. In this sense, the teacher is the head of the church, therefore the powers that the master imparts to the disciple are very esoteric and constitute a new vehicle of the light of gnosis. They are created as archetypal lattices between the master and the disciple, and consequently the disciple is connected by Gnostic powers to the ideal of perfect and eternal light, which involves many ideal forms of existence. The laws are the laws of the mystical universe that act as intelligent and self-aware beings. They are divine in nature and totally spiritual. On the other hand, Voudou are the archaic spirits of the mysteries of esoteric magic, and they extract their powers from the divine essence itself. Are the gods behind the laws or laws? The initiate will be able to find Voudou behind anything that may lie in consciousness. In Voodoo research we try to know what the spirits, Voudou, want us to do or be. To do this, the following ritual can be done. Burn incense and light a blue candle, invoking the light by asking them to come to our aid. This can be done at dawn looking towards the rising sun, after having taken a cold water bath, saying, "Beg Lightma to come and help me in my research work." Want to investigate the secrets of the spiritual powers that are your family. Amunak, your twin brother here on earth. Beg you, Lord of Knowledge, to give me your help. Meditate next in a receptive attitude to the powers of Lightma, so that they flow into consciousness. However, Voodoo research does not mean that we must read many books about Voodoo, or that we obtain a lot of written information about Voodoo in topic publications. It means rather that we do something new, that we effect a dissemination of the influences of Voodoo, in forms appropriate for them to operate on earth. To do this, the following ritual can be done. Burn incense and light a red candle, because what you have to aim for is to feel the power of Voodoo in your body. Sit at a table and direct thoughts toward the spirit world and the pathways in which spirits operate with us. Then say the following invocation: I am full of joy to be able to serve so that energy can come to the world. O.T.O.A. Send my efforts towards all powers of power and all directions, so that you can spread this power through me. Meditate below and see all the energies that move in countless directions come towards the earth. Everyone will be able to benefit from the light rays. The work of the spirits, Voodoo, is varied and simple. Each one of them specializes in a type of work, and we have to find them and make it possible for them to radiate towards us to serve as vehicles of that radiation. Then, this influence of spirits will be understood among those we encounter in our environment. This simply means that the energies lead us through a propagation process and that we are the emitters or contact station through which they are sent around us. The radiation is very important, and therefore we will give below a ritual for this purpose, sitting in a quiet and secluded place, with incense lit, focused on mind in an attitude of help towards those who need it, then invoke the powers of O.T.O.A to come down and pass through one. The energies will be sent by the radiation process to those around us. Then make the following invocation: want to be useful, O Great Lightman. Use me as a focus for emitting your energy to help and see those who need it. Then visualize those people who need help, repeating their names. After this, relax for a few moments, and if we feel drowsiness, let it invade us for a while, so that the energies can flow through us without evoid interpositions. This is a simple way to make use of the power we have to radiate divine energies. It is important to burn incense in voodoo research, because both the lowest and O.T.O.A are attracted to it. Incense combines all elements. When burning, it has fire, smoke has air, it has a solid form that becomes liquid with heat. The perfumes contained in incense are liquid essences that when exposed to fire release great power on the astral plane. It is necessary to use quality incense, not those synthetic incense sticks that are commonly sold. When incenses are used suitable, these attract spiritual beings, O.T.O.A. Incense and what it surrounds is of the greatest importance in matters of energy or magical work with divine energies. It is possible to make a distinction between lowest and voodoo spirits, O.T.O.A, in the works we are doing. Meanwhile, in the irradiation of energy for help, both types of entities are used. The difference arises in other more specific works. The work of the lowest is related to initiation in general, while the work with O.T.O.A is related to the development of personal esoteric consciousness. Let's look at a way of working with O.T.O.A, which is different from the methods used with the lowest. To work with O.T.O.A we must focus our energy on the ties we have with our Master of Gnosis. The Master is the focus and the path through which the powers of O.T.O.A will come to one. These powers will arise in the deepest parts of the soul, those that we share with the Master. In relaxation, use a red candle and burn strong incense. At the same time say the following invocation: unlimited power is within me and it is being directed towards my mind. I am now united with the Great Spirits Voodoo. Beg you, O spirits, to arise and come into my imagination and fill me with your presence. Beg you to send me the light of your energy, allowing me to see you in the image of my esoteric master. Love you and I greet you. The energy will be felt gradually. This job is very simple because I say pray to obtain mental images. After the invocation it is necessary to relax and sleep a little, letting the forces operate without any mental activity that disturbs them. On the other hand, the works that make use of the lowest are more complex and have many topics to which they can be applied. With O.T.O.A, however, the focus is simply on the process of internal growth in a Gnostic experience. When we work with the lowest, we are observing something outside. That is, although we are operating on our own consciousness, the approach is from the outside, being also a concrete work, while that working with O.T.O.A is not. Ajas research the magical energies that arise or emerge phenomenologically in the works of our system are organized in consciousness and have a logical structure, in such a way that when they emerge in the field of consciousness the magician can make them act in the space continuum. Temporary. We have repeatedly spoken of sexual radioactivity as a basic energy of our magical work systems. In this regard we must add that sexual radioactivity is a manifestation of another force known by the Sanskrit name Ajas. The Ajas were originally thought to be an emanation of the ID and were identified with magical sexuality. However, many years of observation have determined that Ajas should not be confused with sexuality. Further, that sexual radioactivity is a manifestation of these Ajas, that is, that they act through the libido of the ID. On the other hand, the Ajas do not exist in the uninitiated because they are induced through appropriate rites. Ajas is not the same magical energy of the ego but can be opposite to it because it is not the result of its inflation or magical development. His space is at the level of the ID, although they can be distinguished from the energies of the ID transcendental. Although sexual radioactivity can be produced by other processes, only can be produced directly by the ajas. Finally, these should not be confused with the prana, shakti, or kundalini of Hinduism. There are 4 forms of ajas: ontological ajas, which occupies an ideal space within the O.T.O.A, magical pleroma. In this way, ajas has an ideal existence before having any type of existential manifestation, that is, one that is found between the lattices of the abstract ontic sphere. Cosmological or phenomenological ajas that occupies a real space connected with sexuality in the ID. In this way, it can be said that it is induced in the deeper regions of the psyche through certain magical rites that they awaken the ID. Psychological ajas, operating through psychic reactions to the association of words. In this form, ajas will enable the magician to increase the power of his formation of thoughts. Ajas at the anthropological level, operating through the powers that the magician can update. These powers cannot be developed unless the operator make use of certain hidden aspects that only ajas provides. This means that only those magicians who possess the ajas can perform authentic magical operations and rites. To investigate these powers, one must explore the magical trajectories of ajas with the pendulum. The ajas are the basis of man's magical powers and must be induced through proper initiation. This is when the potential is released and transforms what we have previously described as the anthropological level of manifestation into the foundation for the magician's sexual radioactivity. In experimental work with ajas, it is very important to take into account the presence of trajectories. A path is simply a method of observing the logical structure of the ajas. This means that the order of the magical O.T.O.A can be captured and translated into the language of the pendulum or any magical instrument, for example, the Marga computer. A dimensional working map is created giving the points of the O.T.O.A, as well as the names that act as magical intersection lattices, to determine at what level of ajas development the magician is. This means that we are modeling the way in which the ajas are induced within the ontic sphere, becoming present in the magician's subconscious mind. A comparison of 2 or more trajectories will determine the type of development of ajas. Thelemic go through ajas. The magician has access to another region of magical existence and a new source of power that he would not have otherwise. Its magical power increases further and can produce accurate measures of your progress. We do not doubt that sexual radioactivity can be produced by other indirect means with prana, shakti, kundalini, etc., but it is produced directly by the ajas. The magician who makes use of ajas is more powerful in his psyche and in his magical work. Ajas may be the exclusive property of a certain type of Gnostic lineage, because its induction technique has been inherited from the Gnostic Ophidian language of the bishops of Haiti and Spain and then passed on to its members. All genuine magical orders, of which there are hundreds in all parts of the world, have their secret powers or hot spots, and students of occultism must ask themselves whether the secret powers of one order are better for them than those of others. Only they can make this decision. We limit ourselves here to exposing the powers of LCN without talking at all about the powers of other Gnostic orders and lineages. It can be said that the field is induced, which means that this field is not created. Induced means that we are the ones pointing where it is, because there are many fields and they can be interpreted in a variety of ways, for example the I Ching, instruments, magical and radionic instruments and occult physics instruments. When we act on a particular field that is present, the instrument works and gives the reading or measurement of the field. The unified field, or unification of fields, is the continuum. The instrument is capable of determining the nature of the field, which is why we have to choose the right type of instrument at all times and constantly invent others to explore different types of fields. In any field, the methodology for communication through that field is implicit and the instrument indicates the content of the field. The form will be determined by its geometry. The fields do not need cables, nor do the instruments used in them need to be connected to electrical current. For ajas research work we use a mercury pendulum to find the field and see its intensity, choosing the highest intensity. Once the field is found, we use a mirror pendulum with the color spectrum to obtain its quality. In the spectrum of the pendulum are the 7 colors from top to bottom: red, orange, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue and violet, to which the infrared is added above and the ultraviolet below. In addition, the spectrum of the pendulum carries the color black above the infrared and white below the ultraviolet, and a gray signaling band above black and below white, making a total of 13 stripes of 12 colors. Both pendulums point with their movements affirmatively, rotating clockwise. When they do not rotate or do it in another way, it is because the field does not spread. With this type of analysis, the identification of ajas can be objectively done. In another person, the magician can thus investigate other initiates or magicians by these methods. For this, 2 forms can be used, one simple and the other complex. It is about investigating the existence of ajas in a subject, and to do so, first of all it is necessary to determine the presence and intensity of the field in this or her body. The mercury pendulum will give, with its clockwise rotation, the maximum presence and intensity in the body area of the subject being explored. Once the identification is made, you must move on to the mirror pendulum with the color spectrum, applying it to the previously identified area. The color level of maximum spin intensity will give us the nature of the field. The results can be classified according to the resulting color, and with this a map of the subject's ajas can be made over different days, with their corresponding astrological influences, and different types of work. Magical, all constituting a logical investigation of the ajas. The 7 colors of the light spectrum are used plus infrared and ultraviolet, making a total of 9. The most complex form adds to the previous research the use of the Marca computer, linked by copper cables to 2 Eman screens to expand the responses of the induced field's investigation. Eman screens are made with a copper wire mesh insulated on its periphery by a plastic or wooden frame. From one end of the copper mesh comes a copper connection that ends in a metal rod to be held by hand. That is, there will be 2 cables ending in a rod, each coming out of one of the screens. The screens are placed, one under the head and another under the sacral area once the subject is lying face up. The Marca computer is a very simple radionic instrument, composed of a circuit inserted in an insulating box, with a germanium diode or radio lamp or transistor with a rheostat that can be operated, a numbered dial to calibrate the intensity of the device, and with a main switch. The ends of the circuit each terminate in a 2-wire plug receiver, one connecting to the sacral Eman screen and another terminating in a metal rod to be held by the researcher in his left hand. By increasing the intensity of the device we will obtain clearer and more intense responses, with which the areas to be investigated are more and the results are more complete. Up to this point the system has been described in research on another person. However, there is the possibility of doing the work on oneself using as witness a Polaroid photograph or similar, of oneself, whole body. In this type of self-investigation it is not possible to find the exact area of the body where the field is induced, but the presence of it and its qualification in ourselves at a given moment or in a given magical work. The process is the same as described above, but applying the pendulums about our photography. If we want to use the Marca computer to expand the answers, a cable must be connected to a metal plate placed under the photo and the other cable with the metal bar held with our left hand, while with the right hand we use the pendulum. On our photograph, the Marca computer is thus incorporated into our photographic representation. It is important to use a Polaroid photograph or similar. Lab. P. Place Medley CAPN. All this research and standardization of ajas is important for understanding them. Once classified, the results can be compared to corresponding levels or frequencies in other parallel hidden energy systems. Up to this point we have talked about detecting ajas, that is, that it exists, the place where it is located and its qualification or vibration. Now we are going to talk about ajas induction in the brain, or magical stimulation of the brain through ajas. This process aims to stimulate latent experiences in the brain. In other monographs we have talked about how instruments influence magical to the human brain. In this regard, we know in magic that what is objective can be transformed into subjective and vice versa. This means that when an energy exists, it simply exists, and that the object and subject polarities are only points of reference. The thesis is that if in X it exists in Y and not in Z, as it exists in Y it can also exist in Z if it is properly induced. In other words, if there are no ojas in a person in a particular condition, they can be induced by the amplification mechanism. In this sense, sexual radioactivity can serve as a basis for induction in the brain region of the nervous system. The higher consciousness is housed in the brain and consists simply of an amplification of the primordial energy of the ID, the ojas. The Ajna chakra of the Hindus, located between the eyebrows, acts as a four-dimensional tunnel or tube capable of inducing physical or magical energies in both sending and receiving directions. The Marga computer can capture these energies and project them onto the subject to be induced. Once this is established, we can affirm that if a subject is connected to the stimulation system, it will cause an increase in ojas and the power of his mind in certain hidden areas. The most important thing is how to attach the subject to the system, which is done by using copper wire applied to the forehead using a small metal sheet. Before induction, the nature and intensity of the field should be investigated by means of technique described above, and once identified, the brain will be loaded from sexual radioactivity, sacral area, but using the Marga computer as an amplifier. The method can also be done alone, using a Polaroid or similar photograph of our own face and connecting one cable from the Marga computer to an EMAN screen placed under the buttocks of the seated operator, and the other cable from the computer connected to a small metal plate placed on the forehead of our face in the photograph. Once the ojas energy that is flowing has been detected, with the pendulum over the photo, attach the plate to our own forehead and thus derive the sexual radioactivity transformed into ojas to the brain with the Marga computer. With this method, the brain will expand consciousness by intensifying the C functioning of the areas that are capable of perceiving and experiencing the ontic spheres that have not been exercised due to lack of opportunity. Such areas of the brain would never be awakened if it were not for the instrumentalization of the Marga computer, because we are in the physical body. When we are outside the physical body, we have a direct astral experience and we do not need this type of instruments for its induction. It's very important to realize that there is a positive source of energies ojas in the sphere that is above the phenomenal. This region has been described in our monographs as Mahayan or Nada. It is what is beyond of all systems of explanation, and its most appropriate descriptive term is the absolute. We can say that a certain part of our being is connected to this Mahan, there being an identity between us and that region in terms simply fundamental. The Mahan exists in the space-time interstices as true windows towards nothingness. Taking this into account, we can say that the pleroma is inside the world of Mahan and outside of it at the same time. Thus, we can use the energies that come from Mahan in our magic, that is, deduce ojas from Mahan, within the metaphysical logical model. We can compose a mythical structure by giving a hypothetical definition to this deduction. Such a definition would simply assert that Ojas's deduction of the Mahan is not in conflict with the hypothetico-deductive structure of magical explanation. It is possible to transcend the limits of human consciousness through certain forms of higher Gnostic magic that give us the true vision of nature of the Ojas. There have always been forms of communication that are outside humanity's sphere of hypothetical deduction and yet are known in the Gnostic continuum. This force resides in the initiatory root of our system, in what we call root spirits or lower racine. Part of the sacramental mystery of the Gnostic Patriarchate consists of the ability to participate in the highest Gnostic mysteries. The lower racine form the archetypal level of magical consciousness of our system and are induced into the consciousness of the Gnostic Patriarch Bishop, Hierophant, through a long and complicated process that enables him to see the deduction of Ojas Daman in the lower racine of our Gnostic system. This is the reason there are two ways of knowing this process, the hypothetical deductive or mythical and the Gnostic and initiatory. We have described the way to deduct Ojas energy from the sexual zone to the centers of the brain by stimulating hidden instruments. However, we should ask ourselves if there is a type of deduction via the ritual operations established since Atlantean times. The method called La Prise de Dios hides within itself a method of deduction of ajas in the candidate for Hierophant. This type of initiatory work is described in the next level. I.e. another very important source of ajas is found in the energies that come from Iwaz, the messenger of the current Eon of Horus. Iwaz has his activity in the ontic sphere and is directly connected to the Mahanic zone. Somewhere in the ideal spaces of the ontic sphere there exists a temple of abstract and mathematical initiation. It can be reached through 16 doors which represent the 16 levels or 16 hot spots. In this temple resides Coronzon and his Hierophant Lundy, but there are few magicians who can penetrate this temple, as it exists far above material aspects. Lundy he is the Hierophant of Coronzon in esoteric voodoo and Haitian gnosis. This temple is the pleroma of Manan and the source of Thoth in the classic tree of life of Hebrew Kabbalah. To penetrate the consciousness of this mystery one must become dust or ashes for one world, but living and eternal fire for the next, past the abyss. Here is the most radiant form of ajas, but also the most dangerous due to Coronzon, because for this you have to leave the circles of Cronus, time. Only there can Lundy be found. Coronzon's manifestation is different from that of all gods. But if he speaks through Lundy, his manifestation is near. If there were not the presence of Lundy, the ontic sphere would be destroyed. When Coronzon speaks through Lundy's mouth it means he has arrived. The investigator of the mysteries must reach the ideal spaces where the Ophidian magic forms the basis of all existence. In this way you will return to the primordial chaos where the doors will open without any order when you know who is there. Approximates. Their ajas will be found and brought to earth as Prometheus did. Their Coronzon lives and awaits the seeker of ajas who is prepared to find the path and possess the entirety of ajas. Consecration ceremony Houn Gan Creper the Can 6 candidates for the priesthood or Hound Gan, Mambo, feminine, must prepare the following utensils. To they are Madra, another asin different from the one used as an elemental instrument of the earth. Just as elemental can simply be a round gourd with its seeds, cha-cha gourd, the asin Madra must have a wooden handle in such a way that it forms a central axis in the middle of the pumpkin and emerging from one end, generally the thinnest if the pumpkin is not spherical. It is best to use a dried pilgrim's gourd. The seeds must be removed from the pumpkin and replaced with snake vertebrae or clay, porcelain, or glass beads. At the same time, on the outside it must have a kind of network formed by rows of snake vertebrae or beads, in such a way that when the asin moves they hit it. The asin must be painted with the colors of the candidate's personal loa or, failing that, with the national colors of our societe, black and red. Clocher's Euro bell or cascabel, it is a small bell with a handle or metal bell or a bell with a leather end or cord to hold it. It is used synchronously with the asin. Mat or carpet, it is placed next to the peristyle in the hound fort, temple, and is used for the candidate to lie down during the initiation. Euro silver O.T.O.A and patent and gold, these are the basic elements for the mass. The cup must be silver or plated, although if you lack the means it can be used of another material, but silver in color. Likewise with the paten, but in gold. The wine will be placed in the glass as naturally as possible. Red in color and on the paten a host or wheat bread that has a dry chair, near the mat and the peristyle. A chair is placed where the hound gan will sit once he is lifted from the ground by crazy dad. Beba Papa Loco. The Beba Loco Loco must be drawn on paper and placed near the peristi and on it the asin matra and the bell, cloche, that remain there until their use in the ritual. In addition, the magical instruments of the elements of the others will be used. Rituals, the altar diagram, or peristyle, a blue candle, a tunic, or blue ribbon, oil, cup of wine or liquor, small and not silver, and bread or biscuit for the minor Eucharist. The silver cup and the golden paten are only for the high Eucharist, which can only be performed by a hound gan. You will also need to have 5 dice, paper, and a pen. LE. Ceremony 1. Peristyle orientation, the same as in the Kanso ceremony, but the candidate sits facing south, near the mat and the chair. In front of Simbi's machete and Bev, staying close to him and in front of Tiara's Hassan. El and the center the green candle, the elemental instruments outside the circle and the new instruments near him. 2 Masters summon, raise your arms outstretched and say, Maestro Mercury Aquarius, invoke your presence in the ceremony of my consecration as Hou and Gad, Mambo, to may your power be my guide and help and may the forces of the Spirit can be present. Master Mercury Aquarius, accept me as priest of the internal order of the Black Snake, because it is my will to dedicate my life to the search for the light and the truth of existence and being, to one day becoming one more link of the chain of teachers of our order. Relax your arms and light the green candle. 3. Invocation to Lightman. Look at the flame of the candle and visualize a ray of green light descending from the top of said flame, going down the candle towards the center of the circle and then dividing into 4 rays that run towards the 4 cardinal points, illuminating the bevs of the Loa. Say, Qapa Legba, open the path. Make the Loa help me, Master of the Crossroads, remove the barrier with your power, so that it can pass. Qapa Legba, open the door, so that I can enter the temple. Papa Legba, you are the oldest Loa because you exist since the beginning of the world. That's why you are the guardian of the entrance. You radiate spiritual light from the sun. Qapa Legba is now in my hound form. 4. Blessing of magical instruments. Take the censer in your hands and say, in the name of Dambalak, God, and Loa of fire and the east direction, that any negative influence disappear from the censer, which I now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Light the charcoal and place it inside the censer and return it to its place. Say, use the censer with occult powers and forces to help me in my magic operations with the Vudu spirits. Honor incense and continue, Ta&D dedicate to the sacred work, be powerful in your action of fire. Tis the machete and say, in the name of Simbi, God, and Loa of the air and the southern direction, may any negative influence disappear from this machete, which I now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Copyright put it in its place and say, use this machete with hidden powers and forces to help me in my magic operations with the spirits voodoo. Ta&D dedicate to the sacred work, be sharp in your action of air. Take the container of water and say, in the name of O.T.O.A for God, and Loa of water and the west direction, that any negative influence disappear from this cup, which I now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Move the container into place and say, source of life, vehicle of spirits, giver of forms, maternal breast, endow you with powers and hidden forces to help me in my operations with the Vudu spirits. Dedicate you to the sacred work. Be able in your action of water. Take the asin and say, in the name of O, God, and Loa of the earth and the north direction, may any negative influence disappear from this ASON, which now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Return it to its place and say, I endow this ASON with hidden powers and forces so that it help in my magic operations with the Vudu spirits. Dedicate you to the sacred work. Be established in your earth action. 5. Anointing. Take a little oil with the index and middle fingers of the right hand and draw across from the eyebrow to the upper lip and from the left eye to the right, saying, may this holy oil cleanse my body and my soul so that I can access the knowledge of the realms of the world of thought. 6. Reading. The candidate will meditate on the following. The personal Loa that has held Kanso until now through dreams, it will from now on be evoked by the priest through the mystery of the Eucharist, and through it will enter his body when required by the Houndgad. In this way and through the possession of the priest by the personal Loa, he will communicate to him in the form of mental images the knowledge he needs. It will be enough for the Haogan to perform the miracle of the Mass for him to be possessed through the sacrament. In this possession the personal Loa is the part of Legba that descends on the priest, and this is Luach. 7. Lesser Eucharist. Take the bread and wine and place them on the Simbi Bev, the cup below and the bread on top covering it. Raise your arms and say, Simbi, God and Loa of the mental world, you who move with the elasticity and rapidity of thought, you who descend to the sources of the streams. To contact your worshippers, descend upon this bread and this wine so that they become your body and your blood. And so that when passing to me give me the powers necessary to be king, queen, of the mental plane. Be the protective spirit of my soul, in the name of Legha, Amen. Lower your arms, take the bread and eat it, then drink the wine and feel the strength and powers of Simbi pass to the celebrant. Afterwards, stay in meditation for a while. 8. Invocation to Papa Los. Place Crazy Dad's bed at the head of the mat and say, Papa Loco ta den pango ehibo loco. Greed, you here is your son who wants to be possessed by you. Am completely African, am the horse of A. Twins moin ce token dilamin, moin ce taupinen, mumen se token domen, mumen se tutkinan, moin ce cheval marasa, mumen se cheval mareza, ce lankinan news yet, they winka yet, we are in Africa ma peace with OU, crazy daddy, mapsy of you, crazy dad, follow you crazy dad. The candidate will lie down on the mat with his head on the drawing of the Vecta crazy dad. He will wait in a receptive state until he feels possessed by dad. Crazy. When this happens, he will get up and sit in the chair next to which the clochette and the asin matra will be. 9. The prize D asin. He will take both instruments with his right hand. The asin matra will be placed between the thumb and index finger and the bell between the index and middle finger. Looking at both instruments it will say, This is my ASON of Haogan, my Kol Ta Dan, who with the help of my clochette will call the spirits to come to my presence within my hound fort. Now claim the presence of my personal Loa, so that he takes possession of me, and from now on he may never be separated from my person, neither in dream nor in waking. O Loa, reveal to me your secret name that only can know. 10. The secret name of the personal Loa. You will now take the 5 dice and separate 2 of them. Using the numerical oracle of our system, you will deduce with these 2 dice the number of letters in the secret name, and then with the 5 dice the letters that make it up. With a single die he will take out the vowels that make the name pronounceable, and once finished he will make a magic square with it and vocalize them out loud. This secret name will be invoked whenever you need help in your work or in daily life. It will never be revealed to anyone and will only be known to the Loa and the priest. 11. The Greater Eucharist. The Haogan now prepares the Greater Eucharist or Mass, in which the bread and wine will be transmuted into the flesh and blood of his Loa, and upon consuming them he will introduce said Loa into his body so that it resides there permanently. He places in front of him between the peristyle and his body the chalice and the paten with the bread on top. He places his hands outstretched on them and says, Here is the bread and wine that will be transmuted into the body and blood of Legba, food that will make me immortal. He leans over the chalice and the paten and says, These are the body and blood of Legba. He takes the paten with his left hand and the bread with his right hand, raising it to the height of his forehead and says, This bread is the body of Legba. He places it next to the chalice, takes it and raises it likewise, saying, This wine is the blood of Legba. He takes a small piece of the bread and puts it in the wine, then takes the consecrated bread and eats it, saying, May the body of Legba and the body of Luak be one. May this body reign forever. Its personal aspect. Name of the personal Loa, whose secret name is, name secret. Once the bread is consumed, he will take the chalice and drink the consecrated wine, saying, May the blood of Legba and the blood of Luak be one. May this body reign forever. Its personal aspect. Name of the personal Loa, whose secret name is, name secret. It will put the 2 empty objects back in their place and say, Like God's sacrifice has been made so that his light resides in me forever. Amen. He will remain in meditation for a moment. 12. Meaning of the degree of priest or Houngan. In this degree the union between Legba and Luage is made through the greater Eucharist or Mass. For this, the concurrence of the Loa Papalos is necessary, which is an aspect of Legba that acts as an intermediary or communicator between heaven and earth. He is the Mercury of Voodoo, the guardian of the Potomadan, post or axis that unites the sky and the earth, and is also known by the name Los Adiso. He is the Loa in charge of the priesthood because together with his wife Eisen they are the parents of the first priest or archetypal priest Luage. They are the phallus and the matrix that engenders the priesthood. The Houngan has the ability to call the Loa with the sound of his asin matra or kwakwa and his clochette. He also has in his hands the mystery of the Mass, that is, the mystery of the transmutation of the elements, the same as the alchemist. Bread is the earth and the air, and symbolizes the horizontal stick of the cross of the elements, the daughter and the sun, the lead, and the mercury of alchemy. Wine is water and fire, the vertical stick of the cross of the elements, the mother and the father. The silver and gold of alchemy. Both are Luage and Legba, which together form the equal-armed cross of the perfect man. 13. Closing. The new priest will ask the spiritual presences that have attended the celebration to retire to Villos Champs, then he will extinguish the candle and collect the temple. KKKKKKKKKKKKKK. IVTH Hierophant. The Black Couleuvre IVTH Hierophant, Baal GE, Zarigan Lodge, Spain. Mystic creation of dreams. Among the followers of esoteric Voodoo we can find the worshippers of the goddess Gata, whose cult derives from Afro-Egyptian sources. This goddess, who in Egypt was known as Bast, is dedicated to the magical energies that manifest in the twilight. The goddess revealed herself through sleep, speaking directly to the magician in response to his affectionate curiosity. Generally when the magician looks for the cat goddess, it is because he needs something, and since the goddess is aware of it, it makes certain contents adhere to the energies put into operation by the magician. The magician only has to persist in meditating on the goddess as she reveals herself to him in dreams, to sustain the spell on his part. The goddess will bring the energies and what the magician wants to achieve into the magician's life. This goddess brings positive things to the lives of those who practice her worship, and that is why Bast must be displayed and placed in a relevant place with devotion. She is the goddess of magical gardens, especially those cultivated by magicians for their magical purposes. She is the messenger of the mother goddess, with oracles and inspiration being under her protection. She is also the goddess of lunar witchcraft, because she is the goddess of the full moon. People of sensitive temperament ask him to bring them lovers of the same type as their personality one. The magical fast is dedicated to her, fasting of the body, soul, and spirit. To invoke the power of this goddess, the magician will sit in an asana, legs crossed. The magical companion will sit on the magician's legs facing him. It is important that the eyes face each other. This procedure is also classic of Tantra, since the goddess will be vivified in the magical intensity of the contact of gaze with gaze, because a current of images will flow that will enable the magician to receive what want. A mandala will be created that will grow like an etheric bubble containing all the tattwas. The images and words will arise in the divided consciousness of the two magicians, man and woman, and as the energy is invigorated, the emanations of the goddess will reach the etheric bubble, producing a great pressure that will cause Vast to manifest. Magicians can then be possessed by an enormous erotic force. The union of Shakti and Shakti can then be realized with great power. Anything else that may happen in the ritual will be determined by the receptivity of the performers. The temple can be closed through sleep, in which energies will flow from the heavens, higher planes of existence, to the sleepers. Metaphysics of meat. The meat is the opening through which spirits penetrate the physical world. Is a hidden path through which the most powerful hidden entities can come to our world from other dimensions. They can enter our bodies because ancient and terrible powers lie within them. In Voodoo research, what we do is listen to the words of the spirits, as they come to us. It is possible for spirits to understand the shapes of the world and the shape of internal states, once they have given us their own mental states. Frequently in esotericism, the powers give us the encounter with the spirits but not the content that their powers have, unless we make special efforts to undertake an initiatory journey with them to the deep levels of the mind. Only in this way can we see the reality of the being and feel the vital flow of the being as it manifests in the depths of consciousness. When the meat arises from the hidden worlds, mysteries, the spirits must find expression through something physical in the physical world. They thus take possession of some part of the human body, inhabiting said space, taking it as their own world. There are 16 ways in which these possessions are carried out. When a meat appears and a voodoo spirit takes possession of the reality before it, we find a large amount of energy in said place. It is as if pockets of power were formed. When a voodoo priest finds the meat on his body, he marks the place with a special oil, because in this way the meat will communicate to him in language. Voodoo certain secrets that cannot be obtained in any other way. The way of opening these meats is done using magical oil, because voodoo is best expressed through sacred oils. Oil is a sacred symbol and is used to explore mystical worlds. Each meat has a particular way of relating to the oil and is somehow able to generate its power with it. The way you respond to the oil depends on the way the spirits act. There are 16 ways to give oil to the meat, which does not mean that there are 16 types of oil for the different meats, because the expressions of the meat cannot be limited by the form of the sacred oil. Those 16 ways to give the oil will be given by lay voodoo. The Voodoo anointing and the cream ceremony. In all ancient religions there is the anointing ceremony. These anointings they are performed by priests who are the mediums of the gods. This has even survived in Christianity. In Voodoo, the sacred oil rites are mystical sacraments because the oil corresponds to a secret space or mystical universe where a powerful voodoo spirit resides. In Haitian Voodoo the use of the sacraments of Atlantis has survived under the guise of those of the Church of Rome, and through these sacraments the spirits gods of Voodoo descend, and provide the sacred spaces of the body with enormous new power in the sacramental anointing. You cannot appreciate the mysteries unless you participate in them. The mysteries of Voodoo are in themselves actions that the divinity imparts to the flesh of the body of the disciple who participates in these secrets. The secrets of power come together with the work of meat and his own visions. These visions are from a divine and internal perspective, and are not related to the external or exoteric spheres of power, but rather to the internal and esoteric secret world. The spirits come through the meat and can be seen as divine forms. This is what erects the zombie body, spiritual body, as a center of power. The rite of anointing or applying magical oil to the body serves to focus and direct energies towards spiritual transformation, through which the spirit gods of Voodoo inhabit everything. In the focusing of the spirit gods, the only important thing is the places of the divine presence in the secret spaces of nature. These are the places where the mysteries of arcane truth can be lived. They are not new truths or teachings but are imprinted on the human body as a special vital wave. This teaching and undulation is felt and known when the spirits enter the body. The 16 sacred spaces then become powerful because they awaken in the consciousness the energies of the Voodoo spirit gods. Although they are essences, they must be understood as consciousness and are the vital power that is expressed as pure energy. Labyrinths and secret spaces. The disciple, in his desire to join the internal planes, receives the mysteries of the Voodoo spirits. The spirits are sources of power for the disciple, but he must allow them to find him body and soul to become mediums of the spirits in the priestly mysteries. In this system of work, the spirits come and take place in the master, who maintains his own individual will. It is not a possession in the common sense of the word. Here the master can work on many levels of existence and incorporate a wide range of Voodoo spirits and other aspects humans. He therefore has the perspective of many Voodoo spirits that operate through him. He will have the initiatory clairvoyance and the powers that spirits have when they occupy a human body. In this way we can feel the vital flow of the mysteries in many ways through which the master expresses the action of the divine spirits of Voodoo. When this happens, the master traces the 16 mystical labyrinths that found in the physical, astral, mental, and intuitional fields of the disciple and implants the appropriate voodoo spirits in the form of power, as a secret sacrament or mystery given at that time, into each of those 16 labyrinths, hotspots, which are specifically located and which are of special application for the development of the disciple. The master is a special being, which is why he is known as the master of the spirits. He is the representative of Legba and contains within himself all the mysteries of the Gui family, because this is his own family. The 16 labyrinths are mystical locations of spiritual power, but they are given as internal teachings and as divine lights. These are mystical powers that surpass concepts because they are above any type of expression in words. The union of the disciple and the master of the spirits can give all the mysteries of lay voodoo, and this is beyond human understanding. The meaning of this is too secret and beyond comprehension to be grasped by the rational mind of man. The energies that are captured are true paths or paths of light. However, when the truth of voodoo is perceived, the only mystery is that of the master of the spirits, who concentrates them in his body. Labyrinths are paths along which spiritual powers dwell. When the disciple receives the powers of the master, he can no longer be what he was, because he acquires a new individuality, that of the spirit. It is important. Understand that when we assume this mystical individuality, we abandon lower human qualities and are recast by the spirits as they operate through the master. This means that the energy spirits become many ways of being through the will of that master. The secret spaces of voodoo gnosis are defined by the esoteric logic of the master. This esoteric logic is expressed in the way the master provides the mysteries to the disciple during investigation. The master has you have to invoke these special spiritual energies of light before you can give them to the disciple. When giving these energies, there are special ritual preparations that must be granted by the voodoo spirits. These preparations are based on the rules of esoteric logic and cannot be changed because they are fixed and static and have their origin in Atlantis. All the dynamics and processes of the initiation system arise from these rules and they cannot be changed. When these preparations are made, the master is given special authorization by the voodoo powers that underlie the work he is doing. The master will do the internal work first and then the external work, which includes the disciple. The energy found in the labyrinth becomes apparent during the preparation rite in such a way that power arises. This power is the same that has always emerged since Atlantean times. In this way, voodoo preparations are truly a return to the roots, expressed in a ritual way. Power comes and filters through the mind of the master's esoteric logic, and when this occurs, the dynamic and spiritual life of the CONF is expressed. The power of the priest must be perfected so that the sacramental CONF can take place, and so the priest can have the power of voodoo situated in his own consciousness and existence. The relationship between master and disciple is as ideal as the relationship between the gods, spirits, and the master. Otherwise, the mysteries could not operate because the work of lay CONF is one of the most esoteric operations of voodoo research. When great intensity is given to the disciple, there is a lot of energy in his psychic atmosphere. This is an excellent time for initiations. It is when a voodoo spirit comes and manifests itself. It is the emergence of spirits, a fundamental condition of reality, which flows in when it is sincere and genuine. Lay CONF are based on the spiritual energies that the master has in the form of pure essence, energy, and life. In this sense, this is a priestly work to receive initiation from the voodoo spirits. These CONF create their own secret spaces of gnosis. When the power enters a space and erects a certain tension around it that attracts geometric shapes, like geometry, and these shapes create spatial structures of reference, points of view, which become secret spaces in the space. Work of the CONF. These spaces develop spatial structures that are attracted to the right type of power and its vibrational field of power. When there is an attraction between what is similar to something else, space behaves like energy because in reality space secretly and silently hides that energy. Certain masters have a kind of magical mirror chamber, which they use to work with their disciples. It is a radionic instrument. They use it for their process of performing conferments and disciple initiations. See Annex L. Theogony of the point Chauds. The magical generation of the point Chauds, hot spots, of lay voodoo results from the magician's possession of fundamental powers. These powers are 336, that is, the 16 basic axioms, 64 projections of these and 256 evidence of esoteric logic. Each magician must have each of these powers induced in his system of magical operations, that is, in his physical body and subtle bodies, if he wants to function as a Voudon Gnostic magician. Gozat, through the special initiations he received in voodoo, has developed a special technique by which these hot spots occur easily and effectively. It is a part of the Gnostic tradition, although it is also part of the magic of voodoo esotericism. The development of the Gozat system brings elements of modern psychology to the traditional physical initiations in which there is an interaction of energies between the initiator and the initiated. This development by Gozat has been applied to what we call presentiments of the internal system of lay voodoo. The magical interactions of these presentiments are what enable us to find the roots of Gozat's theogony of hot spots, as well as the basis from which the instruments that interact the bodies of the initiator and the initiate emerge. The presentiments are the principles by which we find the complete system of magical interactions. This can be verified by research processes. As the magician is a researcher, after developing these power points, he can understand the importance of the complete psychological process of Gozat and at the same time know that this process does not differ from the structures of the traditional LCN operational levels, as the Gozat system is an application of this tradition. These presentations exist at a subtle level of magical space and will be seen by the magician as the fundamental data of the encounters between initiator and initiate. When these presentations generate initiatory energies, they take the name conferments, grantings of power. These conferments provide the magician with the most exciting methods for the attainment of powers. See these. We can say that voodoo interact with the body through these presentations which, when developed, become hot spots, but only if they become conferments. When achieve this, hot spots are generated and projected onto the different power zones of the body in question. These conferments must be performed through the less voodoo process, by which the magician understands what is happening in his own conferment process. Gozat's methodology must be understood as a model of inductive consciousness through which hotspots manifest themselves in an experimental and Gnostic. Those who enter the context of this realization, they will know what is happening to them in the conferments according to Gozat. Only certain magicians are capable of knowing and understanding what this is. Presentations and conferences of the time stations. Although modern advances in chinic, radionic, instrumentation are used in the LCN work centers in Haiti, in other areas, the hierophants of our order carry out research programs with the Gnostic or logical structures of the time seasons of our system. Already we know that there are 4 time stations in this system and that they are the hyperspatial and Gnostic logical sources of power. Outside of Haiti we can develop the projections of these sources hyperspatial powers through chinic means in the same way they do in Leogana through sex magical workings. The time seasons are capable of manifesting in a spatial system analogous to that of the physical initiations that take place in Leogana, Haiti. There are 4 areas of Gnostic logic that form the hyperlogical region of Gnosis and which contain within them the various processes of the most esoteric forms of magical initiation. It is in these regions where the presentations are manifested both ideally and real. By connecting with the field of the corresponding time seasons, the energies of manifestation can in turn manifest. For this, the magicians must develop a primary or preliminary magical field with their own efforts, before seeking any type of physical initiation, so that the time station can act. The candidate must be accepted by the logic of the system, because the system can only operate with a similar type of energy field as when in physics one energy field produces the reactions of another. This is true because the field of physical initiations is a field of radioactive energies, and because this field also manifests itself in two forms, lay presentations and lay conferments. There are certain initiatory dimensions of the time station that must not be considered only as a time of a specific moment in the sequence, but as present time in alternative, parallel, universes. They are those levels in their multiple forms of time, which do not occur in this universe. These universes can be considered as the places for the images of those presentations that arrive during and through the magical operations of this field. However, they can also be from the conferments, grants of power. From such a magical program we can establish that the powers come from the present aspect of the entire system. This is why the work is done in the present, because the magical field of sex magical Gnostic transformation is not itself time travel. The energies that manifest as presentations come from lay voodoo spirits, and this is one of the most important points of the work. Apart from the present update models, of which you can only there are three, there are powers of projection in the form of a line of power. These lines indicate the sources of manifestation of lay voodoo, which are 16 and which correspond to the fundamental axioms of the hotspot system and to the 16 logical forms of the IFA. What is significant here is that the energies operate within a logical scheme derived from the Gnostic continuum of esoteric engineering. It is important to understand that the basic ideas that underlie logical systems can be applied to any context of initiatory physics. When this happens, the basic laws and models of the system are also developed from the point of view of a new application. The magician can then see how from the connected hotspots we are able to contribute new content to the system. One thing attracts another similar thing. As this occurs, the energies of the theme are mysteriously linked to the root of the process, which is the fundamental level of magical analysis. When this happens, we can see how a new member of the external experience of the LCN system is gradually admitted into the internal geometry of Legba, the hyperspatial time seasons and the Gnostic logics, through which lay voodoo operate. On its archetypal and divine level, we can say that a new member is admitted to a magical order because the system has been attracting him, since its magical field has recognized him. The manifestations of lay presentations and lay conferments confirm this connection, which is accepted by the logic of the system as an appropriate component within the esoteric structure of the time station field. The nature of lay conferments. Lucien-François Jean-Maine restored the ancient practice of the granting of power, conferment, by the master to the disciple. This practice has its roots in Atlantean magic. The conferments are organized into 16, like many other things within our teaching. They are also related to 16 physical parts of the body, since they actualize what is latent in the disciple. They are not especially connected to the chakras, as their work is more esoteric. The conferments are part of the initiation, since the infusion of energy and power from the cosmic dimension to the body of the disciple during the initiation, it is a form of conferment. In reality, during the work of the conferments is the unconscious of the disciple which is released by the teacher. The conferment is secret because if it were widely known it would lose its power because it makes use of something that is outside ordinary thought. It should be known only to those who are involved in said work. There are lines of power that allow a hidden structure similar to the trellises of the universe. When the conferments are given, they remain forever as a bond between the vital self and the cosmos, which is its source. However, they exist in the intuitions of the master, who connects with the disciple. These lattices can be expressed through the Zotharian work of investigation that we have in our magical system. The work of conferment is one of the special gifts of Gnosis and is closely related to initiation and esoteric development. Any student of the Gnostic work will be able to access this work, and those who are in contact with the Master will be admitted to it. The Master will give instructions about it to his disciples. When the Master's auric energy levels act on the disciple's photo, he projects a high unconscious magnetism, radioactivity. Psychic, by linking with the Master's aura with the help of the Marga computer. This energetic rise occurs in this meeting between disciple and Master. This energy can be measured, increased, and programmed. During the CONF, as in other initiation procedures, the pneumatic man or divine self is conferred on the candidate by the master of the gnosis. The pneumatic, spiritual, man is conferred on the physical and psychic parts of man. He comes and dwells in a secret space that has been prepared through the esoteric logic of the master. These secret spaces are parts of our universe, as well as of universes, these spaces being themselves also universes. The master must create in the disciple the beginnings of this secret space through his direct and personal experience. This is why the level of initiation must be given personally to the disciple by the master of gnosis. However, these spaces are emanations of the energy of esoteric logic that resides within the master of gnosis. The Gnostic continuum of esoteric logic is a body of mystical nature. However, within the continuum there are many forms of esoteric logic. We can say that there is an unlimited number of these logics. For each master of gnosis there are pure and individual forms of esoteric logic which are concrete because they possess a universal mystical body, inhabiting the continuum of universal gnosis. The Gnostic masters speak in many ways to the pneumatic man, since in each disciple who becomes initiated there are many forms of this being. When this being is formed within the disciple, we say that in the secret space where the pneumatic man lives, there is a continuum with a potentiality that never ends. During the work of CONF, the master prepares the disciple for the introduction of the pneumatic man through esoteric instructions that are a kind of donation of secret spaces. This donation, gift of gnosis, has to do with the contents of esoteric logic projected as a model or organizational scheme. It is about making a place or home in the student's spiritual body for the pneumatic man. In these CONF, the secret space is the content of gnosis while logic is its structure. Each master of gnosis has an esoteric reference structure by which certain laws can be applied to his disciples, which would be subdivisions of his own esoteric logic. The light of gnosis gives the master the range to put his Gnostic imagination into unlimited practice. In this sense, the master is the head of the church. Where the master is, there is the church. Therefore, the powers that the master imparts to the disciple are very esoteric and are contained within the being of the disciple, which is the new vehicle of the light of gnosis. Optical lattices are created between the master and the Kila. Consequently, the disciple is connected by Gnostic powers to the ideal of perfect and eternal light, which is where the hierarchy of gnosis dwells. This relationship between master and Kila it seems to exist in time in an external form, but this is so because it has existed before in another form than the present one. It is an eternal relationship, because it involves many ideal forms of existence since vehicle superiors exist outside of time, although they act in time, giving it an exact form. Creative model of Les Conférences Gozat's creative model of the Gnostic system is based on certain magical laws that manifest in the experience of the magician as he is connected to the Gnostic field. The masters of the Order of La Couleuvre Noire who exist in the higher Gnostic regions of the 4 time seasons, have created an esoteric model of magical relationships into which the candidate for Hierophant must be introduced upon his reception to this degree. The magicians must thus create a certain response to the intelligent systems of Les CONF, for which the superior logics can send their radiations to the candidate for Hierophant. It is essential that there are many levels of response and interaction, so that the bars of Les Voodoo can manifest themselves. In the Gozat system of Gnostic magic, the higher worlds of existence are directly related to the magical structures of logic. These logics make the entire system function as a continuum. These magical logics manifest themselves as CONF since they are intelligences deeply rooted in the magical continuum of gnosis. Gozat. At certain points in the process the radiation will be projected into the field of the initiate in order to attract his luage body towards the gnosis of Lekba. When this happens, a transformation of the candidate occurs, in such a way that an ideal luage field is generated thanks to the intensity of the gnosis. Lekba, which makes use of CONF with its magical agents. When this occurs, the candidate identifies more and more with the action of les confirmants, allowing your being to become an ideal substance or an individualized function of the Legba continuum. The magicians of the Gozat system have been aware of the energies that confirmants implied in their demonstrations during the process of initiation. As long as the magician has certain kinds of ideas within the boundaries of his consciousness, that is, between the ego and the ID, can be suitable for the action of these energies. But if these energies are lost, they must be restored by subsequent identification with the initiator, who is the representative of the Legba continuum. If these energies persist, the candidate rises in level of consciousness and finds the master, who gives him all the keys to the system. This master is the personal aspect of the Gnostic continuum, that is, the confirmant of Legba. In this way, magicians develop their abilities more and more deeply to act as a bridge between themselves and the confirmants, and in this way, the Gnostic essence of lay voodoo comes closer to their work. When this happens, an entrance into the head of the initiate, through which the voodoo powers descend. The initiate then automatically responds according to the laws of initiatory physics, transcending the different energies and achieving the Luich state in a total synthesis of all emotions magical in the Gnosis Gozad, which is the continuum confirmant of the initiatory work of LCN, the moment of manifestation of the powers of the Gnosis of Legba comes as the advancement of the vital current of lay voodoo. There are certain people who react to fields of this system in an unequivocal way, and these are those chosen by lay voodoo as members of this broad logic. But this number will never be very large, but rather will remain one of the secrets of the earth. In this process, the categories will develop as models of self-initiation of the Gnostic powers, but this will only happen to those who are ready for it and are united naturally with this process. In this Gnosis Gozat, the magicians will work alone and separated from the energies of other systems, which will appear to be very simple in comparison to this broader Gnosis. The magician must therefore try by all means to enter more into the vital current of this Gnosis of Legba and come to appreciate the possibilities that this Gnosis allows at his own level of Gnostic consciousness. Lay confirmants and the Ajas. The Ajas are the primordial magical power that makes it possible for worlds to come together. Manifest. They are the causal energy or primordial form of energy manifested in the world. The human species, thanks to these Ajas, can develop more beyond current limitation levels. However, the Ajas are produced by magical methods and are of a different causal order from the energies that produce effects in the space-time of our universe. This is because the Ajas are the product of laws that are outside the causation of our universe, despite being causal in their very nature. Les confirmants are the vehicles of the Ajas, and that is why in magical work it is necessary to consider what les confirmants do in their Gnostic models of energy, because they transport Ajas in the different subtle varieties. 16. They are forms of self-conscious Ajas, and that is why if we have confirmants, we communicate with the Ajas. The LCN masters control the magical administration of the Ajas. They control this system because they possess the magical and Gnostic methods by which that the Ajas are freed. These same masters are identified with the projective geometry of Legba and its logic, and know the origin of the Ajas, that is, the Gnostic higher kingdom. In the Gozat system, the confirmants serve as magical vehicles of the Ajas in working with lay voodoo. The magicians of this system have, therefore, a direct link with the operations of the Ajas as long as they are in contact with the rules of initiatory physics. Consequently, it is important for them to know that these rules are level, even if they are just ideas within the mind of the initiate. Certain magicians have not wanted to follow these ideas because they have judged them to be contrary to their own magical sexuality and have thus rejected the system of LCN, seeing it as something perverted and unnatural. For this reason they are rejected this order, as they are not willing to work within the LCN system, or because they have wanted to modify their rules and models by imposing other cultural models. Each confirmant is a vehicle of Ajas because it is a fusion of the ideas of the ideal substance and the real substance, mind and matter. The confirmant manifests first as an ideal substance, mind. being subject to the Gnostic logic of that level of reality, mental plane, but when it enters the world of spatio-temporal existence, assumes a real substance, matter, so the conf can be seen as a function of two levels of very powerful existence. This means that there is an ideal form of Ajas generated by esoteric logic and a real form generated by initiatory structures and body work in space-time. The ideal form is the magical energy of Gnostic hyperspatiality, which is that Gnostic logic generates an energy. When this happens, it is possible to receive Ajas in such a form that it is free of any real substance. We can say that the initiations of the Gozat system are a fusion of ideal and real components. The initiation of the magician into the Les Voodoo system presupposes the induction of Ajas through les conf, since these they are anywhere and manifest at any time. The energies they are extremely powerful, and the projections of these conf are no different from the projections found in forms of Gnostic sexual magic. Les conf can also provide control over the type and amount of Ajas that are released, because these can be measured and controlled by magical methods. When this magical process is done, then it comes to be a kind of intelligent helping entity. This is understandable if we take into account that in this context of magical allies, the initiate and initiator they are not alone but act as preservers of the Ajas and make known to the magicians the levels of Ajas they need and what these magicians can resist. In this sense, magicians operate as parts of a significant energy process, parts of the structure of the system, being its agents, administrators, and coordinators. For the structure of magic to be correct and successful, it is necessary that there be coordinators of the different processes. Without them, administrative direction is needed in the realm of real substance, material plane. When this magical coordinating reality is present, that is when we can be aware of what is working and how it does it, although the important thing is that it works. Les conferiments of the Ontic sphere. The Atlantean masters granted conf from the Ontic sphere, due to their individual perfection in the mysteries. While the prana readings were given within the vital presence of the human body, the conf were given from the Ontic sphere, deriving from the power generated by the readings of prana. Prana in said sphere. That is to say, the readings themselves generated a form of power that these masters of the Atlantean mysteries granted to the student. Each prana reading emitted a special power field that gave growth to the conf, making them special initiations. This was done with the cooperation of the spirits. Today the esoteric priesthood, heir of those Atlantean mysteries, makes the same job. The spirits, les voodoo, inhabit the prana readings due to the affinity that is created in them, and that is why special fields are derived of power. As these spirits come from the Ontic sphere, the energies that they generate also come from that zone of existence. We can call these conf of the Ontic sphere, and they are awarded to the students by the teachers. Prana readings have to be very powerful in order to grant these conf, because the energies must be outside of the disintegration of the time process. They must have stability that lasts always, or must exist in a state in which power can be given at any point in history, in the past or future. Master Ambago knew that a student had received the conf of the mysteries long ago, in Atlantis. Wanted to renew the student in the mysteries, and he sought the powers that Ambago maintained in his secret priesthood. Ambago knew that the student had received the powers, and from the Akashic record he knew the nature of these powers and their broad force. These powers were as fresh as when they were given in Atlantis. In this way, Master Ambago began to awaken them and work on them so that the energies grew. Once the prana readings are done, the powers ancient Atlanteans were awakened as if they had taken only a brief rest. The readings themselves generated a form of power that these masters of the Atlantean mysteries granted to the student. Each prana reading emitted a special power field that gave growth to the conf, making them special initiations. This was done with the cooperation of the spirits. Today the esoteric priesthood, heir of those Atlantean mysteries, makes the same job. The spirits, les Voodoo, inhabit the prana readings due to the affinity that is created in them, and that is why special fields are derived. Of power. As these spirits come from the ontic sphere, the energies that they generate also come from that zone of existence. We can call these conferments of the ontic sphere, and they are awarded to the students by the teachers. Prana readings have to be very powerful in order to grant these conferments, because the energies must be outside of the disintegration of the time process. They must have stability that lasts always, or must exist in a state in which power can be given at any point in history, in the past or future. Master Mbeto knew that a student had received the conferments of the mysteries long ago, in Atlantis. Wanted to renew the student in the mysteries, and he sought the powers that Mbeto maintained in his secret priesthood. Mbeto knew that the student had received the powers, and from the Akashic record he knew the nature of these powers and their broad force. These powers were as fresh as when they were given in Atlantis. In this way, Master Mbeto began to awaken them and work on them so that the energies grew. Once the prana readings are done, the powers ancient Atlanteans were awakened as if they had taken only a brief rest. In this way we see how the powers of these Atlantean mysteries persist from the past, if they have been given correctly and appropriately. The Old Catholic Church of Haiti has many black bishops who are reincarnated Atlantean priests. This has been confirmed by Dr. Atlantis in his research on Mbeto. The Old Catholic Church of Haiti and the West Indies, Antilles 20 Minors, has many magic teachers like bishops. Some of these magicians came to the United States and assumed high positions. Most of these magicians wove Atlantean intentionality into the rites of the Old Catholic system, having the old powers and knowing how to make use of the elemental forces. These magicians make use of physical laws that make it possible to incorporate the ancient energies in the liturgical structures of the Old Catholic Church. In the mystical work, the primary energies of the ancient bodies were displaced from the authentic forms of the ontic sphere and inserted into the formulas of the Old Catholic Church. It was ancient magic embodied in the Old Catholic Church, and not only did the ancient energies rest upon these liturgical forms, but they were also found in the ordination and consecration given to the Hierophant, Bishop. These powers are a revival of the magic of the Atlantean temples. The old powers are there since all the old works are promoted by these newly consecrated priests and bishops. They have the instruments they need in their present incarnation, and they add to these instruments the ancient Atlantean powers and magical intentionality, which brings to their work the full vigor of the mother of all the mysteries of magic. The conferments of the ontic sphere can be given through liturgical or ritual operations. However, the priest and the priestly power is the one that does this effective and special work. He who does not have priestly prayer cannot do the same, nor can any priest if he is not a reincarnated Atlantean magician. He must have in his possession both abilities, a period of life spent as an Atlantean magician and an ordination in the Old Catholic priesthood at present. For this reason the Church of Haiti sees the other ministries as defective in one way or another purpose. Ecclesiastics. Magical rituals are very powerful, but they are very significant because they reflect or protect the secret powers latent in the magician's priestly aura. What was received in the deep darkness of the Atlantean period is now understood as being awakened by the initiations and conferments of the ontic sphere. Power no longer rests or sleeps in the current, contemporary, period of life, but becomes timeless and begins to show and express itself as a mystical and perfect conferment. In this type of work it must be taken into account that there is a special relationship between the spirit of the prana reading and that of the conferment. The first is the which makes possible the production of the magical power used in the conferment, while the second spirit is the one that provides its direction. Only certain priests have the powers to produce these esoteric rites and works, because here we are dealing with a special energy from a line of masters that extends back in time to Atlantis. This energy is perhaps the oldest of all powers and makes most other powers possible. The conferments are only possible because they occur through certain lines of transmission of Atlantean magic, which has been preserved to our types in our secret teachings. Les conferiments and la prise de Dios, the powers of the higher event, come from the spirit world as gifts for those who have dedicated themselves to them. Powers are instruments that they make it possible for those who work with the spirits to fully participate in their world without any limits. One of these powers is the inner vision, also called la prise de Dios. The man who becomes a priest and later a higher event is reserved by the spirits and then carefully and ritually prepared by one who has these powers. It is an uninterrupted chain that comes to us from the Atlantean mysteries. This line carries a unique, powerful capability. When the student grows and is possessed by these powers, the consciousness divine unites with its own and transforms into a new being. This is why the conferment, if it is effective, must be given only by the spirits. The initiator is the teacher sent by them and serves to connect the student with the spiritual powers. It is pure magic, as it is a timeless power. It is les Voodoo who have the power to connect humans with the divine world. In this way the energies are received as powers, and these are like bridges between les Voodoo and men. The conferments have been compared to radio psychoanalysis processes. Radio psychoanalysis is the exploration of the inner self from the point of view of occult radiations. These radiations are derived from the power of the present but caused by the power of the remote past. The priest who has these powers now in the present times, had them before in the temples of Atlantis. When the master meets a student in the present and knows that he is one of the Atlanteans, he immediately begins to work to be able to find the exact place where he was in the ancient world. Then he takes it to the level of realization in the current period of life, so you have to work with each student, individually, to allow the student to develop his full power, since group work is not affordable for this. The teacher can thus find a lot of data about the student, both in terms of where he was and also where he is going. In this way, a group is formed consisting of the master, the student, and les Voodoo, the latter being the ones who guide the master and direct these energies. The job complete focuses on the needs of the student, since this is the topic of the investigation. In this sense, the student will have special powers activated in him because the energy is expressed in the realm of his own ancient Atlantean vigor. By making use of la prise de Dios or inner vision, the student's exploration reveals the secret dimensions of his psyche regarding periods of past life in the deep regions of consciousness. The master's exploration can find the ancient les Voodoo spaces of the ancient mysteries of the archaic days of Atlantean power. Through the conferment, the past can be awakened and the student becomes a self-aware initiate of the spirits in his current life. These secret realities are not common to all students, but rather each student has their own world within their psyche. The master can reach through la prise de Dios the higher spirits of the psyche of the student, and these guide him into the interior of the worlds that lie there. This priestly power provides an ability to physically see what is metaphysical. The spirit world is seen as if it were completely physical, as if through a window. This is what is meant when Voodoo states that spirits or Voodoo exist within certain physical parts of the body. In these readings, in which use is made of la prise de Dios, various loa of luminous aspect, legba, and dark aspect, hui, are invoked. The legba and hui interactions are expressed dynamically in the reading. These readings act as real windows or doors to esoteric spaces, and from the hot spots a movement towards the archaic roots of Voodoo is reflected. Once les conferments are awarded, the student will receive from les Voodoo the words of these that will teach you the most mystical aspects of esoteric Voodoo work related to your inner world. Introduction to the Atlantic Mysteries. Modern initiation is an extension of the esoteric models established in Atlantis. These initiations are handled by continually reincarnating spiritual priests who are guides and guardians of the mysteries, in an unbroken and continuous descent from the ancient temples of Atlantis. We must understand that in the process of consciousness everything is part of a cycle of rebirth and development, and that nothing is absolutely new in the world of spiritual laws, although new applications of spiritual law are continually being given to the world by invisible spirits. Initiations are priests of Atlantis who have come to us through a precise chain of reincarnations. Therefore we have to recognize what is given to us currently, because the energy is simply changing its shape and expressing itself in many special ways. Law's spiritual values, Loa, remain the same and are always present. The ancient priesthood continues and is expressed in the current forms known as esoteric and Gnostic churches. But this priesthood must give and present the ancient powers and symbols to those who must contact the Atlantean energy. The ancient symbols are always expressed in the form of the time, although they have old powers. They always carry mystery and power, which do not come from the current era but from the ancient ways. Priests have the intuition of how to express these ancient forms of power. They will be searched and they themselves will seek out appropriate members for their cults by means of psychic and occult. Then we can understand that the old school of Atlantean mysteries is being united by magnetic laws. In this way the ancient priesthood emits certain mystical rays, sometimes unknown even to the conscious mind of the priests, but known only at the deepest levels. These rays lead those who have previously been connected with that energy to the center of power. These magicians return to work those who had been in that work in times past. They return the energies of Atlantean magic to those who have an Atlantean soul, Atlantean, within their current bodies. In our temple we maintain the view that the unconscious is simply psychic and occult history in a chronological and metrical arrangement. Placido and Ephraim serve to explore these deep spheres of the psyche. The mystical energy of the ancients as expressed in the Atlantean mysteries rises to the surface of the mind and is known to the student because he must understand where they are and how they are expressed in the world. The powers of spirits are always there and can be expressed through understanding of the meaning of our vital period. When we want to focus on the spiritual world, we must focus on the energies that the spirit uses to link within the laws of this dimensional system. We focus, therefore, on the powers that are connected with the place where the spirits live and manifest their powers. There is always a special space, and it is the place where the spirits live, and they are the hidden mysteries and energies that men seek. They are Leviudu. The purpose of our temple is to place spirits within the student so that they dwell in their soul. The spirits select or indicate through oracles those individuals in whom they wish to inhabit. They enter the student and reside in him, in his body. Esoteric energies are important in the evolution of consciousness, because without them there can be no process in understanding the history that lies within us. Therefore, when a person is initiated in the Les Voodoo temple, she is brought to a point of consciousness where she is aware of the power of the light, as seen from the spirit world and not from an aspect of purely human existence. In the process of self-understanding, the most basic law is that we must learn to see ourselves as we are seen by the spirits. The law of communion is the place and power of being a spirit yourself. This means that we are spirits and that we must act and be as if we are aware of our spiritual powers and voodoo energies. We are voodoo, but we have not yet exercised all the powers. The powers are within us and we must come to know it. We will only see ourselves as parts of the spiritual world, because we are spirits. When this happens and you look outside, you are surprised that you could have thought that you were only in the material world. Gradually the ancient powers will return to the student as he is led through the various voodoo energies, which are the basis of the energies possessed internally by us. Now we understand that we are spirits and that our powers are supported in the realm of beings, mystics of light. When the students come to the master and he thinks that he was previously working with the hierarchy for the temple, and in this way the spirits can confirm if what the master believes is true. Because the master operates in the intuitional world and the spirits are the ones who provide the details due to his powers. They work more powerfully in the spirit world than the master because it is their natural form, while the master operates within the restrictions of the physical body. The temple of voodoo is located in the ontic sphere of the master. However, this temple should not be considered something unreal since it is a very powerful place of operations. The teacher is the guardian of the student's history, which is located in his unconscious. It is important to understand that in that deep and positive world we are able to locate the exact history of the universe. These techniques have come to us from the Atlantean period and are hidden in the esotericism of the voodoo mysteries. Let's see how they express themselves. 1. The student must be aware of their vital period and their energy field. This means a form of psychic research known as prana reading, which will be carried out by the god. The results of this reading will indicate the path to the temple in the student. 2. Certain areas of occult experience can be revealed to the student so that the energy of the temple can be received by him. Therefore, the voodoo energies are brought to the surface of the body through rituals of evocation from the depths of the initiatory psyche, thus allowing it to be expressed as elemental powers so that the student experiences a liberation of his being as a pre-rational power. 3. Esoteric work with the student's energies leads to an opening of the secret levels of the mind. These levels are 16 in number and the oracle allows them to be expressed. This power is taken and given form, which reaches the temple and provides all forms of vital energies. 4. The world is pure energy and can be contained focused within the student. The temple manifests itself in the body and in the unconscious of the student. These 4 statements are opening methods that open the student towards new esoteric procedures that carry with them intensity and the work of O.T.O.A and impairment in which specific and precise esoteric levels of bodily experience are transferred to the student. In this way, esotericists move through 4 levels referred to above that are based on the depth of the energies released from the ID through the mead. Each one of these have 4 O.T.O.A and impairment methods. 1. There is a reading of prana from the remote energy field, and in this sense the body must be understood as the most distant from the student's conscious ego. This reading of prana is entirely from the physical body and extracts the latent aspects of the remote past, which are present in it. The student's body is the hidden history, genetic continuum. 2. There is a reading of prana of the body, which moves towards the present as magnetic field in the student. The focus of this power is the muscle tone that influences past complexes towards the body's present data. 3. There is a prana reading of future energy that manifests as a field in the student's energetic present. There is a way to work in the present in order to activate the future through what appears to be a future level of psychic continuity. The future is latent in the current condition of the body. 4. There is a reading of prana from the distant future that marches at the head of the continuum given in the student's body. This dimension is developed by points of intensity located in the body. This work is based on work on the body and on Atlantean work. It uses exercises that come to us from the traditions of Atlantis. The Atlantic mysteries by Tao Baphomet. The roots of esoteric voodoo are totally mystical, since its powers are extracted from occult spiritual activities to make them active in the daily life of the initiate. Its mysteries are presented in ritual form so that they are not lose energy or power, but for this it is necessary that there is a relationship between master and disciple strong enough. This is the way in which there is no possibility of losing contact with the less Voodoo spirits. The master is the representative of lay Voodoo for the disciple, and the bond that unites them is divine in nature. This bond between disciple and master is of an igneous nature, because of all the elements, it is fire that is symbolically closest to the spiritual. That is why when using fire in the ritual and in meditation, the initiate can perceive his relationship with his master and through him with the Voodoo spirits. Below we will give a practice in this regard. It is necessary to use an isolated room that is dedicated to these works and think that it is a place of mysteries, because in it our dreams will be evoked. Own mysteries. Light a candle, preferably red, and watch the flame burn incense. Strong and sweet, drink some soft wine, sherry or port. At this moment you have to feel the master close to you and make the following invocation: We call you to make my master be closer and closer to me. And we will never be separated. Make me one with your own secret form of consciousness and establish a bond of fire between me and my master. Then sleep for a while so that the ritual operates on us. The foundation of esoteric voodoo is the Gui body, which is made up of a basic structure, the bones, black, and another power structure, the flesh, red. In the body of Gui we distinguish 2 powers, the hot red and the somber black, which represent the red temple and the black temple that we previously talked about. It is important to see how the body of Gui is derived, since it arises from the powers generated between the master and the disciple in a dynamic way. The roots of initiation are related to the combination of, because the elemental power is there and is given in all its crudeness in those who seek. To Gui. In Gui, the primordial power of death, the root of all mysticism and divine sacrifice, is represented. The disciple and the master become the sacrifice, and in this way they become Gui himself by his own self-renunciation. The power obtained from this is very strong, like fire and hot blood. Gui will come to us in this way, but we must allow him to come, and to do so we must open to his root of power and his body, making it our own body. In this way all its mysteries will be our mysteries, but first it is necessary to light a black candle and experience Gui in the physical body, because in this way we will be Gui. We must use strong and sweet incense, because with it in the fire, we will be reborn like Gui. This can be done as many times as you wish to collect the power of Gui. But in order for us to receive Gui we must be ready for his visit, then he will come to us and make it possible for our master to confer his power. The body must be prepared for Gui, because it will clearly come when it is ready to be his abode. Gui's body is ready for come to us, we must therefore see if the black power and the red power are in us, because this presence is necessary for Gui. When both are present and can be felt, Gui will be in us. These two aspects of power give us the ability to see and feel the energies and mysteries that have just awakened. The power of Gui is esoteric because it is located in the skin of the body, a place of its hidden energy. There Gui is alive and lurking in a secret way only known to the master, who reveals him to the disciple. We must investigate the body and try to find the mystical paths that reveal the mysteries to us of Gui. Then we can open the doors and see Gui and feel the powers of his secret presence. Gui's secret location is hidden within the body, and although we cannot look inside the body, we can feel its inner presence if we look inside. We relax and touch our body, perceiving the signals that arise from the secret and deep spaces. To do this you have to light 2 candles, one red and one black. Burn sweet, strong incense by doing this exercise in a dark room and feel the power of Gui manifesting and growing in the inner consciousness of the body. Next you have to relax and sleep for a while. In this way the power of Gui will move within each part of the body. If we see the roots of Gui in ourselves and do these exercises, we will come to understand that there is a life within us, a life completely esoteric and charged with divine energy. Its power can be projected towards any purpose to obtain the goals we have in mind. We must remember this at all times, because the master will direct this power towards the highest level of being. The secret mysteries contained in the master are the paths by which Gui has arranged for his power to be understood. This is the highest form of the mystery of Gui, loaded with secret spaces and hidden signs. These secret spaces and hidden signs are contained in the power of the master in such a way that they can reveal to the disciple all the mysteries in the form of physical initiation. These mysteries are hidden in the fourfold interpretation of Gui under the esoteric form of the mystery of the body. These are the 4 principles of power that constitute the esoteric roots of Voodoo research. They are the following: Gu. First level of the mysteries of existence, the red candle and its power. Gui, it will come when the formula of Gu is given by the master to the disciple. The secret space is the Gu power, and its own sign is given under the name of Gu Gui. We live and die in the physical body. EU second level of the mysteries of existence is the black candle and its energy. Internal. Gui will come when the EU formula is given by the master to the disciple. The secret space is the EU power, and its own sign is given under the name of Ui Gui. We live and die in the physical body, so Gui must fill all space with his power. DH third level of the mysteries of existence. The red candle and its secret life. Get he will come when the DH formula is given by the master to the disciple. The secret space is the power DH, and its own sign is given under the name DH Gui. We live and die in the physical body, we must know that it is one with the past, present, and future. HE fourth level of the mysteries of existence is the black candle and its flow of eternal life. He comes when the formula he is given by the master to the disciple. The secret space is the power he and its own sign is given under the name he. We live and die in the physical body, because the body is the mode of mysteries and the secret of secrets, he. These four principles are used in voodoo initiation operations. Powerful forms of incense must be used to create an aura that shapes voodoo spirits. When the master leads the disciple to these secret spaces, he will know them as the places of the four great fires. To investigate these secret spaces, the following four exercises can be done. 1. Research on the secret space of Gugui and its mystery. Light a red candle and burn sweet, strong incense. Invoke the presence of the master and then make the following affirmation. The will of Gui operates in me and through it life exists in me. That's why I am prepared to understand the secret. Remain relaxed and receptive in meditation for a while. 2. Research on the Gui secret space and its mystery. Light a black candle, burn sweet and strong incense. Invoke the presence of the master and then make the following affirmation. The wave of life manifests in me, and with this work the truth can be revealed to me because the energy I am managing is one with the fire. Remain relaxed and receptive in meditation. 3. Research on the secret space Gui and its mystery. Light a red candle, burn strong sweet incense. Invoke the presence of the master and then make the following affirmation. The world is a system of interconnections, that's why I can contact directly with the mystery, because I am united with Leiloa and Leivaudu. Remain relaxed and receptive in meditation. 4. Research on the secret space Gui and its mystery. Light a black candle and burn sweet, strong incense. Invoke the presence of the master and make the following affirmation. There is a secret source of light within the universe which is the spirit of my inner self. He tells me that I can understand all things because internally already know them. Remain relaxed and receptive in meditation. There is an opening in the physical world so the spirits enter it. It is a hidden path through which the most powerful hidden entities can access our world from other dimensions. They can enter our bodies, because terrible ancient powers exist within them. In voodoo research, what we do is listen to the words of the spirits, as they come to us. It is possible for spirits to understand the ways of the world and the shape of internal states once they have given us their own mental states. Frequently in esotericism, the powers give us the encounter with the spirits but not the content that their powers have, unless we make special efforts to undertake an initiatory journey with them to the deep levels of the mind. Only in this way can we see the reality of being and feeling the vital flow of being as it manifests in the depths of consciousness. When this opening arises, the spirits come to find expression through something physical in the physical world. They thus take possession of some part of the human body, inhabiting said space, taking it as their own body. There are 16 ways in which they carry out these possessions. When an opening, meat, appears and a voodoo spirit takes possession of the reality before it, we find a large amount of energy in said place. It is as if pockets of power were formed. When a voodoo priest finds the meat on his body, he marks the place with a special oil, because in this way the meat will communicate to him in language. Voodoo certain secrets that cannot be obtained in any other way. The way of opening these meats consists of the use of magic oil, because Leivaudu is best expressed through sacred oils. Oil is a sacred symbol and is used to explore mystical worlds. Each meat has a particular way of relating to the oil and is somehow able to generate its power with it. The way it responds to oil, it depends on the way the spirits act. There are 16 ways to give oil to the meat, which does not mean that there are 16 types of oil for the different meats, because the expressions of the meat cannot be limited by the form of the sacred oil. In all ancient religions there is the anointing ceremony. These anointings are performed by priests who act as mediums of the gods. This even persists in Christianity. In Voodoo, the sacred oil rites are mystical sacraments because the oil corresponds to a secret space or mystical universe where a powerful Voodoo spirit lives. In Haitian Voodoo, the use of the sacraments of Atlantis has survived under the guise of those of the Church of Rome, and through these sacraments the spirits or gods of voodoo descend and provide the sacred spaces of the body with enormous new power in anointing. Sacramental. You cannot appreciate the mysteries unless you participate in them. The mysteries of voodoo are in themselves actions that impart divinity to the flesh of the body of the disciple who participates in these secrets. The secrets of power are seen with the work of meat and his own visions. These visions are from a divine and internal perspective and are not related to the external or exoteric spheres of power, but rather to the internal and esoteric secret world. The spirits come through the meat and can be seen as divine forms. This is what builds the zombie body or spiritual body in the initiate. Like a center of power. The ritual of anointing or applying oil magical to the body serves to locate and direct the energies towards the spiritual transformation through which the spirits gods of voodoo inhabit everything. In the focus of the spirit gods, the only important thing is the places where the divine presence resides, that is, the secret spaces where the mysteries of arcane truth can be experienced. They are not new truths or teachings, but are imprinted on the human body as waves, very special vitals. These teachings and waves are felt and known when the spirits enter the body through the meat. The 16 sacred spaces then become powerful, because they awaken in the consciousness the energies of the less voodoo spirits. Although they are essences, they must be understood as pure energy gives consciousness. That is why the spirits are a source of power for the disciple, but he has to allow them to find him in the body and soul, in order to become a medium. In this system of work, the spirits came and took place in the master, but not as a possession without free will. The master can work on many levels of existence and incorporate a wide range of voodoo spirits. For this reason the master has initiatory clairvoyance and the powers of the spirits when they occupy a human body. As the master expresses the action of the spirits on the disciple, he can feel the vital flow of the mysteries. When this happens, the master traces the 16 mystical sigils on the body's physical, astral, mental, and intuitional of the disciple and implants the spirits their voodoo in the form of power, see these, as a kind of secret sacrament in each of the 16 secret centers that then take the name hot spots. The master represents Legba and also has within him all the mysteries of the Gui family. That is why he is known as Master of Spirits. The 16 hotspots are mystical locations of spiritual power and are given as internal teachings and divine lights. These are mystical powers that surpass concepts, because they are above any type of expression with words. The union of the disciple and the master of the spirits can give all the mysteries of lay voodoo, and this is beyond human understanding. The meaning of this is too secret and beyond comprehension to be grasped by the rational mind of man. The energies that are expressed are true paths of light. However, when the truth of voodoo is perceived, the only mystery is the master of the spirits, who concentrates this in his body. When the disciple receives the powers of the master, he can no longer be what he was before, since he acquires a new individuality, that of the spirit. It is important to understand that when we assume this mystical individuality, we abandon lower human qualities and are recast by the spirits as they operate through the master. This means that the energy spirituals become many ways of being through the will of said master. The secret spaces of voodoo gnosis are defined by esoteric logic of the teacher. This logic is expressed in the way the master provides the mysteries to the disciple during the voodoo investigation. Master has to invoke these spiritual energies of light before he can give them to the disciple. To give these energies, there are special rituals that must be granted by the voodoo spirits. They are based on the laws of esoteric logic and cannot be changed because they are fixed and static due to their Atlantean origin. All the initiation processes arise from these immutable laws. When these rituals are performed, the voodoo powers give the master authorization to do so. The master first does the internal work within himself and then on the disciple so that the energy is present in him. In this way the rituals are actually a return to the roots, because the power comes and filters through the mind of the master's esoteric logic, and when this occurs, the dynamic and spiritual life is expressed as conf. The priest must perfect his power so that the sacramental conferment can take place and the powers of lay Voudou are situated in his own consciousness and existence. The relationship established between master and disciple, priest, is as ideal as that of the first with the spirits. Otherwise, the mysteries could not operate, because the work of the conferments is a very esoteric operation. Lay conferments are based on the spiritual energies that the master has in the form of pure essence. In this sense, this is a priestly work to receive initiation from the Voodoo spirits. These conferments create their own secret spaces of gnosis. When power enters a space, it erects a certain tension around it that attracts forms that create a spatial structure. These spatial structures are attracted to the right type of power and its vibrational field of power. When there is attraction between two similar things, space behaves as if it were energy, because in reality space secretly hides that energy. Certain masters have a kind of magical mirror chamber, which they use to work with their disciples. It is a radionic instrument that they use for the process of performing lay conferments and initiations of their disciples. Modern initiation is an extension of the esoteric models established in Atlantis. These initiations are used by spiritual priests, masters, who continually reincarnate and who are guides and guardians of the mysteries in an uninterrupted and continuous descent from the ancient temples of Atlantis. We must understand that in the process of consciousness everything is part of a cycle of rebirth and development, and that nothing is absolutely new in the world of spiritual laws, although their new applications are being given continually to the world by invisible spirits. Those who give these initiations are priests of Atlantis who have come to us through a precise chain of reincarnations. Therefore, we have to recognize what is given to us today, because the energy is simply changing its form and expressing itself in many special ways. The spiritual laws, remain the same and are always present. The ancient priesthood continues and is expressed in the current forms known as Gnostic and esoteric churches, but said priesthood must give and present the ancient powers and symbols of the Atlantean energy. Ancient symbols are always expressed in the form of the time but carry within them the mystery and power that does not come from the current era, but from the ancient forms. The priests will be sought and they themselves will seek the appropriate disciples for their cults, by psychic and occult methods. In this way the ancient priesthood emits certain mystical rays sometimes unknown even to the conscious mind, but known at very deep levels. These rays lead those who have previously been connected with that energy to the center of power. These magicians return to work those who had been there in times past. They return the energies and powers of Atlantean magic to those who have an Atlantean soul within their current bodies. The mystical energy of the ancients rises to the surface of the mind and is known by the student, because they must understand where they are and how they are expressed in the world. The powers of the spirits are always there and can be expressed through understanding the meaning of our life period. When we want to focus on the spiritual world, we must focus on the energies that the spirit uses to link within the laws of this dimensional system. We focus, therefore, on the powers that are connected with the place where the spirits live and manifest their powers. There is always a special space, and it is the place where the spirits live, and they are the hidden mysteries and energies that men seek. The spirits select or indicate by oracular means those individuals in whom they wish to inhabit. They enter the student and reside in him. Esoteric energies are important in the evolution of consciousness, because without them there can be no process in understanding the history that lies within us. Therefore, when the person is initiated into lay Voudou, she is brought to a point of consciousness where she is aware of the power of light, as seen from the spirit world, and not from a purely human aspect. In the process of self-understanding, the most basic law is that we must learn to see ourselves as we are seen by others. The spirits. When the students go to the teacher, he must decide if they were working with the spiritual hierarchy, and they can do this because the master operates in the intuitional world and the spirits provide him with the needed information. Students must be aware of their energy field, meaning they must do an investigation of their capabilities before attempting to access this type of initiation by the master. This will perform a prana reading that it will tell you if the students are qualified. Voodoo energies are brought to the surface of the body through evocation rituals, from the depths of the initiatory psyche, thus allowing them to express themselves as elemental powers. The student thus experiences a liberation of his being as a kind of pre-rational power. Esoteric work with the student's energies leads to an opening of his secret levels of mind. These levels are 16 in number and the oracle allows them to be expressed. This power is taken and given form, which reaches and provides all forms of life energy. The masters currently grant C.O.N.F. ailments through prana readings, since these emit a special power field, in such a way that the Voodoo spirits come to inhabit the disciple due to the affinity they have with these power fields. The prana readings must be very powerful for these C.O.N.F. ailments to be granted, because the energies must have a stability that lasts forever. In this type of work, it must be taken into account that there is a special relationship between the spirit of the prana reading and the spirit of the C.O.N.F. ailment. The first is what makes possible the production of the mystical power used in the C.O.N.F. ailment, while the second is what provides its direction. The man or woman who becomes a priest of LCN and then Hierophant is reserved by the spirits and subsequently carefully and ritually prepared by someone who has the power to do so. It is an unbroken chain that comes to us from the Atlantean mysteries, and this line has the unique power ability. When the student grows and comes to possess these powers, the divine consciousness is seen with its own and is transformed into a new being. That's why C.O.N.F. ailment, if effective, must be given only by the spirits. The initiator is the teacher sent by them and serves to connect the student with spiritual powers. It is pure magic, since it is a power that is outside of space and time. It is Voodoo that have the power to connect humans with the divine world, and in this way the energies are received as powers that act as a bridge between Voodoo and men. The C.O.N.F. ailments have been compared to the processes of radio-psychoanalysis, that is, with the exploration of the internal self from the point of view of the hidden radiation. These radiations are derived from current power, but caused by the power of the remote past. The priest who has these powers today had them in the times of Atlantis. When the master finds a student and knows that he is one of the Atlanteans, he immediately begins work to find the exact place where he was in the ancient world. Then it takes it to the level of realization in the period of actual life. That's why you have to work with each student individually, to allow it to develop its full power, since group work is not suitable for this. The teacher can thus find a lot of data about the student, both in terms of where they are currently and where they are going. Thus a group is formed consisting of the master, the student, and Voodoo, being the latter are the ones who guide the master and direct these energies. The job complete focuses on the needs of the student, since this is the topic of the investigation. In this sense, the student will have special powers activated in him, because the energy is expressed at the level of his own and ancient Atlantean vigor. By making use of inner vision, Bertiaux, the student's exploration reveals the secret dimensions of his own psyche regarding past periods of life. In the deep regions of consciousness, the master's exploration can find the ancient spaces of Voodoo of the mysteries in the archaic days of Atlantean power. Through the C.O.N.F. ailment, the past can be awakened and the student becomes a self-aware initiate of the spirits in his current life. These secret realities are not common to all students, but rather each student has his or her own world within the psyche. The master can lead through the Bertiaux to the higher spirits of the psyche of the student, and these will guide you into the worlds that lie there. This priestly power provides the ability to physically see what is metaphysical. The spirit world is seen as if it were totally physical, as if through a window. This is what is meant when it is stated in Voodoo that spirits, Voodoo, exist within certain parts of the body. Physical body. In the prana readings, in which use is made of the Bertiaux, they invoke some lois of luminous aspect, Lampa aspects, and others of dark aspect, We aspects. The interactions of O.T.O.A and We are expressed themselves dynamically with the readings. These act as windows or doors to esoteric spaces, and from their hot points, CHAUDS, a movement towards the arcade roots of voodoo is reflected. Once les con affirmants are granted, the student will receive from Le Voodoo the words that will teach him the most esoteric aspects of voodoo work related to his inner world. The prise de Yos by Tao Baphomet. Most of our studies and practices contain large chunks of the Haitian esoteric tradition, which we have already seen differs greatly from the Haitian religion of voodoo. In voodoo, the esoteric meaning is much deeper than the religious one, and therefore we cannot affirm that space-time is a mystery, as the voodoo religion does, because in esotericism there are many explanations that are only acquired through initiation. Space and number in esoteric voodoo are parts of the divine essence, because they are abstract magical essences or points of relationship. The voodoo magician works with space and number, and in doing so he is doing it on the body of God, in the sense that after having removed the qualities that fill space and number, through an act of abstraction, what remains is the magical essence with which you can work directly. If we remove all the qualities, what we are left with is the esoteric essence of pure mind, and this reality is the divine Lekpa, which is the substratum of all existence. Once this magical operation is carried out, one is able to control and work the universe and erect systems of internal and external worlds, in the same way that the gods or Loas build the cosmos from the elements of their magical imagination and through the capacity of his will. When the voodoo priest speaks of space and number, he projects the essences or points in the space of his magical imagination, forming the body or continuum of the Great Lekpa. We can say that each universe is the ideal participation in the Great Lekpa and that each number is Luich. When speaking of control and magical use of space and number, it is referring to the realm of power that lies within the control of the magician, a power transmitted to the initiate by his personal Loa, which is a power that is generally reserved only to the Loas themselves to make possible and govern the universe, both invisible and visible. The voodoo priest who knows and sees the world of space and number sees it within abstract consciousness. He has had to become Luich to receive the direct and immediate participation of the Great Lekpa in his own consciousness. We must understand that where the body of the Great Lekpa is found, he also finds his body as Luich. Where he is able to see the inner worlds and all their magical contents moving like lightning bolts of light and abstract shapes, he can understand that it is his body and that of the Great Lekpa united in mystical and sex-magical marriage. When he feels that certain powers rush over him and surround him, he must understand that they are the forces and processes of his own being extended into infinity. When you come to experience certain mysteries and bring them back into ordinary existence in the form of truths to be taught, you are communicating your essential autobiography. When you perceive the changing energies of the inner worlds that are making these changes in your nature possible, you live directly through the many movements and changes of your own will. When he finally experiences the profound permanence of the spiritual being or identity in the magical substance, he experiences in it and comes to know in an ever deeper way the magical and metaphysical permanence of his own union with the Great Lekpa. When you have developed your powers of perception to such a degree that you can see the Loas and their works, then you can say that vision, imagination, thought are working together harmoniously. He will have reached the stage where his eyes are no longer physical but metaphysical, and he will be able to see the world as a complex system of magical forces, and to the extent that he can see like this, he will also be able to do, because it will be possible for him to act in the inner worlds, into which he can see. There will be no wall that separates this initiate from the invisible existence, because he is there to the extent that he sees. When this achievement has been achieved, we can measure the degree of initiation and level of hidden consciousness through which it speaks to us. Some people have been able to penetrate this world through an inappropriate loss of balance in their psychic mechanisms, others may have forced entry by drugs or other chemical means, but when the true initiate makes his report, the experts can easily judge whether he has the mastery of the prise de Yos. They realize that when he speaks and writes, it is not the priest, not even Luich, who speaks or writes, but the Great Lekpa. Because he has developed the ability to see the structures of space in a very special sense. He can see space in the same sense that the uninitiated can see the world of solid objects and their colors. There has been a transformation of your visual power, so that a magical superimposition has occurred in the brain over your physical field of vision. Not only does he see the world as another person might see it, but he is able to adjust the images so that your imaginative power can add or subtract from what you see. He is also capable of seeing beyond physical vision and projecting any image to his brain, being able to remove it whenever he wants so that physical vision continues as it was. The powers of the voodoo priest are due to acts of magical will and cannot be considered pathological. However, he can look beyond anything and behold the light fields of nothingness. This blindness of the gods is related to the magical vision or intuition of pure space. In this sense, if we say that existence is related to space and consciousness, we can say that such a person is capable of seeing consciousness. This, the gift of the eyes, is only found in esoteric voodoo, and it is a very strange. The intuition of space in esoteric voodoo is always the experience of seeing magical light. No other better quality can be attributed to it, and when judging the purity of the visions, the priest of esoteric voodoo will always wonder about the quality of that light. When clairvoyance is discussed in occultism, generally what is said is very different from what clairvoyants see. Most authors have only a vague idea and believe that there are sudden avalanches of images and feelings. The magical vision is very different from this because the second vision explores in terms of light qualities. Our goal is the imaginative vision of space as light, and this intuition is the basis of the magical work of erecting the universe within a system of mystical realities. When the voodoo priest has begun the experiences that are associated with the prise desires, he will be able to launch himself into the breadth of space and begin to focus his eyes on a certain object. It is very important to focus on something that is still, because the power is better concentrated that way. Later it can be done on something that is moving. You will focus your eyes and begin to obtain the qualities that you have before your eyes. Within groupings of colors, shapes and substances, he will make abstractions one by one from the total field of his contemplation and will move ever deeper into the world of concentration. Gradually, objects will dissolve into moving bands and rays of light. These are the spirits of nature. Little by little, the forms will become more and more regular and formal, geometric, radiating the energy of subtle power. These are the angels. As your intensity of concentration grows in meditation, the forms, they will come to concentrate on abstract relationships and models. These are the archangels. As your meditation approaches a pure state of contemplation, relationships and patterns dissolve into a pure field of light. This is the intuition of space. Now the eyes can only see the field of light in stillness, but then, by some subtle mechanism, the light becomes the field with timid luminous flutters, and gradually you can see lights that begin to move and vibrate, producing the complex pattern that after much observation can be understood in a logical way. These lights reflect an internal law or rhythm of existence. Gradually these lights are known by the priest, who comes to participate in their essence. Little by little they speak to him not as something external but as someone who speaks to himself within thought and gains meaning in his undulations and movements. Then he who sees will understand the mystical meaning of light. When the voodoo priest has reached a certain degree of magical advancement, it is able to see the fields of magical essence found in the inner realm of light. If he delves into these fields, he begins to discover a certain regularity of mystical structure. He begins to recognize the mystical geometry of Legba. This mystical geometry is called in the language of esoteric voodoo, the great system of the Fa. The Fa is both self-aware and independent in its divine essence. If the magical crossroads, Carrefour, is the body of Legba, then the Fa must be understood as the spirit of Legba, because the Fa and the Great Way, Grand Chemin, are one and form the archetypal mantle of the divine logos. Between the body of Legba and the spirit of Legba, we find the soul of Legba, which is an emanation of the spirit towards the body and an evolution of the body towards the spirit. This is designated in esoteric voodoo as miroir fantastique or magic mirror, where Legba acts in his main states of consciousness. The symbol of Legba is the snail, and the Fa is operated by means of 16 sacred snails. The sacred symbol of Miroir Fantastique is also the snail, because it acts as a link between the body and spirit of Legba. The principles of magical geometry are found in the Fa, which is literally the world of magical axioms. The application of geometry magic is found in Carrefour. The ideal world of theorems and methods intuitives relies on the world of the magic mirror. Here reason and intuition are combined in the unity of mystical vision. One does not have to think about anything but simply see with the inner eye of the mind. The Voodoo priest. Esoteric has mastered the world of space and inner light, but as he tries to learn more and more about reality, he will explore this world guided by magical equations and theorems. As you learn the inner essence of true magic, you recognize the will and knowledge in the act of seeing the perfect symmetry of nature expressed in the snail. It becomes the perfect symbol of existence. The act of seeing becomes so refined that it is not even necessary to open your eyes to understand reality. It is there, it is seen through internal vision that investigates the invisible worlds, gradually making them more visible to the internal senses. As you contemplate more and more of the invisible, you become more aware of a certain magical geometry or symmetry that governs the inner worlds of life. However, it is not enough to see this world, because it must be brought to the external world and applied to it through ritual, research, or any other acceptable method. Between the two poles of this experience lies the territory of the mirror, which is also a self-conscious and independent being within the totality of Legba. The bring-through method that reality consists of certain mystical equations and theorems. The esoteric voodoo priest must work with the internal worlds as fields of geometry and occult algebra that they are. You must move in your inner consciousness, intuition, and abstract mind, between the world of axioms and the world of the applications of these axioms throughout the world of theorems. This is the world of geometry as a body of knowledge. The inner world of pure space and the mystical model of light provides a certain symbolism to the mind and forms the world of axioms, theorems, and their applications. It is a symbol of Legba and is his revelation. The pure space that is beyond the world of evidence is also a geometry in the objective sense. It is the direct vision of Legba before the revelation. This space is distinguished because it is composed of 4 different types of space. 1. Primordial space of the Fa Grand Chemin, archetypal world. 2. Ideal space of Miroir Fantastique, creative world. 3. Real space of Carrefour, world of forms. 4. Real space of Luag, world of action. The esoteric science of mystical geometry is related to the first 3 points. The 4th is related to the field of magic of the external world, because the mystery Luage is considered as the application of the previous ones. Only he who has received the prize de Yos can truly do the geometric work of the internal worlds. This is why clairvoyance is necessary for higher magic, especially for the magical work of Fa and Miroir Fantastique. Thus, it is possible to be successful as a magician and also with the work of Luag, and even with that of Carrefour. However, all types of magic that depend on the ideal essence, ask for the possession of the prize de Yos by the operator. By clairvoyance we mean the nature of the esoteric vision and intuition possessed by members of the innermost magical schools of voodoo. The esoteric vision must be understood as the union of seeing and building. This is related to images and thoughts. For the voodoo esotericist there is no need to depend on an interpreter to assist in communication. There must be a capacity for vision and interpretation because intuition and understanding must be one. The mind must penetrate into the imagination and unite with it. And this is what is done when the prize Yos has been received. Through this process, the traditions and rites of esoteric voodoo are clearly situated away from other forms of initiation and psychic development. Without making any judgment, it must be understood that esoteric voodoo has developed the means for its work in a specific sense, and this specialization exists at the very core of voodoo as an esoteric form of existence. The priest kings of Dahomey preserved the mysteries of Atlantis and knew that the immediate vision of the divine provided extraordinary powers to the great initiates. Therefore they veiled the mysteries in the rich cloak of symbolism. The Fa came to be personified as a mythical being closely identified with Legba but in no sense apart from its character or esoteric essence. The Ifa or mystical name of Grand Chemin, it became a mystical city, a kind of Shambhala of Voodoo, city of the sun in Haitian folklore, also known as Ville Auxiliary Champs. The primordial mystery remained secret and the esoteric teaching was hidden in the inner planes only to be revealed with the advent of occultism. Creole, because while the Dahomean culture lost the esoteric aspect, he retained the treasures that speak of being discovered by the French esoteric current in Haiti. Those who combined the esoteric scholarship of both cultures by fusing them within the synthesis of Voodoo esotericism were able to enter into the fullness of Atlantean wisdom. The esoteric Voodoo priests were able to penetrate the worlds that lay beyond the veils and were able to directly contemplate the true foundations of the primordial mystery. They saw the space in their purity and were able to contemplate the face of God. Through this experience of beatific vision they were able to follow with their minds the complete process of creation, because with their imaginations they were able to see the chains of emanation of existence. The esoteric foundations of the mystery of space are not the subject of knowledge for all Voodooists, since only those who have gone beyond the ordinary and religious level of the subject have a slight glimpse of what may be implicit in these concepts. In general, Voodoo is a system religious as such and has no direct relationship with occultism. However, their priests sometimes have certain magical powers. This is because in their individual development they have been able to obtain the power of the prise de Dios that facilitates their entry into the invisible worlds. This practice is a very refined form of shamanism that has its roots in esoteric vision. In esoteric Voodoo the lines of internal development are previously set forth in a mystical theory of axioms, that is, a system of mystical theorems and equations of magical application. The entire world of esoteric experience can be understood as a simple, unified experience of ideal being and existence. The intuition of space and the vision of light are one, because it is from experience that the internal worlds must be felt as a reality. Therefore, when the esoteric Voodoo priest attempts to enter the world of light, he must first of all understand that light is seen and perceived in the unity of space and light. The Voodooist must understand that due to the unity and simplicity of light, both it and space are a reality, and this reality is seen both and intuited in the same act, and only when it is not possible to have this unity of experience any longer. It is possible to say that reality is no longer ideal. By therefore, ideality means what is seen and intuited in the same act. Consecration ceremony Baal Ge preparation. The Haungan candidate for the episcopate, hierophant, or Baal Ge must prepare the following utensils: ASO and maitre bell, clochette, mat or carpet, silver cup and golden paten, fantastic maroyer bapchair, magical instruments of the elements, altar diagram, and oil. Red candle, tunic, or red ribbon, glass of wine or liquor, and bread or cookie. All these utensils are placed in a manner analogous to the Haungan ritual. Fantastic maroyer bev. Ceremony, equals Ori Ion of the P-Isle. The diagram is placed on the floor of the Haunfor oriented to the four cardinal points. In the center the red candle and the elemental instruments around the circle. The candidate sits on the floor facing east, that is, sitting to the west of the diagram. 2. Invocation of the Master. Raise your arms extended upward and say, Master Mercury Aquarius, invoke your presence in this ceremony of my consecration as Baal Ge, so that your power be my guide and help, and may the forces of the Spirit be present. Master, accept me as Hierophant of the Internal Order of the Black Snake, because it is my will to dedicate my life to the search for the light and the truth of existence and being, to become one day a link in the chain of teachers of our order. Lower your arms and light the red candle. Direct your gaze to the flame and visualize a ray of red light that descends from said flame to the center of the diagram, and then divides into 4 red rays that run towards the 4 cardinal points, illuminating the vevs. Invocation, Papa Lekpa, open the path, make the Loa help me. Master of the crossroads, remove the barrier with your power so that he can pass. Papa Lekpa opens the door so that can enter the temple. You are the oldest Loa because you exist since the beginning of the universe, that's why you are the guardian of the door. You radiate spiritual light from the sun. Papa Legba is now in my hound fort. Take the censer in your hands and say, in the name of Dambala, God, and Loa of the fire and the east direction, may any negative influence disappear from this censer, which now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Light the charcoal and place it inside it, putting it in its place, saying, equip this censer with hidden powers and forces to help me in my magical operations with the spirits of Vudu. Put some incense and continue, dedicate you to the sacred work, be powerful in your action of fire. Take the machete and say, in the name of Simbi, God, and Loa of the air and the southern direction, may any negative influence disappear from this machete, which now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Return it to its place and say, endow this machete with occult powers and forces to help me in my magic operations with the spirits voodoo. Dedicate you to the sacred work, be sharp in your action of air. Take the container of water and say, in the name of O.T.O.A for God, and Loa of water, and from which any negative influence disappears from this cup, which now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Return it to its place and say, extending your hands over the water, source of life, vehicle of spirits, giver of forms, maternal breast, endow you with powers and hidden forces so that my magic operations help me with the Vudu spirits. Dedicate you to the sacred work. Be moldable in your action of water. Take the asin with your hands and say, in the name of Huinibho, God, and Loa of the earth and the north direction, may any negative influence disappear from this ASON, which now dedicate to the service of the spirits. Return it to its place and continue, endow this ASON with the powers and occult forces to help me in my magic operations with the spirits voodoo. Dedicate you to the sacred work. Be established in your earth action. 5. Anointing. Take a little oil with the index and middle fingers of the right hand and trace across from top to bottom and from left to right on the forehead, saying, may this holy oil cleanse my body and my soul so that I can access the knowledge of the kingdoms of the spiritual world. 6. Reading. The dance candidate GE will meditate on the following: the personal Loa aspect of Legba, with whom there is already a conversation and continuous contact since the initiation of the Hound Gan, will leave the candidate to travel to Ville Auxiliary Champs and sit there among the other Loa. Then it will descend back onto the physical body and transform into a new body so that it lives eternally. Since then, and thanks to his Miroir Fantastique, magic mirror, the Baal GE, he will come into contact with Ville Auxiliary Champs at will with the prise de or state of meditative trance, which opens the inner vision or vision of the Loa staff. Once this operation has been carried out and during a period of time, the Baal GE will receive Lacio and affirmance or grants of power from his initiating master Hierophant, and with it his preparation for mastery. 7. Lesser Eucharist. Take the bread and wine and place them on the Vev of Dambalak, the cup below and the bread on top covering it. Raise your arms and say, Dambalak, God, and Loa of the spiritual world, you who radiate in all directions like fire, O your snake coiled in the Potomidin, your head opens the heavens doors. The egg of the world is your offering, with your teeth you break its shell. Descend upon this bread and this wine so that they become your body and your blood, and as passing to me they grant me the powers necessary to be king, queen, of the spiritual plane. Be the protective spirit of my spirit, in the name of Legba, Amen. Lower your arms, take the bread and wine and consume them, feeling the forces and powers of Dambala pass to the celebrant. Subsequently stay a time in meditation. 8. The prize of Miroir Fantastique. Place the vertical magic mirror in the east, behind the censer and on the Vev de Dambala, the Vev of Miroir Fantastique. Burn incense and then taking the asin and the clochette in your right hand, bring them while saying, through this Miroir Fantastique and prize that you can use the eyes of my Loa. Secret name, to enter Ville aux Champs. May it be forever the bond between heaven and the earth for me. 9. Purification of the priest. This is the Baal GE ceremony itself. it is necessary to know its meaning well. The objective of the ceremony is that the body of the candidate is infused with the divine breath of Legba, which will cause him to be reborn as an impo or resurrected zombie. Only in this way can one access the spiritual world and therefore be a hierophant. The ordinary physical body, cor cadabra, in which the hot points chauds, have not been awakened, it is nothing more than a living corpse irremediably condemned to disappear, and with it the personality, Gros-Bon-Ange, that inhabits it. When the spiritual breath is infused upon the candidate, his body receives spiritual powers that make it possible to create a new spiritual body that replaces the T.I.Bon-Ange and which takes the name zombie body or body, luminous or diamond. Just as in the ordinary man his spiritual body is made up of a kind of small brilliant mist within which the germ of his Loa shines dimly, in the Hierophant this spiritual body is adamantine and in its center shines intensely through its transparent walls. Loa Mait Tet. This personal Loa is an aspect of Legba, and until this process is done we are not self-aware of it and therefore unable to access it. To the spiritual world. Once we receive the spiritual breath and our body is transformed, we can enter that world at will and be one with Legba. During the rite, the Gros-Bon-Ange, Ba of the Egyptians, Nefs of the Kabbalists, Astral of the occultists, leaves the physical body carrying with it the Ti-Bon-Ange and the personal Loa, spiritual body, Ka of the Egyptians and Neshama of the Kabbalists. The latter joins Lagoha in the archetypal world, Vil auxiliary champs, and then returns to the Gros-Bon-Ange transformed into a diamond body, to then descend into the physical body together with the Loa inside. This is the union of Legba and Luage. The Hierophant will subsequently carry out a series of works with his master initiator to complete this process through Lacio and Efferments. The union of the sun and the moon, Legba and Luage, is necessary for the transformation to take place and the Hierophant to shine like a star among the stars. Once this is done, he enters the bosom of Puhi, that is, when he returns to the cycle of life-death because he knows that his goal on the path has been achieved. This is how Legba has done things. The Hierophant is his prophet here on earth and will speak and act through the mouth and body of Puhi. The Hierophant will then know that he is no longer a slave to the laws of space-time and voluntarily submits to the cycle of life-death in order to perform his role as master in the chain of masters. He becomes familiar with Puhi and everything he represents, especially with the opposite poles within him, the red pole of life-giving sexuality and the black pole of death. Life-taker. He will march through life alongside the presence of death and will love and respect it, knowing that it is the only one who will free him when his mission as master is over. When permanently pass from this limited life to the life eternal. Once all these details are known, the candidate will proceed to the purification. Sitting facing east he will raise his hands from his face and say, O Legba, Father of all Loa, behold your son, whose profane name is name of no Loa, and whose secret name is secret name of Loa. Behold, I am ready to die to become just, pure and triumphant. Lower your hands and burn incense. Drink water and draw a cross on your chest saying, my heart is pure after having been cleaned with water and fire. Burn some incense and drink water and draw a cross over your mouth saying, my mouth is pure after having been cleaned with water and fire. Burn some incense and drink water and draw a cross over the nasal root saying, my eyes are pure after having been cleaned with water and fire. Burn some incense and drink water and draw a cross on your forehead saying, my thoughts are pure after having been cleaned with water and fire. My physical etheric, astral and mental body have been cleaned with water and fire, and now they are prepared for me to go to the cemetery, where my body has to rest. Papa Legba, come to me and help me enter the spiritual retreat. May my Gros-Bon-Ange be able to rise above my core and fly highlights, carrying get my Ti-Bon-Ange, in whose inside my Loa dives Mait Tet. Open the door because now I am clean and purified. The candidate will lie down on the mat with the Veuve Fantastique under his head, face up, with arms crossed over the chest. You will remain relaxed with slow, deep breathing. He will then project his Gros Bon Ange with his consciousness inside him outside the physical body and ascend towards the spiritual regions towards Ville Auxiliary Champs. There the Loa Mait Tet will enter, leaving the Gros Bon Ange at the door and carrying with him as vestment to Ti Bon Ange. He will sit as one of the Loas around Legba. The Loa will remain there to be recognized by all the Loa as one of them, and sitting on his throne in the heavens he will proceed with the help of Legba to transform his vaporous garment into a transparent crystalline one. He will change the throne with Legba, and he will be Legba himself, and he will be the center of the universe and the entire universe too. Once his stay in Ville Auxiliary Champs is over, the Loa Mait Tet must decide if he wants to remain forever in the heavens as a Loa or must return to the physical plane to carry out his work as a master. If he is to return as a zombie, he must give stable form to his Ti Bon Ange as a diamond body, converting the garment into a cubic arc in which to live during his stay on the physical plane. He will then leave Ville Auxiliary Champs and ride the Gros Bon Ange, which he will give the form of a bird, vulture, dove, etc. according to the dictates of his Loa, and will descend with it towards the physical body or corps cavitra. It will enter through the mouth and descend to the heart, where it will provide light to the golden cardiac abode. It will then descend to the sexual zone, where it will grant the powers or hot spots that will resurrect the body like a Nib-Ho. Get he Nib-6-0. Finally, it will ascend through the spinal column, illuminating the physical, etheric, astral, and mental bodies, until it lodges in the pyramid in the pineal gland, from where it will reign over its entire microcosm forever. 10. Resurrection of the Hierophant. The Baal Ge will then get up from the mat and sit on the chair facing east. He will burn incense to his Loa Mait Tet, and taking the asin and the clochette he will make them sound, saying, Am Hui, because have been divinized and my bodies have resurrected. Am just for all eternity, and my name is continuity, and I will never perish. Have been enthroned between, praise them before Legba, and that is why Legba and are one. The Baal will now prepare the greater Eucharist or Mass, in which the bread and wine will be transmuted into the flesh and blood of Legba, and by consuming them he will achieve the fusion between the all and himself. Between Legba and Hui. Place the chalice and paten with the wine and bread between the body and the peristyle. Spread your hands over them and say, Here are he, bread and wine that are to be transmuted, and the blood of Legba, food that will make me one with him. I am Hui and I dive among the dead. Bow over the chalice and say, These are the body and blood of Legba. Take the paten with your left hand and the bread with your right hand, raise them to the height of your forehead and say, This bread is the body of Legba. Place it next to the chalice, take it and lift it likewise, saying, This wine is the blood of Legba. Take a piece of the bread and put it in the wine, then take the bread and eat it, saying before, May the body of Legba and Hui be only one God, that there is nothing outside him. Once the bread is consumed, take the chalice and drink the wine, saying before, May the blood of Legba and Hui be one, the one blood that animates the entire universe. Once the two sacred objects are in place, say, Legba's sacrifice has been made so that he and Hui may be one God forever. Amen. Have been deified and glorified, given with a diamond spiritual body. My dead body has been resurrected to never die again and be able to walk on the earth among the living and among the dead. My heart is now the heart of Legba. My flesh and my bones are now Hui. Secret name of the Loa Mait Tet, now preside my being. My body now sits on the throne of the earth, because my Loa has blown upon it to preserve it from death. Am. Now Lord of life and death, and my blood is now the blood of the barons. Thus entered the Supreme Societe, having been recognized as King of Zombies, because possess a Loa, because am a Loa. And this is the recognition of my divinity. Sit on the throne that looks at the same time at Ville Auxiliary Champs and at the earth, because my vision is now double. My face shines and my name will bloom forever. Heart, which is now inhabited by Legba, will never be separate from me and from him, the light will radiate to all my bodies. The Baal Ge will now remain in meditation. 12. Meaning of the 4 degree of Hierophant or Baal Ge. In this degree the initiate visits Ville Auxiliary Champs thanks to his personal Loa. This is the archetypal city where the low alive, the ideal region of the world spiritual where there is only perfection. From it emanate all the forces that they build the universe. They are the heavens of religions. To enter it you must be pure and thus be able to enter through the door of the righteous. Once this visit has been made by the personal Loa, the Hierophant has the ability to return to it at will through the Predicios and his Meroyer Fantastique, through whose black surface he is absorbed into said spiritual regions. The simple vocalization of the secret name of the personal Loa followed by the screening by the Meroyer Fantastique leads immediately to the Prise de Yos and the journey to Ville Auxiliary Champs. This is so because the personal Loa is Legba itself and dwells in the body of Diamond, and because the Gros Bon Ange is deified and lives in Kui where resides all the given power. The Hierophant can also at will project his now deified lower vehicles, astral and mental, to any region or plane of the universe. 13. Closing, the Hierophant will ask the spiritual presences that have attended his consecration to withdraw to Ville Auxiliary Champs, then he will collect the temple after blow out the candle. Appendix 1 Prana Bioenergizer. This instrument is also called bioenergetic transmitter. This is a radionic, shinic, instrument that sends large amounts of energy to the person whose photo is placed in it. It can be easily manufactured due to its simplicity, as it is 2 flat mirrors framed in one of those double-hinged frames that are used to store photos of couples. When used, place the photograph of the witness and the other of the master, or a sacred diagram or any source of power. The photo of the receiver is placed on the lower mirror, facing up, and above it the photo or power diagram looking down, and above it the other mirror that looks down. It thus remains like a sandwich in which the ham is the photo and the diagram of power and the bread, the 2 mirrors. For long-term work or if left on the temple altar to work for hours, a cardboard or metal pyramid can be placed on top to amplify the effects, or a crystal can be added to the top of the pyramid. The mirrors, in the center of the pyramid, to increase the energy. This instrument cannot be used to place a photo against a photo of 2 human beings unless one of them is a photo of a master, otherwise it may cause an undesirable mixture of vital or pranic energies. If Polaroid photos are not used, the energy will be much lower, although sometimes that is more desirable. The technology that underlies this instrument is the following. Each symbol or photographic representation of a master is a channel or direct connection with the mental and astral planes. We are manifestations of certain principles of higher dimensions. When we put our frequency in contact with another frequency of higher vibrational dimensions, we open a channel between us and we are elevated or degraded in that way by an exchange of different frequencies that come through interdimensional paths. Every time we think about someone or something we do exactly the same thing, we open a channel and thus fill our aura with similar types of thoughts. Thoughts and energies of the person or thing we are thinking about. Yet we take into account what we think and who we think about. We could destroy ourselves because a thing attracts what is like it. So when we open these doors to other types of energy that attract other types of related energies, being in this way the form of thought, is so strong that it can affect our future life. This will only happen if they are low frequency vibrations, that is, those we know as negative, greed, lust, hatred, envy, avidity, etc. Because when it comes to types of higher energy, it is difficult for negative energies to be attracted and for us to destroy. Even so, the work carried out by the masters, because these adepts are devoid of low or negative energies, can never produce destructive effects on themselves or on the disciples who are protected by their auras.